This man's never once felt his family's love, but one day, true love will hit him like a storm, and he'll fight for it with everything he's got. His victories on this wild journey are going to catapult him into worldwide fame. One guy was hauled off on a stretcher, unconscious, while the police waded through the water and found another victim dead from drowning. This is the version of the main character that existed before, like he was floating through a never-ending river of long, endless dreams. Then the main character has no clue what's happening. Only one thing hits him hard, a blazing, unbearable pain, like his head is about to split open. A little kid is getting scrubbed in a tub, fighting every second because he hates it. And a woman is right there, helping him through the whole bath. His mother scooped him close, beamed at him like pure sunshine, and pointed her finger at him like it meant everything. Meanwhile, our main character just stood there, totally lost. Then the girl, cradling a little kid in her arms, sinks down by the fireplace at home, while a man beside her stares into the flames. So the main character starts to wonder if any of this is actually real. The woman who breastfeeds him every single day? That's his mother, and the man standing beside him is his father. He thinks, "Am I still dreaming?" But the moment he tries to speak, nothing comes out. All at once, it hits him. He wasn't dreaming at all. He'd been strolling through the neighborhood store that very day. He still remembers those endless days alone, wasted away, glued to his computer games. All alone, he'd been burning the days on games. But that day, something snapped. He suddenly wanted to step outside. He'd already quit his job, was living off his savings, and didn't even care to hunt for a new one. The loud city and those suit-clad business folks felt painfully familiar, yet a nasty gut feeling told him he was playing dirty. Then he spotted a kid creeping along the bridge's edge and couldn't help wondering why they were there, right when a truck suddenly roared onto the road. A kid on the bridge tripped and went tumbling straight into the water, and the main character caught it all in the blink of an eye. He froze on the edge of helping, because one bad move could get him killed too. But then he realized he had nothing left to do, and no one would grieve him anyway. After those heart-stopping thoughts, the main character sprints to the girl, grabs her in time, and hauls her safely onto the shore. Rage of a terrible cold stabbed through him, yet even half-conscious, he knew the world was playing out just right then. He calmly let go and sank into death, drowning with it. A kid with sharp, pointed ears stares in shock, because if it's real, then we're all born clutching memories from past lives, and some mysterious force slowly wipes them away as time passes. The dad scoops up the kid and declares they'll name him Yuri, and the main character's eyes snap to those sharp little ears. Those are the same people I remember, but their whole life feels totally wrong. Nothing like the world he knows. Who are they? And what are they doing here? The main character's convinced of one thing above all else. He has to handle the diapers first. Beautiful birds streak across the sky, and the boy leans toward the window. Sure, he's staring at the countryside. No people in sight, just bird calls and wild animal cries echoing all around. He's always been itching to know what's going on outside, and a full year has already slipped by. At first he felt stuck and bored, but then his new life and fresh surroundings lit up a whole world of discoveries, and he spent that time with his family, even learning how to walk. They won't get his words, but when he tells stories out loud, the language clicks fast, and he can't stop wondering who all these people were before. He clings to the memories of what they were like, then daydreams about strangers strolling down the street in all kinds of different versions. The boy trudges up to his parents and blurts out his very first words. Right there. Mom and Dad are stunned, speechless. But even after that miracle, he still can't wrap his head around how other people see life. The dad and mom lock eyes with pure admiration. Then all three burst into a joyful embrace, while the boy can't stop wondering if this feeling is love. Tucked behind the private house sits a lonely shed, and a whole forest wraps around it, while the boy lounges there with a bucket, staring straight into the water like it's about to reveal something. He stares into the water's mirror, and bam! His own reflection morphs into a version of him drowning in a past life. Panic spikes his heart, so he hurls a stone into the water to shatter the vision. 3 years have clawed by, and yet neither the memory of him nor his soul has vanished. So it looks like he'll keep on living like this. Hidden under a fresh name, Yuri's father yells that name while gripping a leash. And Lukao urges the boy to tag along because he's got something he can't wait to show. He clutched a bird on a leash, and the main character asked if they were headed for Kakadori. Luke told his son it was insanely interesting, then pushed. So, you want to see it? Then they sprinted side by side, racing over the bird as it tore across the hills, while the main character stared ahead in stunned disbelief. The man blurts out that they finally arrived. This is the exact place he wanted to show his big secret, and the main character freezes in shock as they stop right there. He claims it's his farm, and birds strut around the place like they own the sky, while 3 buildings sit behind the mountain. Then they march together on the bird, and the father leans in, asking Yuri what he thinks. So Yuri fires back, asking if his dad built all of this right by hand. The father grins and admits, "It's true. I built the whole thing from scratch with my own hands," and the kid just freezes, totally stunned, because there's no way a man barely past 20 could have pulled that off, or is he messing with them? The man brings his question back up and tells him, "Don't worry, those animals won't rattle the other residents with their cries," then adds, "I keep livestock myself, so that kind of noise rarely even bothers me. These mountains cage the whole place, so the wind never gets in, because out where it rages, even the birds struggle to thrive." The boy blurts out, "Do you do everything here alone?" And his dad shakes his head. "No way, kid. I've got employees." Gakudoru is mostly grown on hay, then packed with millet, nuts, legumes, and other grains to supercharge it. Everyone works their own way while they herd cattle. They hunt rabbits, cook them, and eat them. And they usually keep the meat off the table on purpose because it makes them more aggressive, unless there's some special order. The boy asks about a special bird, and the man leans in to explain that some clients want birds with attitude. So he starts them off on mice and other little creatures, raising them just like that. The military swears by these things, because if you know how to wield them, they can turn the battlefield into a slaughterhouse and wipe out countless enemies. These guys are the reps for combat animals, and honestly, even if he ends up riding one someday, he should dodge that experience as long as he can, because in the end, he'll still have to take ownership, so he'd better learn everything about it now to keep himself safe. The man yells for his son, and the kid rushes right up together. They halt before a building carved with 2 birds, and Yuri's mind starts racing about what it could possibly mean. He yanks the board off the door, swings it open, and urges his son inside with a braver, bolder push. Then the main character steps in, and right away, he spots a massive black bird perched on a wooden beam right in front of him. The man tells his son, "I'm smart and kind once you get used to me, and Yuri will have to learn to ride this too." And the boy instantly freezes, terrified by what that means. The father leans in and asks, "You still remember where this story about the Heavenly Knight comes from?" And the boy nods like, "Yeah, I've got it." Honestly, he never figured out what the knight even meant in all of this. Then the man whistled, and the bird exploded into flight, fluttering its wings. She strides up to the boy, and fear makes him stumble back. The father cuts in fast, reassuring him that he's right there, side by side, because this is how it's always been. Once a child hits 3, they're meant to sit together on the back of a royal eagle. With a grin and a wink, the man claims his father is the best rider on the royal eagle-like. The whole world can't touch him. They both climbed onto the eagle and strapped in with special gear. Then the man leaned in and told his son, "Listen, remember this. During the flight, you never open your mouth." Up in the clouds, they soar through the sky, and the main character can't stop staring. This isn't anything like the world you see from those tiny window panes on a tourist plane. The boy stares at the world like he's trying to crack its code. Then his dad makes a move, and the bird rockets down even faster. Suddenly, the eagle rockets skyward, slicing upward in a sharp burst while the boy stays planted, calm as can be. Then the man snaps the truth. Some boys can't ride the royal eagle at all, because heights crush them or they feel other nasty discomforts. He's just trying to wrap his head around how he's doing it. And honestly, it's working way better than he expected. No fear at all, because deep down, he wants this to be his everyday life. They keep soaring over the forests and hills, then they slam to a stop, and the main character yanks his glasses off. He peers down from above, from behind the bird, locking eyes with his father. Then his mind races. Should he drop in right now or play it safe? Because once again, he's alone. The man grabs his son's attention, asks what's on his mind, throws his arms wide, then shouts, "Jump!" swearing he'll catch him for sure. The main character springs off the stretcher like he can't wait. His dad catches him mid-air, and the moment hits him, this is new territory. Mom beams and waves at the son like it's a friend. And the main character can't help thinking, I want to live right here with them together with all of this. The boy sits at the table with his plate and mug, stares dead serious, and announces, I'm turning 4 this year. Then quickly asks if he can get a brand new clean notebook for his notes. The boy's parents stare in shock and demand to know why he even needs it in the first place. The boy grins and says he wants a diary. No, not just one. He wants to dump his thoughts in it. And he even insists it should be thicker. The man asks his wife how her reading and writing are going, and the girl tells him everything's fine, and she can't teach him anything else. Then the guy nods in agreement, because deep down, he's really learned almost nothing from Suzui. His mother clawed her way up from a farming family, skipped school entirely, and learned every skill from her father the moment she could finally hold her own conversation with him. While Luke, raised in nobility, keeps things simple for now, so he dodges the heavy books and sticks to the signs and advertisements instead. But he still remembers his past life and everything he learned in Japan, so he's determined to write it all down before it slips out of his mind. The boy blurts that he's asking for way too much, and next time, he insists he doesn't even need a birthday gift. For the first time ever, he actually asks for something, and this girl steps up, offering him, mush like, here, take it. The man then tells him it'll run about 4,000 to 5,000 locks, and the girl's jaw drops at the sheer price. Yuri still can't quite figure out how prices work here, but the way his mother reacts tells him everything. This place is brutally expensive. Books are even bound in animal leather, and when you count it in Japanese yen, they're 40,000 to 50,000, easy. His dad is a nobleman too, but he bailed on the family. So Yuri, his mother, and one other person squeeze into a tiny house with barely enough to get by. The boy locks eyes with his father and nods. But before that, he rushes to help his mother, then vows to lend a hand on the farm too. He's grinning from ear to ear, and he thanks his parents like it's the best day ever. A kid soaring in a plane with his father, and he can't stop himself from asking about Sibiak only for Dad to reveal it's the capital of Chalta's kingdom, where they're headed right now to deliver a royal eagle. While the kid gets a sweet bonus, he can pick a book for himself and get a front row chance to see the whole city. They keep soaring through the sky, and the father jabs a finger down at something below. As the city sprawls out beneath them, they streak straight over him, and the father grabs his son's shoulders, shouting that a drop is coming. So he better hold on with everything he's got. A sharp-eared man stares up at a bird soaring overhead, and then, right on cue, they swoop down and land together. The father drops his son down from the bird, and the guy behind Luke leans in like, you landed perfectly again. Then his eyes lock on Gala, and he grins as he waves his hand. Luke bursts in saying he brought a delivery, and Gala immediately clocks it the eagle order has to be from Her Majesty or some other big shot, because that bird is gorgeous, but they really shouldn't be using a child for it. This eagle was hatched in a cage, guarded like a trophy, and it still struts around like it already knows the guards will crown it the best royal eagle in the entire world. Yala swears everything's totally fine, but her eyes lock on the little one. Then Luke pipes up, that's my son, Yuri. He turns 1 this year. The main character steps in, lights up, and tells Yuri how happy he is to finally meet his friend's kid. Gala gently strokes the boy's head and beams, calling him so grown-up, then admits the truth. Since the princess was born, she's never seen a smarter kid than him. Galak blurts that his son is 4 too, But the gap between them is huge. Luke snaps back, asking him not to hype his powers. And then someone turns to Mr. Gaylock and demands, "So what really happened?" The girl blurts that Her Highness Carol is already here, and the man's jaw drops as he realizes she came straight to see the eagle Luke, then shoots a question about the bird's cage, while Gala presses, "Do we even need a permit for this?" With that face, you'd better not jump in, because this could blow up fast. But if they lend a hand right now, they might just become best friends later. A bunch of girls stand there with their eyes shut tight, while a little girl in a uniform steps up in front of them, ready to begin. Gala, Luke, and the main character Bo stand right in front of that little girl, and she stares at them with an expression so serious it feels like a mission. Carol Faru Chutor blurts out that she wants to see everything in the best way possible. Then she turns to him and asks, "So, are you Luke Hood?" He tells her it's an honor just to meet her, and she hears how he's crushed it on the evening shows until the shock hits. Gala is here now, and he's been defeated by her. Carol says she heard they're breeding majestic eagles and can't stop wondering what they're calling them. And Luke shoots back that he never named it, because he figured you'd want the first pick. The girl asks if she can ride it yet, and the answer is a firm not just yet, because it just trekked a long way, and today its wings need to rest. Gala grins and says the princess is the perfect chance to finally level up her horseback riding skills. First, you've got to win the eagle's trust, treat it right, and it'll look out for you right back. The girl insists everything's okay, and she never means to upset it. The servant pleads for them to hand it over, and Carol flashes a smile, thanks her right on the spot, and promises she'll truly appreciate it. The main character leans in and asks his father who Gala is, the girl they just met, only for Luke to spill the truth. She's from the Academy of the Royal Capital, where he and Luke trained together to become knights. Luke then admits he'll have to go there someday too, but he quit halfway through his own studies still. He's sure Yuri will handle it. Inside the store, the man whips around to his son and tells him, "Pick something, choose what you want for yourself." The main character flips through a stack of notebooks, asks if he can take a look inside, and then the other guy cracks it open and studies what's inside. The woman asks, "Are you picking a book for the kid?" And the man nods, saying he needs it so he can write his thoughts down. The woman says everyone clings to something they call precious memories, stuff they'd never dare erase or shut away. She admits that no matter how old she is, she still can't hold on to what her father taught her as a kid, or even how her mother made that soup. And it crushes her that so much has slipped away. She swears this keepsake is worth it, because once he's gone, his child is going to start forgetting who he was too. A man gets asked if he's sad, but he shuts his mouth tight. Then the boy steps in, declares he already made his choice, and points straight at her. She leans in and asks, "Are you sure? Because when you're picking something expensive, you pay up now instead of choking on regret later." "Sure. The other parchment is thicker, but it's got fewer pages." The man snaps. "So this book really costs 2,800 Lucan. I'm paying with 3,000, right?" The boy looks like he's done this 100 times, so she smiles and sets them up with a special offer. But the moment she grabs that 800, she panics because she knows they'll demand ink on the spot. And somehow, nothing is going right. Someone asks to borrow a bird, but they're standing in the royal stables here. The rules are ironclad, and nothing gets borrowed unless the state itself demands it. Usually, you've got to slam on the brakes for some random cart, hunt down a trade caravan, or shell out a fortune to rent a horse, because getting home takes forever. On their way home, they'll crash for the night in one of the cities, then swap birds the next day. And that's why Yura decides it's safer to keep all the important stuff right with him. As evening rolls in, the boy digs into dinner at the table, grinning from ear to ear, while his father, across from him, leans in to praise him for a job perfectly done, and tells him he must be exhausted after that brutal, long journey. Forget the royal eagle ride. Yuri just realized they're getting forced into a huge detour back home, because up in the sky, he swore they were drifting way farther south than where Yanam City is. The father leans in and demands how his son saw it. And Yurei answers that the moment they arrived, the hill just south of the city looked hauntingly familiar to him. The boy insists an eagle can't haul two grown adults at once, and says it's just asking for trouble. Then the man snaps back that it's wildly dangerous, because in most cases they'd tumble out of the sky, so they should never even try to fly that way. Yuri fires back. If it's a girl, wouldn't it be the same thing? This is how novels do it, but I've seen idiots in class copy it like it's real. So tell me, what if it's a girl? He's saying he's talking about the blonde he bumped into today. The man downs his drink, grins, and swears it's Simona's daughter. And then he points out she has a younger sister, but only the older one will wear the crown next. And yep, he's clocked it. Suddenly, a man with a sly grin slides up to the main character and teases, asking if he's fallen head over heels. He leans in and tells him the royal family is anything but simple. He thinks the right match is a woman like his mother, but the real key is the truth behind how they first came together, and he can't seem to remember it. Night settles in, yet their house glows from within inside. The main character sits at the table while one lone candle flickers, painting the room in warm light. The boy settles in, eyes locked on the memories and knowledge only he can ever know in this world. The main character decides, I'm putting every story I've got into this book, and he swears it'll turn into his own real treasure. And that's when his power finally clicks inside his naked form. Images of people, planets, and memories start to shimmer like living stars. 3 years after that, the kid who once launched himself off a cliff on the back of a bird has finally grown into a 7-year-old. The main character's back home in an instant, spots a strange bird nearby. And boom, he realizes it's Hakudori. The boy hears a voice barking for someone to go, and the moment it hits, he snaps his eyes to the window. His father grips something in his hands and blurts that he already left the main house, saying he's not forced to write letters like that. And Luca doesn't have to march to war just because it starts. But the girl snaps back that Goku sent a proper notice. Luca is being dragged to war, so the man has no choice. He stares at the letter in silence, while the main character wrestles with the weight of the war. The boy bursts into the room and fires a question at the lone guy there. Did you already prep the Hakudori? And the guy grins, saying, yeah, it's all set for the race. But today still feels like a storm. He's got to pack everything tight because he's heading to the top of the family and finally saying goodbye to one of the employees. The hero swoops through the sky on a giant bird, and 2 more kids like him cling behind him. Then the boy blurts to his mom, "Are we okay?" And she smiles, saying, "Everything's fine. Look how great you're riding. And those birds back there are so calm." The boy blurts that it's only his 2nd time without his parents watching, so he's got to stay on guard. Then the girl asks, "Are we getting close to the city? And are you freaking out?" Yuri snaps back that this isn't really his thing after all. This is his first time stepping into the main house, and they even got invited to the ceremonial march kicking off the war, in a city that's anything but cheerful. The boy says it's a blessing his father shut down their request to head to the front, and the girl nods, saying he'd rather care for animals than fight. Yet every time a letter arrives from the main house, her stomach twists with dread, and Yuri can't stop thinking about the war again. Right now, war has swallowed this land, the kingdom of Chalta, tucked deep in the peninsula, yet pressed against Kurokana on the border. In both countries, the same people live here, the Scenes, and in Kurokana, they're known as Kurokensha. War is spiking and swallowing these lands, and the kingdom of Kurokina, right at the peninsula's very center, is going to get dragged into this fight for good. The Shawnee don't fear the cold because their ancestors once lived in the far north, long before the whole continent was dragged into one state. Their empire, Shantil, got wiped out in a brutal war with the Kur, and when the dust settled, it shattered into multiple kingdoms. Now it's down to just 2, Chalta and Kurokana. Every time Kur's army charges toward the kingdom of Kurohina, Chalto fires back with reinforcements courtesy of the Luca family, a band of night warriors from the powerful Hao lineage. Now the next war is roaring to life, and the family's head, Gokuhu, the father's brother, has been shoved straight to the front lines. The father refuses to fight, but because of who he is and what he's tied to, He's still dragged into the ceremony that officially kicks the war off. Thank goodness that older brother turned out to be so damn understanding, he couldn't stomach saying goodbye to their father as he marched off to war, and the girl blurts that they've already arrived. Here it is, the Hao family's main city, Korakumo. Everybody's hustling and grinding, locked into their own business like it's always been. The main character whips his head around in shock, convinced the Hakudori is a night transport. Then he spots a woman with a child on it, and something about her screams, not trustable. The main character and his mother get yanked to a stop by a rifle-toting guard who snarls, "Who are you?" They halt mid-air and drop onto the bird. And the boy blurts out, "I'm Yuri Luka's son." He came with his mother to visit family, to honor the military's send-off to the front. A guy's racking his brain trying to remember Lukao when a woman suddenly dashes past him, calls out to Suzui and tells them they've been waiting, then orders them to follow her. He leaves his bird behind, then stares at the crowd, the shields, and the weapons like, yeah, this is exactly what he'd expect, but still, wow. The whole thing looks insanely impressive. The man burst out that he's so thrilled to see Suzuya again, and she bows, remembering it's been way too long. Goku snaps, "Don't bend so low, we're family," then drills into the real question. Where's Luke? Suzuya answers that Luke's a little late, because he's stuck right now delivering an eagle that someone ordered. Luke snaps that it's wrong to dump everything on his wife and send her off by herself. Then the girl fires back, turns out it was their son who brought her here. Goku swings the question to the kid, "Are you Yuri?" And Yuri nods, mentally clocking just how insanely strong his mom really is. He leans in and asks his mom if she'll be fine with Gokudori, and she shoots back, yes. Then he presses about the royal eagles, and she tells him, no trouble there either. Mom brightens, proud as ever that he can read, write, and even play the Duke like a pro. And the poor guy is left completely stunned. In this country, Dukies aren't some goofy board game. They're basically Chinese chess, where you can only cross the river through a few specific routes in the exact center of the board. Luke fell in love with it, taught the boy the rules, and by the end of a month, that kid was playing even better than Luke. There's still time before the celebration, and Goku jumps in, telling them to train together. The girl starts to protest, but the guy relents, and Goku tells everyone not to stress, then warns Suzu not to sneak off and drink tea in some separate room. The girl nods and tells Yuri to play here at least once, urging him to give it a try right in this spot. They're heading home, and the maid tells the boy, "Just drop your shoes right here." He nods, then Goku steps in, says, "Sit down, don't be shy," and pushes him to relax. The kid blurts that the board's perfect and the cell's just as good. Then the man snaps back, like, "So you really know your stuff, but you've never seen a board like this before." He pushes, "Let's start the game," even as he claims he's tied up. The main character admits he never drags his feet on chores, so he sure it won't take long. Then the man shrugs off the hourglass and tells him to go first, and the guy smirks, saying he'll lend him a chest. Yuri seethed over the loss. He knew one thing for sure. He's still got no experience at this level. He snaps that it wasn't some big curse or failure on his part, just a tactic that flopped. Then the match ends so fast it barely feels real. So Yuri says, "Run it back," and the man agrees. The boy snaps again, claiming he's completely finished dead wrong. The man says, "It really does look that way," and Yuri just can't stop insisting his tactic is brilliant, even if it might be a famous move he hasn't learned about yet. The main character clocks the guy in front of him. Pure, dangerous strength. And just like that, he rips himself up from the table and swings what he's holding like a threat straight at him. The sword slams to a stop right in front of his face, and the guy snaps, asking Goku what he thinks he's doing and whether he's trying to be rude. The man declares that this guy is pure courage. "And I swear we're in for the best night ever." The man blurts out, "So, are you asking to be my son-in-law?" And the young guy immediately clocks it. This family's got more than one deadly tradition, especially when it comes to writing to the royal eagle. He snaps back that he wouldn't even marry a girl he's never laid eyes on. Goku tells him to slow down and think if he really wants to unlock his full power. He's going to have to push way beyond what he's doing right now. He's still going to be bored at that adult party, so for now, he'd rather stick with his daughter and keep the fun going. At evening, the maid takes the main character by the arm and guides him down the hall, lantern blazing in her hands. They stop at their destination, and she smiles and calls out, "Good evening." The boy bows his thanks, then steps up and knocks on the door, just waiting, breath held, for someone to answer. The main character leans toward the door, asks for forgiveness, and then spots a dark silhouette sitting at the table, so he can't help but wonder if it's really her. The guy pushes inside and calls out, asking who's still alive in here, while the man at the table stays frozen in place. The boy steps up to her and taps her cheek with one finger, and she snaps coldly about whether he thinks it's not rude. Yuriko's blown away because he's sure she shouldn't even be alive. Yuri leans in and asks if she has trouble hearing, and she shakes her head no. Then he presses, "Why didn't you answer?" and shoots, "Are you mad because I caught your attention?" She tells him, "No, it's just that I can't focus today, period." Yuri leans in and asks what she's working on, and the girl shoots back that even if she tells him, he'll still get nothing. Then Yuri admits she might be right, but until she explains, he can't know for sure. She snaps that it's a waste of time, and Yuri shoots back, telling her that if it's too hard for her to get, then she should let him try. Then he adds, "Don't take everything so seriously." She asks him straight up if he'll follow her if she tells him to, and the boy explodes with rage. Then she grins and says she's just curious whether they can multiply forever. The boy's convinced this name is a mashup of two Sean words, one for essence, the other for repetition, and he's comparing it to how prime numbers keep showing up, just like that. Yuri shoots back, "So what, 2, 3, or 5? And the girl snaps in rage, "I knew you wouldn't get it," then orders him to get out. He tells her, "I get it," and she stares at him like he just cracked a mystery. Then Yuri chimes in, "All right, first things first, pick any number n, as long as it's 2 or more." He gets smacked with a wave of nostalgia so hard it knocks the breath out of him, like one of his classmates is right there in front of his face. The more looming behind them, just the two of them alone. His classmate leans in and asks if he's heard anything, because it looks like his dad got fired from his job. He and Yahata were real friends, and all our parents just happened to clock in together at the same factory. So when Dad rang him up, he asked straight out if he'd cried a little for his son. The main character blurted, "What happened? What's going on here?" And the guy admitted he'd tangled with the police over stolen company property, while his own father was pointing at the old employees, trying to drive them out. They pin him down again, demanding to know exactly what he stole then. After the divorce, he hooks up with a new woman and vows to bury himself in work so he doesn't have to pay alimony. The father snapped out a few chilling words, swearing about nails and metal parts like a threat, and everyone could tell he wasn't a decent father or a trustworthy businessman either. A man filed a report about a theft, and it didn't matter if the loss was tiny or huge. Stealing is stealing, and getting dismissed as punishment isn't unheard of here. When he asked whether firing him for something like this was even fair, he doubled down and kept insisting. The boy sinks deeper and deeper under his problems, trapped like iron. On the phone, his father's voice turns razor stern, snapping at him not to boss him around, then hitting hard with the question, why keep paying a huge salary to an employee whose skills are already outdated? The main character started gasping like his lungs were closing, and he begged for help. "So you told the boy you'd rescue him the moment you became a doctor," and the hero screamed his name at the top of his lungs. The main character jolts awake, lungs burning as he breathes hard, staring at the dark like, is this real or just another dream? And yeah, his diary is the clue, because Yagata never once became a doctor. Then the boy snaps his gaze away and darts down the stairs, while eerie sounds churn behind the door, so he blurts, "Who's there?" A hooded man stands outside the door, claiming he's Sean's servant of the Ho family, and the main character is stunned that he's really from the main house. Yuri snaps that he can't open the door on his own, then hurries off to wake his father. By the crackling fireplace, the man stokes the flames, and just as he relaxes, Shen pops in, sending him reeling, as Shen immediately offers to inspect his hands and feet. The boy insists, "I'm fine," but Luke snaps back that it's not his call to label frostbite. People don't always realize what's happening to them, and Shuna backs him up. The man yanks off the boy's shoe, flashes a calm smile, and tells him everything's okay. No need to worry at all. The boy sets the food down and says he'll leave it here if that's fine. And the gratitude in his face practically lights up the whole moment. Sean digs into a hot drink, and Luke immediately asks if he ate anything this morning. Sean admits he was tied up and couldn't grab a bite, but then snaps that it's plain foolish to run around in this freezing cold on an empty stomach. Buvaris's face hardens, and he snaps, asking what happened, while Shun blurts the news Mr. Goku has died in battle, and the man is stunned to the core. Sean tells him how Goku blasted forward and soared ahead, gripping the royal eagle that had been gifted to him, and because Liu Kao already knew the truth, Goku stepped in like a pro, handled it flawlessly, and even looked genuinely happy about it. The main character can't believe it. Goku is dead, and after everything, he's his uncle. They barely even had time together, just a few days. Luke snatches the guy by the collar and demands, "Are you messing with me?" He snaps back, "No," then admits it's probably just rumors, yet nearly everyone's convinced the truth. He's really dead. Even though they never find his body, the girl jolts, drops the bowl, blurts out an apology, and races off to grab more hot water, because she's taking care of it right now. The girl is sobbing her heart out, shouting that her brother can't really be gone. Then the boy snaps his hand onto her shoulder. The boy pulled her into a hug and blurted that he'd come to invite her to tomorrow's family gathering. "Celia for sure." The master tells him, "I'll shove you in the guest room, pour you something to drink, and let you rest, because I won't let you die too. Bad luck hits you on the way back home. You better drink this and remember your brother." On the Hao family's turf, Katakumo, a lonely mansion, stands, and inside, the main character and his father sit in dead silence. He rushes back to Luke and tells him, "I've got the meeting participant list." Then Luke shoots him a thanks only to start reading and hit one part that makes no sense. He said there isn't a raccoon's name anywhere. Then admitted he was kicked off the participant list because he refused to help, and he even snapped that a coward like him has no right to call himself a knight. And just because someone did that, it doesn't erase the fact that they're still knights, so they write up their plan and insist they can bring their son-in-law along to the meeting. Raccoon Aku's homeland carries huge weight, and everyone knows it. People still brag about how they earned that fame when they were handed the job of running a massive city on the outskirts. It's weird, they're skipping the meeting. And Luke shrugs it off, says he gets it, and then thanks the person who cleared him to step away. The man lets out a heavy sigh and admits he has no business talking, so everyone should just stay quiet. Then the main character blurs out, "Wait, if you're the grandfather's younger brother, why can't you speak?" He says in their family, if you don't hold a knight's title, your chances might as well be zero. You're not even allowed to lead anyone. He stormed out of the academy, so the title of knight never landed on him, and now the boy is leaning in, asking what the royal eagle's attack is supposed to mean. He says, "All right, listen up now, you learn this style. Because it's a killer way to fight, you slam the enemy from above. At dawn, they have to slam into enemy territory fast, even though they can't know who's waiting there still. With death breathing down their necks, the knights are made to go. If everything falls apart, we'll have no choice. We'll have to take the general's head. A last-ditch move you pull only when every hope is gone." The boy can't believe this is happening. Why be so brutal? The man snaps back that nobody can promise life will turn out perfect, yet his older brother somehow pulled it off. Yuri knows exactly how powerful he is and questions whether he even has to sign up for this once he becomes a knight. But it's not like that. This is a choice, and nobody can drag you into it. Hosting a night like this is treated like a real honor. Someone knocks. A maid steps in, says the guests are already here, and ushers them onward. Luke starts to leave, and the boy blurts out, "Good luck," shocking him so hard he nearly stops. Then the kid holds up a slip of paper and reads it aloud. Yuriko's name is on the list too. And he's leaving right behind him. The main character shoots them a shocked look, and soon both of them storm off after the maid. She stops right by the door, then waves them in and begs them to come inside. At the table, several people are already waiting. And yep, all three are men with the same sharp, pointed ears. The maid tells them to sit. And sure, the hero expected older folks, but not this. It's basically a room full of grandfathers, with barely a single young person in sight. The girl orders Mr. Yuri to sit right here, and the hero blinks in shock, because this spot is reserved for true honor. The man drops into a bow and blurts that he's thrilled to see Sister Satsuki. But she laughs and tells him, "Just call me Satsuki," flashing a warm smile right at him. The man nods and tells the boy to say, "Hello." Yuri grins and introduces himself, then calls her grandmother. The girl brags that Sham praised her, but Yuri shoots back that she's even better. Satsuki practically beams and waves him over, inviting him to sit down. Everyone slid into their seats, and the girl flashed a grateful smile, thanking every single one of them for showing up. She's convinced they already know the truth. Her husband heroically died in battle, cutting his way through the enemies. Then they have to figure out what to do next. Yuri suddenly notices Sham is gone, and a nasty premonition hits him like a punch. Luckily, her husband carried the weight of the family and even left a will, so she grabs the envelope, seal and all, and shows it to everyone. She thinks, "I'll look right now." And everyone's left staring in shock as she tears open the envelope. She delivers his message. As the 27th head Goku-ho, he names his brother Ruho as the next head. Case closed. Everyone's stunned, even Cancer can't wrap his head around it. Then the girl drops a calm smile and says she gets it all, and if he wants, he can live just like before. She grabs him by the shoulder and tells him they're totally okay with him being the main one. Then, when Yuri hears he's been chosen, shock hits him hard. Ruho blurts out, "Why me? There are other candidates." The girl shoots back, "Because Guk picked you, so own it with pride." Then one of the men leans in and mutters, "Still, you don't even have a knightly title." The girl reassures everyone, saying there's nothing to fear because the kingdom already gave special permission for their leader to ditch his title at night. Even so, getting that title is going to be a breeze. Everything he needs is already in hand. He just has to spend a little time pulling the papers together and getting them ready. Then the title is his. So whose land sits way out from the kingdom of Kurihina, blessed by nature for generations. It's the Hao family's territory. Once they tried to fortify it when Kore seized it. But after years of fighting, their warriors are wiped out and they're begging for help. The young man finally gets it. Why only the elders show up at this meeting now? Honestly, they don't even need to appoint a head, but the young folks keep dying off, so there's literally no one left to pick. In Siam, there's a wild old tradition. Women sit on the throne, and men march off to fight in the military. So now, she's probably plotting to cash in on the Hoa family's influence, maybe even sending them straight to defend the capital. But how far will this go before everything explodes? He had zero clue this whole mess could have been planned ahead, because while he and his father were landing in trouble, his grandfather's family was always one step forward, thinking through everything before it even happened. The man rises to his feet and vows he'll never turn his son into a knight, much less a leader. Satsuki shoots back that every boy dreams of donning that armor, but even if she's right, he's only 7, and is way too soon to hand over a responsibility that huge. Even after he graduates from the evening academy, if he still doesn't have the qualifications to be manager, he won't be kicked out because, as Aima's son-in-law, he stays a candidate no matter what. The main character snaps to it. This woman has every move mapped out, and the seriousness in her eyes hits like thunder. The man demands a moment to think, and Yuri clocks the game. His father's going to cook up a plan to seize control before the academy even ends, and the whole mess is so tangled that Yuri has no clue how he's supposed to get out of it. So wait, this really is a will? And how in the world do they settle it? Does Dad just slam his say-so down, or do all the elders get a vote? If this second option's the one, I'm doomed to look like the villain. So I'll gamble on it and find out what it costs. Then he straight up addresses his father. Suddenly, the door slams open. Someone storms in, grabs the girl's attention, and orders her to step aside and stay out of it, leaving everyone staring in shock. The man snaps with rage and demands to know how they dared to run that meeting without him. The dark-haired girl leans in and says he's made it because this is the head of the egg family, Rakuuno. The boy's eyes widened. He finally recognized that name, and then it hit him. That was him. The guy they shoved aside from the meeting as the top candidate. Rakunu storms back to Satsuki and demands how she even dared to twist her husband's final wish so. Satsuki snaps back that whoever said that is just a coward who ran from the battlefield. The man blares that none of this is true and rages that he has no clue what she already pulled on them here. Then he snaps at them not to believe her, and the other guy instantly clocks that the uncle is acting really, really weird. A guy asks what this paper even is, and they tell him it's a will for Mr. Hook. Then they shove it into his hands, and he grins as he starts reading. Then he slams the paper down on the table and tells the girl, dead serious, it's only a forgery. The man snaps that women are nothing but treachery, and then he reaches into his pocket like he's about to pull out something real. He lifts the envelope high over his head, flashes the real will to the crowd, and boom, everyone's blown away. That suicide note basically begs Raccoon Iku to take over as the new family head, because they're counting on him to land a solid job and carve out a brighter future for everyone. The raccoon leans in, asking what she thinks about it and whether she even knows what to say, and the girl blurts that she can't wrap her head around someone like him being in their family. She erupts at her husband, screaming for him to quit the nonsense, then demands how he ever dared to pass off a forgery. After the leader died, he quit his job, and he'd already told everyone that he was officially taken off the candidate list. So the man just stared in shock and demanded, "What's going on?" Because Goku had personally handed him a note. The girl swears this curse was delivered by a trusted Ross family member, because they once took care of him too. The man shakes his head and snaps, "No, maybe she's just gotten gentler. But where's the proof she wasn't tricked?" Silence crashes down, and the hero starts freaking out, wondering if he accidentally brought the forgery on himself while Satsuki glares with pure fury. Rage is clearly burning in her. Emotions are hijacking everything, and there's no way this settles peacefully. Meanwhile, the raccoon stays way more grounded, ready to argue his way through it. I'm trying to check if these two documents are real, but it's not going to happen. This whole mess only helps Raccoon. He won't clash with the elders, and they get it. Raccoon isn't a knight, and if you line him up against Satsuki, they lose. Every time. The main character tells his father, "I can rest, I just want to go to the bathroom by myself." And the old man's face instantly freezes in shock. The man tells Satsuki, "Let's take a quick break." And her sister shoots back that she has to use the restroom. He mutters that she didn't need to say it out loud, and Satsuki freezes then, stunned. She reluctantly agrees. They head out, and the main character blurts to his father, asking if any free room is around. His dad stares in shock and shoots back, "What about the bathroom?" The boy shoots his father a confident look and snaps that it was a lie, because they've got to talk, and they need to do it right now. They stayed locked in the room together, and the man pushed for answers. "So what are we even talking about?" Then the boy leaned in and asked his father, straight up, if he was going to be the one driving the whole thing. Rook says it all rides on those elections. He's not exactly buzzing about it, but if it's his brother's wish, he can't bring himself to refuse. The kid insists those wheels had totally different insides, so one of them has to be the fake, but with just that clue alone, they still can't figure out which one is the counterfeit. If this keeps going, that raccoon is going to turn into his worst enemy, because this is already turning into a full-blown political war. Roop doesn't think he'll make it that far, and Yuri just smiles. He's heard a bunch of stories like this, and they all kicked off the exact same way. The father gently ruffles the boy's hair and tells him, "Don't worry, I'll figure something out if we need it." But the boy grumbles, begging him, "Please, don't scold me." He steps outside and spots a girl. Both of them freeze in shock. She asks what they're doing there, and tells them they need to move along, but this time with a steadier tone. Then Yuri blurts out, asking if he can talk to her for just a minute. 2 guards are posted at the door, and the main character strides up like he owns the place. Then he says, "My name's Yuri. I'm Ruko's son." The guards stare in shock and demand what just happened, and the boy shoots back that he came on orders and wants to know if Raccoon is here, only for the guard to say Raccoon isn't home right now. The boy blurts that he's got one insanely important matter, so can it seriously wait until he gets back? The guard behind his chair leans in and questions him again about that night at the academy, then admits he'd love to go back to those days. Out here, away from the capital, there's nothing but room. And with friends at your side, you can train non-stop, because this is youth. And no way would they've approved of the protagonist's past. Suddenly, a stranger barges into the room, and both freeze in shock. Then the raccoon snaps with rage, demanding what they've done. The guards tell each other they've got him under watch, and the raccoon cuts in like, "Shut up and stay in your lane," then leans in and demands right to his face what happened. The boy finally admits it his dad told him to dig up the truth behind Satsuki's secret. A skull sits on the grass, staring back because death hits everyone the same, wiping the slate clean for all, and whatever brings you back to life has to hit just as evenly. After crawling out of endless darkness, the main character snaps into a brand new life, and he even remembers who he was. Back when he was just a baby, all he can cling to is a girl sinking in the water and the crushing weight that pins his body down. Even with a life that's been rough and dirty, he doesn't regret a single thing, and this new family, his people, the ones he truly loves, pulled him out of those dark memories and helped him breathe again. Now the manager of Gukao is dead, and his will slams down one twist. The heir is none other than his father, Rukao. At the meeting, the whole room froze. Raccoon X stormed in with a note from the manager, and it said he was next. 2 documents, only one will win. And the choice gets settled by a full-on vote, a real political brawl. The raccoon has to gamble everything for his family's future, and Yuri refuses to let a single person he loves slip away. The man presses again, demanding Satsuki's secret will, and wondering why Rook didn't come straight to him himself. The boy blurts that a bunch of officers are watching him, and that he was sent here instead of someone else. Then the man snaps that there's no time to waste, so get straight to business. But right then the boy somehow draws every eye in the room. He shoves an envelope into his hands and tells him that Satsumi's will was written on the exact same kind of paper, and the main character grips a crumpled piece of paper tight, then lunges it into the fireplace flames like he's about to reveal the truth. The man stares at the boy, stunned. Then the moment the image of 2 birds starts to form on the sheet, his jaw drops. The boy blurts out, "Why is it so dull? Just a bit more and it'll work." Then he shoves the paper closer to the fire until it starts to char, and Yurko snaps back, "It's already too hot for you." He hurls the paper straight into the flames, then whips his gaze back with nerves on edge. The guy blurts out an apology, but the man waves it off and demands to know what it all means. The hero blurts out that this paper holds the key to everything, and the man lunges in, snatching it straight out of his hands. "Grab the information transfer sheet. Keep treatment going the way we've been doing. Hunt down Saruna's statement and neatly fold that upper right corner the right way." The man can't believe the way he's being addressed, and the other guy blurts out the truth. His father refuses to lead. He's just a regular resident, and Satsuki is the only one writing. He snatches the paper, drops into his seat, and grins, saying he sent it exactly for this reason. Yuri finally admits it. Yeah, when Satsuki showed him, he really did swipe another scrap of paper, but then the guy's gaze drops, and he reads a note begging him to keep the treatment going. He flashes a smile and nods, promising right then, and it hits the main character like, yeah, he really knows exactly what he's pulled off. The main character is convinced that if he snags the win in the vote, his family will finally be safe. He knows exactly what a right angle means, nods like it's done, and tells them he's ready to head out. Then the guy leaves with a quick goodbye. He towers over everyone, and he refuses to act like some kid in a tantrum. So tell me, doesn't he hear how weird his own behavior sounds? Honestly, my dad wouldn't even dream of pulling something like that. He never handled problems like that, so there's no way he'd have done it back then either. The father can't find out about this, but he's exhausted. So he's ready to drop off to sleep, and then a man suddenly appears right in front of him. He presses his son for an answer about where he's been. The boy fires back with, "Why aren't you asleep?" And Rook snaps that he can't sleep a wink while his son's out at night and not home. The main character claims he was nearby, but the man cuts in and tells him not to mess with him. He knows these places too well for lies, so the main character blurts an apology and admits, "Yeah, I was swamped." Yurko blurts out to his father that he only wanted to help. Then his father rests a hand on his shoulder and scoots down beside him. He tells his son, "Don't worry, I promised I'll protect you." And when he asks, "Don't you believe me?" the kid straight up shakes his head. The father drops his forehead to his son's and tells him he's truly talented. Maybe he even found the answer to the whole mess. But right now, for him and his mother, the only thing that matters is his life. He leans in and tells his son, "This matters more than your life, and more than your mother's, more than any land." Then demands he stop taking risks and stares him down until the son promises, "I will." He makes his father a big promise, but behind his back, he's got his fingers crossed like he's hoping fate will bend. The next morning, boom, he runs into him again in the hallway. The girl beams at everyone and says, "Today, we finally decide the fate of the head of this whole family." Then she leans in and demands the truth straight with yourself, and even fairer with others, because all the pieces are set, and now they're ready to deliver the final verdict. The girl smirks and declares, "There's exactly one surefire way to spot a fake letter from the real deal." Everyone's blown away by the news. Then the girl rushes in with an apology for hiding it, saying this kind of thing has happened before. You just have to feed the flames with your will, and everything will finally click into place. Sardin Ho left behind his will for the last chapter, and now I'll show you how this whole thing works. Only, they couldn't prove a thing yesterday. While you were talking, you swore they were the real deal, so if the trial proves they're not, you're going to be held responsible for every word you just said. The man flashes confidence and blurts, "Yes, please." And the girl's serious face locks in as she says they'll take him first. They hand the girl his will, and she rushes to the raccoon, showing the paper and demanding, "Is this really his? Is it truly what he wants?" The man speaks with zero hesitation, shuts the argument down for good, and commands everyone to stop stalling and get down to business. This time, the chef is stepping in and doing the cooking himself. The guy's clearly nervous, but he insists it's still way better than letting some raccoon's lackey handle the job, because our main character knows the truth. Their options are basically gone. The girl tells them, "We'll start with Saruna's papers first, then after the arson, everything will click into place." A man yanks out a scorching stick and holds it toward the flames, and the main character watches every second. Wide-eyed, he stares at the girl, and she blurts, "Start." He snaps the stick up and plants it onto the paper. Nothing moves on that page, yet the raccoon freezes in shock. Everyone's jaws drop in surprise, and the main character grins like he knows exactly what's coming. Everybody acts like there's nothing going on, like the Satsuki file is totally empty. But what about the Rikuni document? The raccoon spots the word "fake" scribbled on the paper, and the man's jaw drops in shock. The girl blurts that they finally know who was lying, and Rook fires back, "So what happened?" Meanwhile, the main character insists it's all going exactly as planned, because yesterday, after the raccoon was already gone, he scribbled the same note. Satsuki only started collecting the evidence once she was certain the person who came back had slipped into Raccoon's room, because they'd set everything up so that when the truth hit, everyone would finally see it. That man couldn't be trusted. The man snarls, storms to his feet, and tears into the boy, calling him a scoundrel and blaming him for every single thing that's gone wrong. The father's jaw drops in shock. Then the boy snaps that everything he told him yesterday was a lie, only for the truth to hit. It was never meant to be deception, just a tiny act. Yesterday, our main character stormed out Midding to deal with the liquids, snatched the Ho family seal from Satsuki, and finished every single preparation without missing a beat. The main character turns to Rikun and asks, "Got something to say? Maybe an apology?" The man huffs, furious, swearing it's no fake. He's convinced a thief slipped in yesterday and swapped the documents. Yuri snaps, "If you're so certain, why are you here right now instead of hunting down the thief? You even said yourself you don't have a single doubt this will is real." The man snaps, demands the boy ditch those ridiculous excuses, then slams his fist down on the table like a thunderclap. Then he snaps to a stop, eyes wide, and declares he'll never forgive him for what he just did. At first, this man came for Hook with one goal in mind, cleaning him out while knowing his hands would stay soaked in blood. And even when the plan failed, he still pushed forward, stepping over the bodies like nothing could stop him. It's over for them. If a man like that takes over the family now, only his father gets to sit in that seat. Yuri tells him the audacious kid, the one he mocked, just beat him. The man blares his son's name at the top of his lungs, then demands he stop, right now. The main character stares at his father in shock, blurts an apology, and just as the moment lands, clap, clap, because a girl suddenly starts applauding. The girl tells the raccoon that if he's got nothing else to add, they're going to announce their decision anyway. She shouts, "If you think Ruka should be the next leader, raise your hands." And then every single person shoots their hand up. Then they lock in the decision. Guko's younger brother, Ruko, is named his official successor. Then the guards storm in, and the girl barks in order to grab Reikun, only for him to rise up, refuse it all, and deny every word. One guard jabs a hand on the man's shoulder and tells him to come along. Then the man suddenly erupts, shouting something loud enough to snap everyone's attention. Suddenly, the raccoon yanks a dagger from his sleeve, whips around in a blur, and slams it into the guard. Blood gushes from the guard's throat as the man whips around to the main character and snarls that he's going to kill him. Rokuni-san stared at them, stunned beyond words, unable to believe they actually dared to attack him. The scared man called out, asking if anyone was there, but his frantic hiding said it all. He was hiding something big. In pure panic, someone shouted for security to rush in and save the day. He stared at what was going down, mind racing, unable to wrap his head around how any of it even happened. His dad looked him in the eye and swore, "I'll protect you, so there's nothing left to fear." The hero grabs Setsuki and tells her to step back and keep Yuri in her sights. The boy suddenly realized his posture was completely different. The boy snapped to it. He needs to shut down the enemy's movement fast. And he's sure Rikuni gets the whole thing too, but right now, it's brutally hard. He swears he's just an ordinary farmer, and that he's never even laid eyes on a battlefield. He can't miss it. This guy is insanely strong. The man orders everyone to carry the victim out with care. He's still breathing. Yuri's father steadies him, asks if he was scared, and Yuri shakes it off, saying he's totally fine. The girl beams and says it was all wonderful, thanks him, and admits they never saw any of this coming. The boy jabs his finger at his dad's sleeve, and the man laughs that mom's about to get slammed with even more work since the suit is wrecked, then tells his son to hide it up when they finally get home. Right then, the main character remembers nothing else mattered. He mentally dove back into the past, asking himself what might have happened back then. He stops short, never finishing the thought. The man tells Yuri to slow down, eat at his pace, don't push himself, and swears it'll feel easier that way. Yuri nods and agrees. The girl realizes 18 long years have gone by, then turns to the master and demands to know why he refuses to fight. The hero admits he hates fighting, so that's why he ditched knighthood and forged his own way instead. The woman points out that she already brought up at the meeting whether they could go in the middle, then hits him with, "So did you really want to make Yuri a knight?" The man makes sure she's the one who's taking the lead. She admits she's wrong, then vows to show up in public as little as she possibly can. The girl grabs the man's hands and demands a promise. If anything happens, he'll write to her, and he nods, agreeing without hesitation. The maid hands Yuri the dish duty. He nods and takes it right away. Then he cheers everyone on with a warm, "Have a restful night." The kid leans in and asks the hero, "Want to chase the stars with me?" The main character blurts out questions about the stars again, stunned all over. The boy grins and blurts, "We're leaving right now, right?" Then they ask him straight back if he's on board. The hero asks his mom for permission, and she shuts him down. "Finish your food first." You spin toward his father and blurt out, "Can he go?" The man flashes a smile and nods. But the hero clocks that strange look on his face and knows he's plotting something again. The heroes are ordered to lock themselves inside the mansion. No stepping outside, no exceptions. The study swears it's cracked the exact best spot for your observations. The boy's eyes go wide, because he'd never even heard of a place like this before. She leans in and says, "I'll tell you, this is my secret spot," then admits she really doesn't know anything about stars. The hero agrees. The sky is breathtaking, and every time he looks up, it calms his whole soul. She stares at the star cluster and goes, "That's the Milky Way. So this world has its own galaxy too." Then she lets out a shaky smile, thinking, "And the people here are just like us. So maybe we're not completely doomed." After a bit, she swings right back and demands, "Are you listening to me?" Then she leans in and tells him, the third star around this one is called Marura. Yuri can't stop wondering if she's talking about a satellite and whether the locals even look up at the sky at all, because this star is special, and now there are only about 5 of them left. The girl asks if he knows what that sign means, and the hero smirks. Yeah, he knows, but he's hunting for what those 5 stars are really saying. She tells everyone winter's signs are creeping in, split cleanly into summer and winter. Then she points at the sky and calls out the stars: Bull, Liar, Cat, and the Dipper. The hero pauses, stares into the chaos, and finally realizes he's got no clue about any of this at all. He stares up and instantly knows it's the Ursa Major constellation. The boy clocks at Turin, is trapped under the bull. The boy stares at the sky, stunned. If this is a whole new world, why do the stars feel wrong? He can't shake the thought that the same lights can't shine in 2 different worlds at once, and now he's wondering if this Isekai even shares the same constellations as his home. The main character can't shake the idea that this might all be real. And if he's truly on Earth, then he has to figure out why it happened to him. The girl declares it's finally over and demands, "Do you remember?" Yura sinks into his own thoughts, muttering under his breath, while the girl leans in and asks if he's fallen asleep. The boy blurts an apology, says he suddenly remembered something urgent, and insists they call it quits for today. Then the girl sighs, hurt because she knew all along he just didn't want this. Yuri says he loved it all. Then his eyes snap wide. He suddenly remembers something he has to check right now, and he swears that next time he won't bolt. She nods like she gets it, then tells him, "Catch me later. I need to hear something." And the sentence cuts off like it got swallowed by nerves. The smiling girl tilts her head, totally curious what on earth is going on in his mind. He bows to Satsuki-san, shoots out an apology for the disruption, then asks if he can grab a look at the map. The woman quizzes her again about the map, then snaps that there's no way something like that could exist in Rook. Yuri tells him, "If you get a shot like this, grab the most detailed map you can, one that shows every boundary of the territory." Satsuki leans in and says, "If this is the biggest map, it's probably from the late Empire era, so grab it and go retrieve it." The main character can't shake his racing thoughts. They won't let him rest, and then he remembers Kelta's days, once, where the kingdom stands now. The mighty empire of Shantira ruled. He insists it crumbled 900 years ago, yet somehow they say the lands stayed almost the same. He decides a quick map check could save his life. The girl throws her hand over her face and groans. "It's still way too bright in here." Satsuki sweeps the flashlight around, convinced the map has to be hidden somewhere in this place. The woman jabs a finger at the map and declares their country is right around here. And the main character's eyes light up because this spot looks scarily like Scandinavia. He stares at the map and spots those weird territory shapes, but they click into place. Shantira is in the east by the Ural Mountains, in the west near Scandinavia, and in the south around Ukraine. So he bets Shantinia sits right on the Crimean Peninsula. He blurts in shock that this is planet Earth, and he can't wrap his head around how he somehow missed it for 7 whole years. The woman nods and says the country's true center sits farther east, so the map gets it wrong. She tells Yuri to check the country map hidden in her husband's office, and Yuri shoots back. "Can I see it?" The boy stared at the stacked bookshelves, counting in his head just to see how many there were, and then it hit him. He used to believe the opposite. The girl just grinned and said, "If you live here, you can read until your heart's content." Satsuki tells him to sit down, and the main character stares at the map in shock before blurting, "This is the kingdom of Celta." Yuri leans in and realizes the map is insanely well drawn there. It all is. The kingdom of Kirukina, the capital Shibuyaku, the fortress Weldon, and even Karakumo. The girl jabs a finger at the map and swears Grandpa Huck battled right around here. He strides up to Satsuki and begs her to cover for him tomorrow because he plans to propose. The woman stares him down and asks if he truly believes he can walk straight into this trap, then warns him that going there alone is beyond dangerous. Yuri asks her straight up if she thinks she can win by doing nothing, and she gives a small, smug smile saying she doesn't believe that for a second. Still, she's got a whole crew of allies backing them up, so there's really nothing to stress over. The heroes stared at the woman and demanded, "So what's the point of this win? If it changes nothing?" The woman quizzes him. "What are you even talking about?" and then shuts him down, because being a leader isn't about doing whatever you want. The boy blurts out, "Can't we make sure Rikun doesn't walk away after this win?" He warns that if Rikuna gets left alone and then comes back to him, he'll start scheming against her, and he doesn't care a bit if Eku's family is shipped abroad. Then the young man fires off a question. Does she really think it's that easy to handle him, since he's not the type to get taken down? And only a brutal, crushing blow could do it. And right after that, he wants to know if the local feudal lords are actually going to back them. The woman fesses up, "I don't even know who I am yet," then shoots back, asking if they've started worrying way too soon. The boss snarls that he won't sit back for a second, he'll throw everything in her way, and then he tells her her whole family is doomed to go nowhere, demanding she can at least last 10 years. Satsuki realizes if everyone finds out, everything will spiral harder, so she chokes out an apology and vows she won't join. Yuri stares at her and demands, "So you still don't believe me?" She nods and says, "Yeah, because he's still small." The hero stares at her and blurts, "Tell me, how is this not strange?" The boy shoots back that she already knows her uncle sent her an invitation earlier, asking her to come and stay with the whole family. And he adds, "If you can't trust Grandpa Gook, then you won't even manage to hear the story all the way through." Yuri stares at her in shock and blurts out, "Why are you trying to carry out your late husband's last wish?" The woman shoots out an apology, admitting she'd gotten lost in her own thoughts. The boy then thanks Satsumi-san, and she grins back, saying she was more than happy to help. She watches Yuri-ho and can't help but think, "Wow, how interesting this kid is." They said it all played out exactly like he predicted. And somehow, everything landed perfectly in the end. Yuri leans in and tells Satsuki-san that from this moment on, it all rests on her, and then he swings her a warm goodnight. The woman bids him sweet dreams, then studies him for a beat, and her mind drifts to Hook, wondering what the heck Hook saw in this kid. In the morning, the servant stormed in with Yuri's fresh clothes and greeted him the moment they stepped into his room. Yuri shot them a grateful smile and thanked them for the clothes they brought. They told him that Soyam-sama was waiting, and it threw him off completely. He swore he'd rush over, then admitted, with a shaky laugh, he still wasn't used to that kind of attention. The kid remembers it's been 3 years since his dad became the manager, and they packed up their lives, and now he's 10. Everything about his world feels totally, wildly different from before. The boy truly believes that all around him are tons of hard-working people who genuinely brighten up the moment they see him. Yuri can't stop thinking about how someone's always got his back, and he realizes his life right now feels nothing like the past. Then the servants beam, as they greet him like it's the best day ever. The kid still remembers his dad's evening training sessions, because every day, from morning till night, he's stuck working non-stop. The hero thinks his dad has basically handed the reins to Yuri, so he just shows up on weekends, And when the girl asks if there's a lesson today, he grins and says, "Yeah, there is." She proudly spills how much food she's scavenged, then leans in and says, "Come on, let's eat together." Yuri thanks her, grinning like he can't wait, and promises he'll be right there, waiting with bated breath. Then he glances at how nothing about his mother has changed, not even the way she still wishes him good luck. The main character bursts into the room, and the next second, they're ambushed out of nowhere. He barely slipped out of the punch, and the attacker's eyes widen because those reflexes were way too sharp. The guy training him tells him, "Don't worry, we'll keep doing it exactly the same way." The coach pumps him up as he keeps charging forward. Yuri stumbles during training, and one guy rips into him saying that at this pace, even the hospital will be laughing at him. So I tell him to stay within his limits, because the hero starts thinking hard about what Satsuki-san wants him to learn, and he takes in every new skill she requests. The boy can't stop thinking. Salim's already 90, yet he's still thrilled to be his coach. And then the memories hit hard. The war tore his son and grandson right out of his life. The boy can't shake the thought that if he'd retreated, or if he'd missed that second spear, he could have been cornered and badly hurt on the battlefield. And he's shocked. The coach is already that old. The man snaps, "Enough, no more," and orders Yuri to launch the attack. Yuri nods and tells them he gets it. Then he's already gearing up for the attack. The woman leans in and asks, "So my lesson is really that boring?" He looked wrecked, fighting to stay awake, and swore he'd try not to doze off. But the truth hit hard. He just wanted sleep. Then he flashed back to the morning he studied and how he ate right after. The teacher snaps her attention to the board again and tells us, in no uncertain terms, to remember the flashlights and the winter snow. He's fighting to make sense of the words, and then eerie images start flashing in his head. She calmly breaks down the grammar rules, then points right at me and says, "The subject is you, the verb stays in the present, and the object can be a man, a woman, a foreigner, a thing, land, or even the royal family, depends on what the scene is doing." Satsuki starts drilling Yuri in the ancient language of Shan, and Yuri can't take it. He snaps that the rules feel messy and makes no sense, since you can just drop the object, and doubt crawls in. Is learning this language even worth it? He swears it's just an old language. No magic at all. Then Satsuki-san drops the truth. Across every time period, only the chosen were ever able to speak it. She says you have to know this language just to read the classics. And then she can't figure out why it's so brutal for Yuri to learn. The girl stares him down, tells him to listen with his whole heart, and swears she'll help him read every last book. Yuri freezes, anxious, because that kind of seriousness hits hard. Satsuki-san snaps that if you can't even speak this language, you don't get to call yourself educated. Then she chews him out, tells him to write it out, memorize it, and stop letting out those heavy sighs. Yuri can't stop wondering how much longer this torment of repentance and suffering is going to crush him. So he finally blurts out that he needs healing, something that'll calm his soul. He bursts into the room and locks eyes on a girl. She can't help but wonder how soft her own cheeks feel. Then she blurts his name in shock when he asks what she's thinking about. The girl leans in and says she studied Kepler's laws, then grins, like those rules can explain everything. She admits she couldn't crack that one model before, but now she's blown away by how ridiculously simple everything turns out to be. Yuri's at it again, grilling them like, "So what model is it?" The girl breaks it down. The moon circles Earth, and the sun hangs in the sky like a second moon, while planets like Mercury, Venus, and Saturn just sweep around the sun like obedient satellites. She admits it's a lot at first, but that explanation suddenly makes everything click. She beams and says Kepler's laws helped her finally understand everything, and Yuri grins right back, saying he's thrilled for her. The hero can't shake the feeling that her happiness is for things way too small, so he fires off the question in his head. Did he ever feel that same spark? And the answer hits hard. No. He grabs Charm's attention and asks him to step outside, promising, "I've got something wild to show you." Yuri blurts out that it's already winter outside, and the girl clocks how he talks just like his dad. Then he quizzes her if he's acting like an old man and hands her a job, before finally asking why it's so freezing here. The girl asks if it's because they're up in the north or just because of pressure. Then he grins and says it's the same number of sunny days here as at the equator. And the real giveaway is how high the sun sits above the horizon. Yuri breaks it down. How much heat you feel depends on the area facing the heat source. Like a stove, hold your hands vertically and it sears you. But flip them horizontal and the heat hits way less. He says that when the sun sinks, the ground looks smoother and just like, with your hands it turns colder fast there. The girl gasps and blurts, "That's fascinating." And right then her curiosity spikes even higher. The main character jumps to the next question and fires, "So why do trees shed their leaves?" She says, "If the trees freeze, winter can't spare new leaves, so plants drop them to survive. But if the cold stays mild and the leaves can hang on to heat, they can keep them. Though that almost never happens, and even then, the leaves still don't make it." He adds that the farther south you go, heat-loving insects munch on leaves year-round, but you've got to fight back. And the sightings confirm it too. He's convinced Sham is insanely curious, and for a moment he even wonders if he could have once had a daughter just like her. Because now he's acting like some sweet old grandpa. The hero stares at the trees, lost in a dream where these endless days finally disappear. Over dinner, Yuri fidgets and blurts to his father, asking if he's tired, while his wife nudges him to hand some of the work off to someone else. The boy leans in and asks his mom, "Did you finally get used to this new life yet?" Yuri's mom admits that at first things felt a little weird, but time did its magic. She won everyone over, even got a special spot for a garden. And now, everything's finally good. The boy feels blessed to have a farmer mother like her, and he won't let anyone force her into the military. He figures Ms. Susia can handle the meetings just fine, so everything should be okay. But it still niggles at his heart. The father finally admits he never thought it would be this hard or this draining while the boy grins and promises, "Tomorrow, I'll get to rest a bit." The man claims a deadly disease is sweeping through the south, and Yuri blurts, "Wait again?" Totally stunned. He's ripping up his plans for tomorrow and swapping them on the spot. It's all about a terrifying disease called smallpox. Yuri got word of the disease. People swear it's a curse, and so many have already died from it. So he can't let his father march into that nightmare alone without real scientific research. The hero snaps to his father that it can't be done that way. So the man snarls back, "I don't have a choice." Then he explains how people keep getting mixed up, and why, as the owner, he's forced to push ahead. If he sits around and waits for a miracle, nothing changes at all. Yuri's father snaps that his son's worrying again. So Yuri asks what'll happen if Dad catches the disease, only for Dad to scoff that it isn't that easy to just get sick. Yuri smirks and says he'll head there with confidence, because getting infected isn't going to be that easy. And he leans in, demanding his father tell him if it's true. Eri's mom stops him, saying he's still too small to go with Dad. But Eri pleads for permission to tag along, hungry to see it all and learn every bit for himself. The father nods and agrees, but slams down one rule: his son has to obey him, no matter what, and the boy quickly vows, "Yes, I will." Yuri hands the fabric to his father, and then blurts, "Why am I doing this?" The boy tells them to press the fabric over the nose and mouth to cut the risk of infection. The father warns that this could ruin the manager's reputation, and the son fires back, "What, you want to fall sick and make everyone else pay for it?" The man snaps to it. Everything's moving way too fast, and they've got zero medicine. Not a single thing they need. He blurts out how all this could happen when they were living in peace, and why fate would strike them like this. Then it hits him. Everyone treats it like a curse. The boy breaks it down. Pox traces back to the ancient Kura, and since nobody in this world even knows what viruses are, all they can do is cling to prayer and hope God hears them. People swear they've rounded up every last sick one in here, while the healthy stay out taking care of them. So Yuri's father snaps that they're going inside now and tells everyone to shut the door behind them. Yuri stares at the sick man in sheer horror, and the truth hits him. This is even worse than he'd ever imagined. The boy tells his dad, "Don't touch any sick people. Don't touch their stuff. And don't touch the walls, no exceptions." And dad just nods like, "Got it. I understand." He spots the patient writhing in pain, begging for water, and tells him to hold on, then swears he'll get water there in seconds. The son grabs his hand and yanks him toward the exit. Then the man shouts to stop, because the sick need water, not escape. Yuri growls for the door to open right now, and everyone snaps their heads toward him, stunned. The second they step inside, the father blurts in shock, "What's going on?" And Yuri immediately snaps back, insisting they can't be here, because if they are, he'll get infected too. He refuses to believe it's really that bad, convinced his son is blowing everything out of proportion because in his mind, he finally gets what the problem is. He's convinced smallpox is a ruthless virus that kills fast once it hits. The infection tears through the body and races straight for the internal organs. The hero swears the disease crawls from the pus itself, so when they scratch, the blisters explode and poison everything nearby, which is why nobody's allowed to touch the sick person's things. But the father won't back down. He insists he'll help the hero and save them. He tells them, "First things first, round everyone up, pack the food and water, and grab a change of clothes." Yuri tells them that trying to save those 100 people right now will only make it worse, because then another 1,000 are going to catch it. People are pressing him like, "What do you mean when you say here?" And the terrifying question is whether he's really about to walk away from them for good. They explode in fury, demanding to know if he truly means for them to sit there and watch their families get crushed in silence. He rushes in, throws out an apology to everyone, and tells them to breathe, saying he has no intention of abandoning them. Out in the crowd, someone's straight up begging, "Show me what you got." They're staring at bodies piled so high, they don't even get the chance to bury them right. And Yuri's father first swore it was smoke from a signal fire, only to realize it was nothing but flames. People are furious that he even dragged this helpless kid here. And while they're screaming, the man pleads for help, because this ancient world is already teetering on the edge. Yuri knows his words hit them hard, but he also understands they have no clue just how wildly world-changing his impact really is. He knows his words don't carry weight, because he's just a kid, but one thought won't leave him. If everyone bends to the father's demands, that virus will crawl and spread across the entire country. The main character stares at an imaginary scale village, territory, country, family on one side, and wrestles with the brutal choice of what to sacrifice. Yuri swallows his pride, apologizes for snapping so hard, and begs his father to finally hear him out. The father swears he gets it all and this is the last time. Then he backs his son and lets him finally say what he means. The boy flashes a grin and confidently declares that he knows exactly how to save all the residents. A guy blurts in shock, "Why would anyone go to a farm just to stare at cows?" and explains that the farmers are doing great and right nearby. They raise the cows themselves. The kid blurts, "Yeah, I thought the same thing." And then he leans in, asking if it was just pure coincidence. He shoots back, "Nope, I'm already immune," then grins like cow milking is the reason. He jabs at the cow's udder and blurts out that it's chicken pox. He tells everyone this sickness is basically smallpox, only cows don't drop dead from it. Then says if people catch it from cows, it isn't a real threat to humans, because most people probably went through it already, so it should be no big deal for them. Yuri's father demands answers, and Yuri snaps back. They've developed immunity. That's how they survived, and it all traces back to old cowpox in Japan that got turned into a vaccine for smallpox. Now they're chasing that same miracle again. He lays out his scheme. They'll slip cowpox into a person's arm with a needle, then make a tiny scratch so blood shows, and if it all works, that person can handle smallpox without getting wrecked. Dad says he's never even heard of this treatment, and has no clue what books Yuri's been reading, so his son gets exactly why his father won't trust it. He paused for a breath, stared you down, then said, "If you insist, fine, let's do this. I believe in you." He leans in and pours out a heartfelt thanks to his father. They say 4 whole days have already slipped by. Yuri tells everyone he and his dad already got the vaccine. So, if they catch something, It won't turn into a disaster. He tells them that in his village, anyone who hadn't caught the illness got vaccinated, and they locked the whole place down until the virus finally vanished. Pav, Theo, the main character and his father chugged straight alcohol. Then he blurted that they immediately wrapped themselves up in whatever they could to trap the heat, and sure enough, his father copied him right away. Yuri told his father he's deeply grateful for trusting him, even when things got brutally hard. It hits him right in the heart. He can't stop wondering, can he really protect everyone he loves, even with the memories from his past life fueling him? He even starts to wonder what he'll do if he gets trapped in a dead end, and only a few months later, that exact problem is already blowing up in the capital. The boy blurts out that he's not sure they should even follow him, then straight up asks if they truly have to show up. Dad shrugs it off as just an intro ceremony, while Mom insists they have to be there on a day this huge. The man reassures him, telling him not to fret because everyone's going to roll in with their parents, and she jumps in that they'll back him up every step. Yuri grabs the moment and tells you, "I'll try, watch me. My father tells me that maybe, right here among these boys, there are the ones who'll become his friends down the line." He finally realizes a whole new chapter is roaring to life in his world. The kid's sure this newcomer is about to kick off training at the Night Watch Academy. Yuri points it out again. This is the Night Watch Academy, and he can't help himself, asking what on earth those two subjects even are. The father leans in and tells him, besides the Academy of Knighthood, there's a humanities school too, and then he shrugs like it's all one big thing just called school. He blurts that the Academy of Knighthood is for boys, while the School of Humanity is for girls. And then the boy snaps. In knighthood, boys train to become knights. But he never gets to finish the rest about the girls' school. Dad says the humanitarian university is built to train people for public service jobs. So yeah, that's why witches keep flocking there. Yuri blurts out in shock, "Wait, witches?" and demands they explain what they're talking about. Her father breaks it down. This term is for the royal family's civil servants, and that's why a humanitarian school exists, to train them right. Most kids come from rich families, but not Satsuki-san. He goes on to explain that the Academy of Kindhood drills military warfare, and the knight's title is basically their diploma, no title, no recognition, and no chance to step into battle. He adds that it's mostly knights' kids who flock there, but girls still show up too, and if they prove themselves, they can earn a shot to become knights for royal families. Yuri's father tells him, "You decide where you go, and if you don't want this, refuse right now." Then he swears that he and Yuri's mother will always back him, no matter which road he chooses. Yurko dreams of a path that takes zero effort, while his father just shrugs and insists he'll handle it just fine. He clocks every eye glued to his father, the fresh new head of the Who family, and blurts, "What's going on?" Then it hits him. Without Nietzsche's title protecting him, rumors are going to explode around him for sure. The moment he realizes the road ahead is packed with trouble, worry claws at his chest. Yuri's mom and dad beam at him, swear he'll crush everything he sets his mind to, and then they're told they have to wait in the next room, because Yuri is about to be brought out right now. Yuri bursts into the hall, and his parents immediately steady him, admitting they're terrified for him. They ask him to go ahead, and he nods, then thanks them like it's a favor he won't forget. He barges into the classroom and freezes in horror because the test has already started. He spots it. People are already turning in their work, and their answers pop up for everyone to see, and that shocks him. Because if the tests were meant to start at the same time, why does it feel like there are 0 time limits? The teacher snaps at him to sit down and promises, "I'll get everything ready right now," and Yuri nods and agrees. The boy's stunned when he realizes the tree isn't just decoration, it demands a whole list. Write his answer. Name the country. Pick a neighboring one. Solve a puzzle. Spread out the cardinal directions. Name the queen. Explain why Shiro wanted money. And even craft a phrase using Kuro, Shiro, and O. Yuri blinks at the tasks like, "Wait, that's it?" They feel way too easy, so he blurts out, "Then why did I waste 3 years studying with Satsuki-san?" He swears he's already done, and the teacher starts tearing into his work to check every detail. The teacher tells Yuri to head to the maximum room, then he can't help but wonder, is this another survey? And what the heck does maximum even mean? The teacher drops the bombshell that the exam is happening in a totally different classroom, and Yuri's eyes go wide with shock. The main character finally gets the whole picture and thinks the best move is to start by sizing everyone up at a glance, because that's when the real test will hit. The boy finally got the whole truth, and it all clicked at once. He's convinced that primary school as a real concept barely exists, which is exactly why so many people keep circling it. Some studied ancient languages, while others don't know a thing. He needed all that chaos to figure out who's at what level, and now it finally clicks why his father never explained it. Yuri clocks it instantly. Those people are thinning out, and so many didn't even hit the max score. It makes him wonder if the Academy of Chivalry just doesn't care about this kind of knowledge. That boy can't stop wondering when this whole thing finally kicks off. Then the teacher storms in, breathless, and apologizes for the delay. She says the real test kicks off right now. The girl calls him over and tells him to sit beside her, and Yuri immediately says yes. He clocks that she's blonde, and it throws him off immediately, because Carolina from the royal castle had the same golden hair, and now he can't stop wondering, is it really her? The teacher snaps his fingers and tells you to pass out the paper. Then the timer starts, and the moment the last grain of sand hits the hourglass, it's over. Yuri stares at the hourglass, unable to shake the crushing question in his mind. What is it really? He scrolls through tasks that baffle even him, military term explainers, detailed breakdowns of knights' moves, math and geometry problems, and history questions thrown in for good measure. The moment the boy realizes it, he knows no 10-year-old could ever handle these tasks. And then he's like, got it, I understand everything. And suddenly it all clicks in his head. The hero is convinced that nothing in this place has anything to do with the ancient Shan language. Yuri mutters under his breath in some ancient language, and when his teacher demands, speak up clearer, he shoots back a thought. If this question isn't even going to come up on the test, then all that grinding was for nothing. The boy finally got why Setsuki-san drilled this language into him, yet now he wouldn't need it at all. All that remained was to crush the task fast and be done with it. The main character declares, I'm already done. Even though the clock's still ticking, then shoots back, can I turn it in early, or is that strictly off limits? The teacher shuts him down with a hard no, but he knows there's no going back now. And the boy swears he pulled it off, clean and without a single problem. And with that, he announces he's leaving. Then the girl stares at him, completely stunned. The father leans in and demands, is this really all Hera's capable of? He fires back, saying he's got another title too, Spearmaster. Yurei turns to his dad and blurts, what are you doing? The opponent lets out a laugh and claims he got distracted. Then he leans in and says it's been forever since we last saw each other. The boy says, I haven't seen you in ages. And you can hear the relief in his voice. He's genuinely happy to run into you again. And then he remembers, we last met at the castle. He asks Yuri how the exam went and reminds him there's still an hour left. And Yuri says he thinks he did okay, though he's not convinced it was his best work. Harasan promises he'll meet his son soon and beg for friendship, warns that this kid is a total troublemaker unlike him, and tells Yuri to watch him closely. Then Yuri shoots back, all right, what's his name? The man introduces himself as Dora Godwin, and the main character instantly clocks it, fearing that if he really took after him, then the outlook is brutally grim. You tell your dad it's time to head home, and the crab blurts out, do we really have to? The boy snaps back, yeah, everything's done, and Mom's furious. She assumes she's been abandoned, so she heads out for a drink. But the man shuts that down, tells Yuri he's right, and pushes them to leave right now. They're saying the whole thing kicks off tomorrow. The husband tells her, today's road feels nothing like yesterday's. The father asks the boy if he really said the ceremony would be held in the royal castle, and the boy blurts out, so the queen's going to be there. To which his father nods and says, yeah, it's a super special event. The man leans in and asks why he's sighing, then shoots back, I never thought I'd end up disliking it. Yuri tells everyone straight up. He won't abandon his family, and he doesn't even plan on making friends. Dad tells me it'll be a piece of cake because he made friends with Shem, and that's proof he can do it again. The main character shoots back that she's the one exception the rules never expected. Mom sobs that she won't see him for a long time, and Yuriko freezes in shock. The hand is left wondering what it all means, since they aren't saying goodbye for good, and the son swears it's true once the chance hits. He'll rush back home straight away then. Mom presses, "Is that really it?" And Yuri nods, confirming everything. For the first time in his life, the hero finally managed to calm his mother, and now he refuses to let them down, pushing himself to try even harder than before. He never, not even once, saw it coming until a girl swung and slapped him. They're saying the opening ceremony is about to kick off right now. Everything kicks off inside the royal castle. Yuri and his family showed up at the Academy of Knighthood admission ceremony, and the nerves hit him hard. Then the officials asked if he was from the house family, and Yuri proudly confirmed it. The woman demanded a quick word with Yuri's father, and he agreed without hesitation. Yuri's mom's eyes widen when the talk suddenly lands on her son, and the man calmly confirms it. His father grabs his attention and orders him to go with this woman, promising she'll take him straight where he needs to be. Yuri blurts, "What happened?" And the father snaps back that everything's fine, then urges them to hurry, like trouble's already on the way. The boy finally got it. The girl insists it was her who brought him, so Yuri's stomach drops as he stares at the road, wondering where they're taking him, and knowing something is seriously off. He's suddenly told to step inside. The boy blurts, "Are you Yuri Go?" And the man nods. "Yeah, that's me." The woman grabs his attention and tells him, "Sit down." The main character spots Carol and immediately starts spiraling, asking himself what's about to go down and why he's the one they need here. They size each other up and introduce themselves. She's the director of the Isabeau Marmoset Humanitarian School, and he's the director of the Night Science Academy. His name is Labaro Rube. Yuri swears that Marmosa and Rub are the kind of name that carries weight. Marmosa rules the 7 families of witches, while Rub sits among the 5 knife families, just like him, guarding lands on the border with another country, and ranking first when it comes to military power. He recalls Satsuki-san's words that their families were friends. And now, he can't stop noticing Carol's eerie silence. Isabelle Marmoset says Carol Fullcharter and Yuri Howe are about to become the prefects, and they'll march in and represent the students to the queen. Stunned, the main character blurts out again, "Wait, are you sure I'm the real main one here?" She tells them there'll be a quick rehearsal before everything starts and warns that they'll have to remember a ton. The guy shoots back, asking if he's not going to be the second student after Carol. The Academy of Chivalry's director declares it, "Yuri will lead as the elder from their academy, and Miss Carol will step in to represent the School of Humanity." He says, "From now on, ask questions only after you get permission," and the guy's stunned. He blurts out, "Wait, didn't she already take the exam for the Night Watch Academy?" The woman snaps, "That's it." And with that, we're finally heading to the rehearsal. The teacher tells them, "First, memorize every phrase I gave you, then we'll start using them." And he realizes with a jolt that this is way more than he expected. He laid it all out: rise, bow, stride up to the podium with Carol, bow again to the crowd, climb onto the stage, swear the oath, kneel and kiss the queen's hand, then head back to his spot and bow once more to the audience. Yuri can't believe it. Carol remembers everything in the blink of an eye. He can't help but stare. Why is she smiling like that? Rage rips through the boy's chest because he can't learn it that fast. He snaps that he's ready to start rehearsing right now. But then suddenly, he feels sick. He's already wiped out, like he's exhausted before the ceremony even has the chance to begin. Carol tells him, dead serious, that he doesn't stand out at all, at least not in any way. Yuri's eyes widen, because the second she reacts, she starts firing insults like it's the only weapon she's got. He snaps, "What did I do to you?" And she shoots back, "What kind of manners do you even have?" Then she rages that he's making her look like a fool, all because he landed a better grade. The main character snaps to the realization that they're both trapped in the same room and demands why she picked the Academy of the Night Knights. Carol bursts out that she's graduating from 2 schools at the same time. Yuri finally got it. She regrets taking those exams, but she can't just go around representing the Academy of Knights. He even admits he didn't realize that was something anyone could do. Then he just leans in and tells her, "Good luck." The hero admits he never wanted to go anywhere. If he could have, he would have flat out dodged that oath. Carol snaps, furious, demanding to know if he has a conscience or if it's completely gone. She snaps at him, calling him a fool and absolute idiot. He's completely stunned because he can't figure out why she snapped like that. Yuri swears getting slapped by a girl on admission day is a total bad omen, because if his dad ever hears about it, he'll laugh his head off. And then the guy goes, "Wait, you're really the same Yuri, aren't you?" The boy introduces himself as Maero Gudenville and grins, saying he's happy to meet him. Then he snaps, "What happened to your cheek?" Yuri fires back, "I'm Yuri who," and can't believe he even knows his name. The man claims he's living a wild, unforgettable life. Then the hero snaps back, "Nope, you're just an ordinary guy." Maero insists that there's no way a regular person can rise up and become a representative. He remembered the slap he landed on her, and it hit him hard. He hadn't just hurt her, he shattered her pride. The main character swears he's barely changed since his old life, then slides through things with cunning tricks he learned before while secretly thinking he might not even deserve half of what she's sacrificing for him. So her anger at his attitude hits you like a punch, and yeah, he really needs to try seeing it from her side. A Jew insists that even the smartest minds don't always land success, and that people wise beyond their years aren't always singled out as outstanding. Maero Gudenville nods along and admits, "We don't know a thing yet." The boy nods and tells them, "We've still got everything waiting for us, right in front of us." The man blasts out that the opening ceremony is about to kick off, then demands everyone go silent like right now. He slams out the signal to start, and the representatives step forward, ready to take their oath. Ira's parents stare at her in awe, and her mom breaks into proud joy like, "Look at you grown up so wonderfully." The father points at the kid and snaps, "That's our son." The queen sinks onto the throne as the oath begins. Yuri swears the oath, and the moment it's done, he tells himself he's been waiting for this day for ages. No panic, just one job: get it done clean. If he blanks on something, he'll snap into action and improvise his way out. Then he blurts out that he'll study hard, then goes stone quiet, and just like that, the silence drifts over to Carol. She steps in and tells him she'll be right by his side, backing him up, but her words get stuck before she can finish. The boy's eyes widen with shock, but she just clamps her mouth shut and says nothing. He's stunned like, did Carol just blank on the song's lyrics? She keeps talking about support, then boom. She goes silent, and Yuri instantly clocks it. She's totally forgotten her speech. He's left stunned, wondering why she twisted her face like that, and she still remembers the moment she tried to hurt him. No hesitation, just pure spite. Carol's eyes spill over with tears, and Yuri whips around, stunned. Then he blurts that he saw her message too, reminding her of exactly what she sent. She nods, agrees without hesitation, and swears she'll hit the books day after day. Yuri thinks he finally cracked the fix, only for it to fall apart because he didn't get to finish the sentence. Maero asks if he's free to grab lunch together after all this, and whether it's convenient for him. He talks about Yuri so calmly, and when he answers, he shoots that idea down and apologizes right away, because he's got a promise to his family he can't break. The boy blurts out, "What a shame!" And right away, the heroes snap to it, because someone's calling out a name. The girl yells for Yuri to come over, and when he starts to refuse, he begs her to wait just a moment so he can say goodbye properly. Carol nods and agrees. The main character throws out a quick apology, tells him he needs to step away, and says it was great meeting him. Then Mayara answers, "Same here," and sends him off with all the best. Carol yanks him along by the hand, urging him to hurry. He insists he gets it all, then tells her, "Please don't pull me." Yura's totally lost, so she blurts, "What is this? What happened? And the girl instantly breaks into tears. She snaps that she felt insulted. She had gone up against him. And when she lost, it gutted her because she's sure he threw in one phrase that sent her off balance. She was blindsided. Then it hit her what she meant all along was shame. The boy figures she's trying to outshine him since she scored lower on the test, even though he secretly believes she's got more talent than he does. Paris says she wants to thank him, then he cuts in. So that's why you called me. She tells him she managed to finish her speech, then flashes him a grateful smile and thanks him. The girl blurts out that this is everything she's been dying to say, and Yura pleads, just stay a little longer, one more moment. He swears he never meant to hurt her feelings, and insists he didn't treat her like she deserved. She snaps that his lack of knightly honor makes him unforgivable, and she's convinced it's humiliating for a future ruler to get beaten by someone like him. The boy thinks that if she's the ruler, every vassal should bow and swear loyalty, so he can't wrap his head around why she's even sparring with people beneath her rank. In his mind, the real ruler should be unbeatable, smarter than everyone else. So, does Yuri really not get her? She just shrugs and says she doesn't want to lose no matter what. She slaps him with the title scoundrel and snaps that she'll be even worse herself, and he just laughs along, saying he doesn't care about the exams, so he tells her to give it a shot. So, tell me why he's so sure she'll never beat him? He tells her not to worry. He won't lift a finger, not even once. But as she fights back, he says it's only going to pile more trouble onto his head, and he adds, with zero hesitation, that he's going to find a way around it. The girl shrieks at him, spits stupid and senseless like insults or bullets, and then tells him she already regrets ever thanking him. She's telling him, loud and clear, I'm not backing down, and he vows, with total certainty, that he'll never, ever lose. He can't stop thinking about the absolute chaos the ceremony has dragged into his life. The very next morning, inside the Howe family's home, everything felt charged and ready to explode. GM leans in and demands, Yuri, is it true you're really leaving? She tells him she'll miss him, and he fires back that they'll meet again soon. Then Shoneva leans in and says, from Earth to the moon is basically right next to it. And the guy grins starting next year. She'll be studying too. The boy leans in and promises her a task. She tells the world, as long as I keep thinking, loneliness can't touch me. The girl swears she'll keep her promise. Sham doesn't hesitate. He agrees to wait. The man blurts out that he's already packed everything, and now he just needs to deal with it. Fast. He can't carry it all at once, so he starts plotting how to hide it for a while. The young man swears nobody's touching it. Then boom, my arrow rockets straight at him and calls out his name midair. The man straight up says Yuri's locked in deep thought. The hero greets my arrow and sheepishly admits he had no clue where to register or where to stash his stuff. Then the guy reveals the belongings were meant to be shipped ahead and offers to guide him step by step. Yuri is left totally stunned. The boy jumps in to carry the stuff, but the young man's gut screams something's wrong. His father hasn't sent a single item, and that silence feels deadly. My arrow points eep, the hostels close. Yuri grins, thanks him, and yells, come on, let's go. The hero leans in and asks if they're all right. Then the boy admits he's having a rough time, and the girl yells, next. The man strides up and introduces himself. Yuri Ho. They told him his first number is on the second floor, then ordered him to use the safe in the personal belongings storage room. Miro grins and tells the main character he's got another room. Then the guy jokes, you're lucky, because, yeah, they're neighbors. He pulls him close and thanks him for everything, saying he's been insanely helpful to him. The guy sneers that only fresh recruits get to stay in this dorm, and then says he'll be thrilled to handle Yuri for the next 15 years. Yuri just smiles back, saying he'll be just as pleased. The main character thinks Myro Gudenvilher of one of the 7 great witch families is a legit good guy, and they're sure they can click and become friends. Yuri assumes it's his roommate, greets him, and introduces himself. Then he freezes, because he can't figure out why the guy is coming at him with full-on rage. They lean in and tell him, right to his face, how thrilled they are to finally meet him. He shoots back, I didn't hear a thing. A heavy silence slammed into the room, charged with pure excitement and biting uncertainty. The neighbor snapped his fingers with a sharp crack, shattering the long silence and yanking the newcomer's attention straight to him. Yuri narrowed his eyes, studying his neighbor's face like it held a clue, trying to figure out who this rude young man really was. He gathered his courage, grabbed his stuff, and strode up to the locker. His name was carved into the door so beautifully it felt like the world was daring him to start a whole new chapter. The boy didn't want anything to do with the new neighbor, so he kept his distance on purpose, guarding his independence and snapping a clear boundary around his personal space. Annoyance started to boil in him as the young man kept hovering and staring, and he couldn't stop asking how much longer this creepy, silent watch crashing his space and ruining his peace would go on. With Mario, it was a totally different story. Yuri was already convinced fate had his back, steering him exactly where he needed to go. Then, he slammed the decision in place, bolted out of the room, and started roaming the brand new dorm space, pushing to adapt fast to every strange, unfamiliar corner. He already had 3 diaries stuffed in his bag, all written in Japanese, so he figured if anyone stumbled on even one, trouble would start instantly, and he'd be suspected right away. That's why he locked up the 2 he'd already written. He gently shut the cabinet doors, slid the key into the lock, and snapped it shut tight, locking everything away so his stuff stayed safe and sound. Then he strolled up to his bed like nothing was going on, while his neighbor fixed him with a sharp, curious stare, watching every move like they were trying to crack the plan. He snatched a free table and quietly set his favorite diary and inkwell down, ready to spill every new thought and fresh impression that had been piling up for days. Suddenly, the room's silence shattered as the neighbor's sharp voice cut in, and he kept pressing the young man for answers, enunciating every word like it mattered, because he genuinely wanted to know what really happened. With a stern glare, he demanded to know who exactly gave permission to sit at this table, then made it crystal clear that messing with the order pisses him off, and he will not tolerate a single violation. Yuri shot his neighbor a cold, disdainful stare, desperate to figure out why this hidden rage had exploded, driving him to lash out sharply and openly flaunt his disgust. But he reminded me, there are only 2 tables, someone's stuff is hogging the second one. Then he asked, can I sit at the free one? And I let him. Here's the deal, everything hinged on one rule. We couldn't touch the furniture without the neighbor's okay, so we had to line up every single move and carry the extra responsibility that came with it. Yuri froze in shock, shame, and disbelief crashing through him as the words from the other guy turned a simple act, ditching his stuff, into a non-stop demand for the room's main person's permission. The boy politely asked for the new acquaintance's name, and that tiny question instantly lit a fuse in him, tanking his mood right there in the middle of the conversation. Yuri jumped in right away, admitting he'd mistaken him for someone of noble blood, then politely urged him to keep his voice down so no fights broke out and no useless noise stirred up trouble. Even the neighbor stressed it hard. Don't get drunk on your own authority. No matter how high your rank is, you can't run wild, dodge oversight, or break the dorm rules. Yuri was once again wrestling to find the right words, trying to keep himself from escalating things and hold on to a calm relationship with that aggravating kid. He pushed the idea of bringing in a third person and demanded an open, no-holds-barred talk to strike a compromise, something that would keep both sides happy and let them live together in peace. But that neighbor stonewalled him, and Yuri's anger snapped like a wire because the other housemates refused to even admit what was going on and wouldn't try to cool things down or solve the conflict peacefully. She introduced herself as Dora Godwin right away, making it crystal clear she wasn't here to blend in. She wanted space, and she wanted her importance felt. Yuri's eyes widened, because the son of Garagodfin was suddenly standing right in front of him. Right then, a jolt of excitement and anxiety hit him at once. He'd always known this was a bad person, but imagining them living next door for 15 years still felt unreal. The young man swallowed his nerves, told the father what he'd heard, and tiptoed around the real question. Did Dory himself know about their connection? Because he had to know just how much Dory knew. and what kind of storm this secret could unleash. The neighbor looked confused and asked why any of this mattered at all, then claimed the father just praised the boy and it basically inflated his confidence. So Yuri fired back that it was the exact opposite, because he couldn't even fathom what he'd gotten himself into. Dora suddenly yanked the ink off the table, seethed with irritation, and snapped at her interlocutor, calling him a nerd, fuming that he was too full of himself about his abilities and achievements. The young man blared that this place was built for future true knights, ones willing to throw themselves on the line to protect their homeland, and that's exactly why he stormed in here to learn it. The boy said, eyes locked forward, that beating the enemy didn't take pen or paper. What you needed was a dependable spear, a razor-sharp sword, a rock-solid shield, and strength that wouldn't break. And I'm not buying that Yuri didn't belong just because he'd stacked up big wins. He treated those achievements like they meant nothing, and he refused to see Yuri as his equal. The offended boy kept pressing his opponent, demanding he finally speak up, either straight out admit he's scared of the fight coming, or admit he's too embarrassed to say his side out loud. With fury blazing in his chest, the boy shot his hand out and snatched the book off the table so fast he didn't even register. He just grabbed something that wasn't meant for. Squawk it. Sprout us. Eyes. Yuri was left speechless as the audacity hit him full force, emotions crashing hard while he watched everything spin out of control, fast then slam onto a whole new path. Dora flashed a disdainful smile and blurted that the book was brought just for training, then snapped back hard when the crowd shot her down and ordered her, firmly and immediately, never to touch it again. The outraged neighbor exploded into loud shouts, stunned by what the guest pulled, and demanded an instant explanation of who he thought he was to show up with that kind of audacity and familiarity. Yuri begged, voice cracking, to get the invaluable book back, swearing it's the most precious thing in the world to him. Dora stared at him, totally stunned and confused, like she was thinking, what's the point of giving orders if you can't even prove you've got the backbone to stand on your own and claim a real place? Rage surged in the boy as he yanked the valuable book and slammed it onto the filthy wooden floor, ignoring Yuri's hurt without a second thought. Then he unleashed heavy boots and ruthlessly stomped the poor book until that once valuable manuscript got shredded into torn paper, with the cover finally snapping apart. Yuri fought to hold his fury back, crushed by agony and despair as he watched the artifact he loved get obliterated, unable to stop it. Panic and rage slammed into him, because after 10 years of building everything he knew, it all could vanish in an instant along with the one book that had become part of his soul. Yuri shot Dora a sarcastic look, basically asking, do I look like a dog that can't understand humans? Like, sure. The Dora would answer the same way. Yuri joked that if he really was only a barking dog, maybe he should also bite and attack, and right on cue, Dora exploded into action. The boy snapped into action one blazing move. He shut down the neighbor's attack, stripped him of his grip in seconds, and made it crystal clear he'd defend himself and protect his pride. With one sharp, perfect move, he slammed his opponent onto their back on the cold wooden floor, and the whole room felt like it tightened at once. Pure pressure, pure drama, and you could tell everything burning inside them was about to explode. Rage swallowed Yuri whole. He tore into Dora, kicking her hard and slamming her into the room's walls, like he was trying to beat the tormentor back into that cursed stone. Meanwhile, Dora stood there in stunned silence, staring like she'd seen the impossible, because she never, ever thought a calm student could flip the switch and turn into a real fighter. Rage consumed Yuri, and he didn't slow down. He blasted out powerful kicks, dumping every ounce of pent-up anger and frustration until the fight spiraled harder and the stakes got even more dangerous. With Dora writhing in unbearable pain and crushing humiliation, he unleashed a cruel but right sentence that completely broke the enemy, left tangled in a whirlpool of agony and total moral defeat. Suddenly, a sharp instinct hit Yuri. He froze mid-fight, slammed the brakes on those destructive blows, and snapped back into clear focus, locking his emotions under control. He stared at his beaten opponent with icy intensity, then calmly asked, Did you really start this on purpose, knowing full well what it could cost you? Sensing danger, Dora snapped the criticism to a halt, on the spot calling the newcomer a complete fool and barking an order for him to stop his verbal assault immediately. Swamped by pure injustice, Yuri snapped and swung again, ignoring the warnings, turning one mistake into a full-blown disaster and birthing even worse problems. He stared down coldly and snapped, demanding they stop the nonsense and answer one clear question. Did he kick off this whole conflict? Yes or no? Dora clenched her teeth, snapped out the truth that the winner was right, and grimly admitted he was the one who kicked off this fight because fate pushed him in, and she caved to her own weakness. Yuri slammed him in the face again and demanded to know what he meant when he said he was ready. Then Yuri reminded him he'd already been warned how crucial this book was to him, and he made it clear, answer him straight. Politely, no games. Dora once again admitted he was guilty, and Yuri, seething, stared down the beaten opponent, then growled, asking whether the victor was allowed to finish the duel with his death. Worn out from the beating and crushed by the moral weight, Dora finally buckled, then fainted hard and hit the floor. Then tap, tap. Someone knocked softly on the door, and Yuri, tossing his recent adventure out of his head, hurried over, yanked it open, and froze. There stood a wise mentor, right on time. Before she could even open the door, the woman unfolded a heartbreaking picture showing a boy sprawled there, pale and filthy, his clothes soaked in blood, his face drained with exhaustion and pure moral despair. Panic clawed at the teacher's chest as they rushed up to the child, yelling for them to lock in, breathe, and get their composure back. Shaken by what just happened, she snapped at the nearest student to sprint to the nurse's office and grab a doctor right now to save the injured person. Yuri grabbed her attention and pleaded for calm, insisting nothing major had happened. Dora had just zoned out for a second, and any wild moves would only make it worse. So they needed to sit tight and wait for the doctor. The teacher fixed the teenager with a hard stare, then snapped what started the whole altercation and how the fight ever blew up in the first place. Yuri insisted he never started a fight. Dora swung first, and it left him no choice but to defend himself and fight back. She wasn't buying it. She demanded more details. And the guy snapped back that he'd already spilled everything and there was nothing else he could add. The teacher stared him down, and on the teen's face there wasn't a single shred of regret or guilt, no flicker of inner pain, no sign that he was suffering at all. Yura realized the mentor was about to get hit with the same sting, forced to swallow the guilt, own what happened, and fix her mistakes that sparked the whole conflict. She told him that once she started shoving students into rooms, she marched him into the one with a vicious dog so dangerous it was no joke. The young man snapped that the same dog came at him again, slashing with its paws, and if he hadn't fought back, this could have turned into something way darker and far more tragic. The boy said with zero hesitation that in a moment like that he just couldn't feel guilt because the mentor was trying to force it on him so the blame would slide off and land on him instead. The teacher slammed the news down, everything else was delayed, then urged him, right there and then, to rush home and tell his parents every single thing that happened. Yuri yanked his things into the bag, snapped his focus away from the tense air, and bolted out of that stuffy room, speeding up as he went. As he was already rushing toward the exit, Mayuro quietly yanked him back, stopped him in his tracks, and begged him to stay a little longer to talk about something crucial and soak up the hard-earned advice of a trusted friend. One of his friends spotted a thin trickle of blood on his face and barked at him to wipe it off fast, reminding him that showing up before others looking like that was totally not acceptable. Yuri offered a heartfelt apology for the hassle, then made it clear this wasn't something worth extra fussing over, and it wouldn't derail what happens next. The students bolted to the nearest water source to cool down, scrub off every trace of what just happened, and keep their pride and composure intact. Mayaro dipped her hands into the bucket and scooped up water with tender care, then poured it over her friend's hands, rinsing off every last bit of dirt and the evidence of their struggle. Yuri said, voice heavy with sadness, that they'd only had a few days together. Then fate slammed the door shut, forcing them to separate and leaving a bitter emptiness and a knot of anxiety in their hearts. He straight up admitted he never ever saw it coming, that he'd get kicked out of school for a ridiculous reason, especially with how blatantly unfair the whole thing was. Myrtle shot down the idea of exclusion on the spot, telling her friend that a plain old boy's squabble couldn't possibly spiral into something this serious, and she was dead certain it would all work out. Yuri answered with a warm yes, and that sudden rush of hope and support from his friend instantly loosened the grip of a brutal day like he could finally breathe again. This young man is sure Mayaro is the real deal, kind, caring, and always watching out for his friends, pushing them to stay calm even when things get brutal. Meanwhile, the Gao family's huge mansion loomed over everything, swallowing the whole world in its silence. Yuri instinctively tucked his injured arm behind his back, heart pounding as he fretted over how his relatives, watching every move, would react. His mother met him with a cold, stern stare, her disappointment and pain hitting like a verdict, watching his failure like she could feel it in his bones, until it crushed him from the inside out. Her grip on his attention tightened as she insisted no games, show me your hands, demanding proof that he was hurt-free and that there wasn't a trace of violence to scare her. The father tried to calm everything down, then gently told his wife it was just one of those ordinary school fights. No reason to panic at all. But the no-nonsense Azui snapped at her husband, cutting him off mid-sentence, barking for him to shut up and wait while she took over and figured everything out herself. Mom leaned in, stared him down, and asked point-blank if it was true he'd gotten into a fight with a classmate named Dora. Yuri nodded, unsure but accepting the accusation, then sat in tense silence, holding his breath as the court moved on, bracing for brutal questions and whatever fallout came next. Rage flared across the mother's face as she snapped her arm up and slammed her fist into her son's head, making it painfully clear she was done with him. Mom was convinced that when two people argued, nobody got a free pass. Both were at fault, and both had to own what they did. Suzuya figured that if the boys shared even simple personality quirks, like how they loved to argue, then they'd finally hit on the same wavelength, break the ice, and turn strangers into friends, no matter how different they started out. She told her son to make peace with his rival the moment he got back to school, even though the whole fight's reasons and the hurt of the other side didn't matter. And Yuri couldn't wrap his head around what kind of upbringing that was supposed to be. Realizing that fighting back was pointless, he finally caved and accepted his parents' terms, desperate to end that nasty argument fast and keep the peace at home before another blow-up started. Several hours fly by. The next day crashes in, and you're heading back to the dorm. The driver waved the young passenger goodbye and wished him success in everything ahead, plus a bright, happy future. Yuri already knew from his parents' stories that Horan didn't care much about him, barely lifted a finger for his upbringing, didn't even try to connect, so a cold psychological distance formed between them. Dora froze at the building's entrance, eyes locked on her classmate as he closed in, because ever since that event, he wasn't the same anymore. Yuri froze when he spotted a boy standing by the door, totally thrown off. Why was he waiting for him? And why did his sworn rival show up early like this? Seeing her old rival show up, Dora snapped upright, lifted her chin like a queen, and declared with steel in her voice that she'd never lost the fight for her honor and dignity. He said it with total confidence. This showdown between them is only getting started, and the open conflict will keep raging as he pushes to claw back every lost position in power. Yuri calmly asked if he felt like a failure, and if he didn't, then what counted as his own defeat. Albi finally confessed it was him who lost this fight. Dora snapped that this was only the opening chapter, told them to get ready for what's coming and to brace themselves for the next round of this brutal fight. Even though Yuri wanted to end the argument, the other guy wouldn't back down. He was sure the next time they clashed, he'd finally crush him for good. Dora sneered and asked if he was really about to bolt from the battlefield, calling it the only way he could defend his honor and dignity by running instead of facing the fight head-on. Yuri didn't hold back. Real combat would have pushed the enemy out of the arena for good, wiping them out so completely they'd be gone, broken, and with zero chance left to fight back. For him, Fighting was pure survival, and messing around with the competition only tangled his road to victory, so that dream of first place felt almost unreachable. Yuri said, dead confident, that this plan is doomed. He claimed his chances of winning are basically zero, because the strategy's flaws are glaring. With determination blazing in her eyes, Dora said, "This time, I'm trying again. I trained for it." And her opponent fired back, reminding her that fleeing never solves anything. Yuri told him, "Don't pour your energy into hatred and old grudges. Use it to grow, sharpen yourself, and build the skills that actually matter." Dora blared that she'd never tolerate that kind of betrayal, then snapped at Yuri not to underestimate the power and ambition of his opponent. Meanwhile, he slipped into his room and slammed the door shut, trying to block out the chaos and non-stop noise of student life. Yuri scanned the room, and the old floor was gone, replaced with fresh new flooring. Yet the broken inkwell still sat exactly where it always did, like nobody had truly moved in. Then bam! A huge bronze bell blasted like thunder, calling it lunchtime, and the students surged into the communal dining hall, practically starving to get their hands on that mouth-watering food. Suddenly, the teacher shouted that to graduate from the academy, you've got to rack up 300 points, and then he insisted you double-check everything on the bulletin board to make sure it's legit. Yuri instantly clocked the math. Half of the 300 points got locked up by the mandatory final exam subjects, and the physical fitness assessment grabbed about a third more. Picking the right subjects mattered more than anything. Some lessons, like how to care for royal eagles, were locked away for only the chosen few, the ones with rare gifts and a natural pull for the work. The 150 points Yuri still racked up from familiar subjects like math, history, and languages, plus a special ancient Shan course he studied on top of everything else, somehow felt like the warm-up, because one last subject was the one that truly hooked him. Kura's language right there in the curriculum, and the young man couldn't believe his eyes. I mean, when you learn the tongue of a possible enemy, you don't just study. You gain a war-level advantage and become a priceless asset to your state, armed with secrets before anyone else even realizes. The teacher laid it out plain. Today they'd run a test, and if you won it out, you could take it and score ones in place of mandatory subjects, so anyone thinking those classes were useless could prove it. She told him to follow her orders to the letter, then left it at that. And Yuri couldn't believe his luck. 3 years of classes with Satsuki-san finally paid off. After he sincerely thanked his mentor, he still grumbled about one problem: learning the complex Shan language was brutal, demanding insane focus and non-stop effort just to keep up. The young man dove headfirst into every urgent task of the day, moving one after another while smartly slicing his energy and time just right. For ages, the outside world has been swallowed in a crushing, endless darkness. Yuri's stomach rumbled like a warning bell, begging for food and loudly reminding him, yeah, he hadn't eaten. He knew the whole day was nothing but nail-biting inspections, and it thrilled him because the results hit, and the workload got chopped down to a perfect 40% of the original. Suddenly, the boy spotted Mayaro standing off to the side, quietly waiting and staring at him with curious eyes, like she couldn't wait to talk again. He leaned in with a polite request, asking if he could sit next to her, staying courteous, reading the room, and making sure he didn't cross into his friend's personal space. Mayaro swept his hand toward the empty seat and warmly invited his friend to sit beside him, and Yuri genuinely thanked him for the care and kindness he showed. At first, he admitted that hearing 300 units scared the life out of him. Then it hit him. This system was actually a brilliant idea. After that, he leaned toward his friend and asked, "So were you released too?" And his friend shot back, "Yeah, but only after 93. Yuri was genuinely blown away by his friend's success. That was truly incredible. And he admitted he never even dreamed his friend could master the study material that well. Miro grilled Yuri about his test results, fully expecting grades that screamed success, and Yuri shot back, "I got 120 points. His friend just froze in pure awe, eyes blazing wide, the moment he saw the results. And when he realized those numbers smashed every expectation, shock and exhilaration hit him at the same time. Miro admitted he'd been studying ahead of time, and if that means he can wrap things up faster, then that's a total win. Yuri nodded like always, because getting through lessons at the evening academy takes forever. That's why their training lasts around 7 years, because they don't just drill theory, they train in combat too. If everything goes perfectly, they're done by the time they're 17. Miro shot down the whole thing, furious that the graduation kept getting pushed back, because that final exam, the one that decided whether he earned his place that night, was only handed to him when he turned 20. On top of everything else, they often ship these young specialists straight to the front lines, where real battles smash them into shape, forge their character, and sharpen their skills fast. At a humanitarian university, you can blaze through your studies insanely fast because there's a strict system. Graduate earlier and you score better, unlike the Academy of Knights, which is on a whole different level. Yura stared in disbelief at how much his friend knew. And then, he couldn't help himself, firing off a curious question. Where did all that crazy info come from? Myra paused, stuck on how to say this. If you're raised by real wizards, that kind of knowledge comes easy and natural, like breathing, and for them, it's just normal. His family sits among the 7 most legendary wizard clans back in the old days. Wizards were meant to serve the king, like his hands and feet, but truth is, they kept using their powers their own way, even trampling the law. Mayero broke it down with a brutal example. If they trust someone to handle ships, they quietly hire dock workers to steal vessels from other countries. And you can't stop it, because the people meant to keep order don't just look away. They let the theft happen and even push others to pay bribes, so the money keeps getting poured back into your wallet, and the grind suddenly feels effortless. Just follow the secret, unwritten rules of the system. Yuri got that. Stevedores are just folks who unload ships, doing the same grind every day, but seeing them deal with all that grime and filth makes the whole profession look way worse than it should. Every country's got corruption, but that doesn't automatically make it evil. The real problem? If the 7 most powerful wizard families have clung to power for this long, then nobody ever truly fought the rot, and those families are so deep in it, they're basically drowning in it. Mayaro spilled that his family runs real estate like a machine, owning massive land plots and raising fancy luxury buildings. Yet they'll only sell to aristocrats, shutting out the rest of the people and cashing in on inequality because their privilege is untouchable. Yuri clocked that Mayaro was giving off a bad vibe about it. Maybe because he was a boy and his friend was convinced his family was way cooler, since in the future his buddy was supposed to take over as head of the family. That same comrade felt the weight of being the wealthy family's heir and daydreamed about trading all that pressure for a life devoted to something completely different. They asked if his friend was really okay, and Mayaro nearly choked because that surname is usually tied to power and money, not casual choices. Yet in the end, they couldn't sway what the kid decided. He figured his friend was already tangled up in the family drama. So he blurted in shock, "Tell me, isn't all that education just prepping you to run the family business, build the family name, and step into your parents' power and influence?" Yuri boldly told his cousins he'd step aside from being the head of the family, no fight, no hesitation, because the real prize for him is his passion, tending the plants and animals on the farm, where everything finally clicks into peace and he feels genuinely fulfilled. Mayaro was certain his friend had everything it takes to lead: responsibility, rock-solid confidence, and sharp foresight, so he'd be the perfect pick to become the family head, keep the family safe, and drive them toward even greater wealth and glory. Yuri adored his calm, perfectly measured routine, but he couldn't help wondering that if he ever met a genuinely great girl for something real, his whole world could flip overnight, and he'd have no clue what would hit next. Maybe, just maybe, he'd end up the main character himself. A young man leaned in and told his friend to check the class schedule, then really lock in on the group activities so they could stay together more, build their bond stronger, and learn a lot more through sharing experiences. Yuri snatched the day off and was about to wander the capital streets when boom, he spotted a mass of students rushing toward the nearest university cafeteria, all yanked in by the mouth-watering smell of food. Yuri stepped forward, head full of thoughts. And then bam, Carol flashed into view from the corner of his eye, radiating confidence and charm so hard that every head turned toward her. When he spotted her in men's clothes, curiosity hit like lightning. Why would this girl disguise herself as a boy and show up like that among the students? Carolina's whole vibe snapped. Severity, anxiety, and raw tension flared in her eyes, throwing her off balance and forcing her to switch into a crisp, formal, businesslike voice. Yuri snapped into focus and decided to step back, leaving the girl alone felt necessary, because getting involved right now would have been the wrong move, and it could have turned dangerous fast. The young man decided to leave Carol in peace and kept roaming through the city, never once breaking her moment. Then Yuri decided to hit the market, bright windows blazing, fresh produce spilling out that mouth-watering smell, and the crowd's buzzing energy pulling him in like a magnet. He realized the capital wasn't just standing there. It was bursting with life, with people everywhere, non-stop movement and laughter and chatter filling the air. The young man knew that wearing his uniform would scream, "Look at me!" So he ditched it. Fast-changing clothes was the smartest move to avoid unnecessary attention. Then the boy chose to slip into the city's dark alleys, streetlights dimming, crowds thinning out, and every sound draining away until the whole place swallowed him in silence and mystery. He spun around and immediately realized he'd been dropped in a place he'd never seen before. Yuri couldn't believe it. Locals were cracking open drinks right from lunchtime. Then the man lunged into a fight, and the young man instantly felt swallowed by that brutal energy. He couldn't handle scenes like this, so he decided to back off and keep away for good. Soon, Yuri heard a blood-curdling female scream ringing from nearby. The man barked for the girl to stay put and clamped onto her like she couldn't breathe. And when the young man finally locked eyes with the captive, his heart sank, because it was Carol. It all went down under the ruthless control of the bandit leader. Carol pleads for rescue and screams for help. But from their upstairs windows, people just stare, too scared to step in, only trading nervous whispers behind the glass. One of those men slammed a fist into her face, hard. He snapped at Carol to shut up right away. Irritation sparked in him every time the little girl's noise cut through the air, until his patience snapped, and he barked at his men to tie the child up tight and shut her up. Suddenly, the man locked eyes with us, like he'd just spotted something huge that we couldn't see. He immediately clocked her flowing, luxurious golden hair. He snapped, "Are you really royal?" and stared at her face like it might betray a lie, hunting any resemblance. Even other kidnappers couldn't believe their luck. Respectable people were walking right nearby, and dread clawed at them, as they wondered what brutal punishment would hit them for snatching someone this important. Yuri truly believed Carol was digging her own trouble. He couldn't wrap his head around why she'd come here alone, risking everything and pulling everyone else into the mess. He clocked that the kidnappers were hesitating for a reason, and his mind raced. Were they grabbing anyone? Or was their target locked on this girl? He even thought it'd be perfect if they bolted as soon as they realized who she was. But then a gut-churning dread hit him, because one of them felt wrong. The moment the bandits spotted him, they barked that he should scram, but the boy shot back, "This girl is my servant. Are you really trying to kidnap her?" The men gasped when they heard Carol was his servant, then leaned in, hungry for answers, and demanded to know when the ransom money was coming. Yuri told them his parents would cough up the ransom, but warned they'd be freaking out, because he knew 3 measly robbers couldn't possibly stand a chance against anything. But the real star of the group wasn't who anyone expected. It was someone totally different, and their perspective hit like a whole new light bulb. From his angle, the young man clocked it instantly. This wasn't just any fighter, it was a former soldier, and he'd seen that same dead-eyed stare in his own family. Cold, lifeless, and nightmare-level terrifying. The man strode up to him with total certainty, closed the distance until their chests almost collided, and stared him down with a hard, stern glare from beneath heavy brows. He snapped a razor-sharp knife up and jammed it against the young man's neck, so tight the blade nearly kissed his skin, and he gripped it like he was seconds away from a fatal strike. He couldn't stop wondering who this mysterious girl really was. Yuri made it crystal clear. If he tells the truth, the kidnappers promised they won't kill him. With a grim look, the man snapped that they were still taking the girl with them, because her fate hinged on whether his words were true, even if the final call would still land in their leader's hands. Yuri immediately pushed the idea of bringing him along, telling them the criminals would demand double the ransom, boosting their odds of snagging a huge payday. The leader smirked like he instantly clocked the guy's plan, but he didn't give away a single thing about what he really had in mind. The man leaned in and said we'd see if those promised riches could be pulled off, then shrugged it off like, for now, we're sticking to the plan. Suddenly, one of the robbers snapped and started pummeling the captive, raining down brutal blows until the air itself felt like it hurt. Carol tried to blurt out her fear and fury, but before the words even formed, a sharp shout cracked the air. Then a stern command hit. Stay silent. Watch everything. The kidnapper snapped, screaming that he dragged the truth back up again, who she really was, and he demanded Yura speak the truth, because if she didn't, things were about to get brutally worse. The boy shot out a quick lie, claiming he didn't know and had already forgotten. Then he started twisting his words like smoke, hoping to baffle the person across from him. Other kidnappers roared in fury, demanding they stop the torment right now. The leader calmly commanded his men to split the two detainees and interrogate them one by one, digging up every detail of how they met and figuring out exactly what each one is going to do in the chaos about to hit. The kidnappers spread the boy's personal stuff across the table and scrutinized every tiny item like it might be hiding a clue, something worth stealing, or documents that could expose his family or his situation. Right in the middle of everything, the leader's eyes snapped to a key on the table, and the weird engraving on it looked eerily like the coat of arms of a powerful noble family. He snapped into a guess this key had to be How family, which meant the girl was likely one of their own, and there was a real chance she carried serious weight in the aristocracy. Yuri said he got it all in seconds, and then added that the girl was the manager's daughter Sham. Hal swallowed hard and mentally apologized to Sham because he had no other option. The leader had already heard the Go family had a daughter, but he also knew one thing for sure. Blonde hair had always been treated like a royal seal of belonging. Yuri leaned in and said her ancestors were nobility, like royal blood runs straight through her veins, and she knew one wrong move right now could get them both killed. The offender chose to nod along for the moment, swallowing the disagreement and pretending to agree for now. Then, in a flash, he snatched Carol by her long blonde hair, snapped at the young man not to play him for a fool, and ordered her to spill the entire truth. No lies, no sugarcoating, and even then, he still couldn't let it go. He had to find out if that girl truly inherited nothing but blood from her ancestors. Yuri blared that every word was the absolute truth, then kept badgering the commander to check it himself by digging through the signs and paperwork that proved where the captive really came from. The bandit barked threats, slammed the rules down. Yuri wasn't allowed to lie and swore he'd haul her straight to the castle so the local authorities could dig out the whole truth. The young man swore up and down he was telling the straight truth, then slammed the detail home. The girl was the daughter of the former head of the Go house. The leader suddenly stopped cold, then burst into loud, reckless laughter. He never saw it coming. Fate yanked him into a meeting with the daughter of the powerful head of the Hukalampa. Yuri blinked in shock, wondering if this guy really knew the head of that hellish family. Then the man bowed his head, apologized, and begged him not to be offended. But everything changed, because even when he fought like a hero, he still got swallowed by the shadows, and his stomach growled like crazy. He was starving. The leader barked an order and made the boys sit perfectly still, not a peep. As he stormed out, he snarled that he'd personally tear apart every word, then barked at the other bandits to keep a tight leash on the captives. No escape, no resistance, not even a second of hope. Carol slumped on the cold wooden floor and sobbed like her heart was breaking, pressing her face into the planks as terror and total helplessness crushed her. The heavy wooden door slammed shut behind the last guard, and Yuri spun to the girl, blurting a tight whisper fast like he had to catch her before it was too late. He shot a quick whisper to her, urging her onto all fours as carefully as she could, so nobody would ever catch on. The young man finally exhaled, because the bandit leader had hauled himself far off, and that terrifying monster was nowhere near anymore. So, for the first time, real hope flickered that he might actually get out of here alive. Yuri bowed in true sincerity, apologized for using her to climb up, and promised her right then that he'd free her too. He leaned in and asked her, softly but urgently, to inch her hands closer so he could carefully slip her free from the ropes. He told me he always keeps a small knife on him for moments like this, and in the end, it saved the day. Carol couldn't believe he helped her. Like, if he'd just slipped away earlier, he'd already be gone and safe, far from the danger and the risk of ending up a hostage. Yuri admitted they'd been in each other's lives forever, and then confessed the truth. He's the one who ignored the surveillance, so he couldn't warn her in time. And now he has to fix it by trading away his own freedom. And just like that, the girl got kidnapped. So the boy kept praying the guards would clock her missing, launch a full search, and rip every captive out before it was too late. The young man leaned in and said, I grew up in a family of warriors. I know that even a failed ransom attempt could stain Carol's name. The girl's voice cracked with disappointment as she admitted she now feels guilty for shaming the Ho family's honor. She truly regrets it, and she rushes to apologize to us. She clenched her hands so hard, it felt like she could squeeze the fear right out of it. Carol thought her brutal training would carry her through, but the screams tore through her nerves, freezing her in place, and for the first time in her life, real fear crushed her. Every time she leaned toward the castle window, the world outside hit her like a masterpiece, pure beauty frozen on canvas. She never bothered to look at him differently. She chased surface beauty, missed the quiet threats lurking behind that fake calm, and let danger slip right past her. Carol couldn't wrap her head around how Yuri stayed unshaken in the middle of all that chaos, calm, steady, and sharp enough to clock every detail as it unfolded. She leaned in and asked, half hoping and half panicking, aren't you scared at all? Don't you feel any fear? Because with a situation this dangerous, it looked like he'd basically trapped himself into being the real victim of his own choices. The girl couldn't shake the bandit leader's icy stare, cruelty and ruthless cunning spilling from it like a threat. This memory has burned itself into my mind, and it still drags real horror up from the depths of my soul. Yuri finally clocked it. Carol was still a kid, and she didn't have a clue how messy this really was. So he stalled for a second, then carefully chose his words, offering her support and the right advice. He fumbled for the right words to comfort him, then realized, too late, that he'd never once helped anyone survive stress or fear, and he had zero clue how to handle moments like this. Remembering his father's wise words, the young man spoke softly. Training isn't even close to real life, and the truth is, when you face hard things for the first time, everyone's terrified. In his very first fight, fear slammed into him. His heart thundered, his legs shook, the whole world felt like it was crumbling, and he stood there completely lost. Yuri guessed the bandit leader must have once served in the army until the state ditched him, forcing him to claw his way up from the kingdom of Kurakina. He said these guys always flocked to spots like this, and the moment they showed up, they were way too green to know what hit them. And the boy realized this. If the girl doesn't snap out of it and get her thoughts back, despair's darkness will swallow her whole, wiping out the last spark of hope she had for tomorrow. The young man added, and the best part, she's the real deal, a true princess. Yuri understood exactly what he could handle. And then he realized the bandit's punches only stung a little, while that girl's slap hit like pure lightning. He shot back the idea of going back. Carol couldn't stop wondering how they were ever going to escape this place. She leaned in, eyes wide, and asked if he was ready to take a shot at breaking that window. Yuri couldn't shake the fear that after that jump right from the second floor, one wrong hit would leave them badly hurt. Suddenly, he started staring at the girl like she held the key to something, and she froze, totally confused, wondering what pulled his focus or if she'd somehow gotten her outfit wrong. Yuri shot a confident question, asking if he could go ahead and check something. He couldn't help grinning. Her legs were trained so sharp they practically demanded to sprint, and with them, she matched the pace so effortlessly she'd never turn into the weakling. Suddenly, one bandit shouted to his crew, and in the blink of an eye, everyone's senses snapped to attention. Suddenly, he yanked the door open and barked for the boys, like a commander calling roll. Only one girl sat right in front of him, wrists and legs cinched tight in cruel ropes. She stared at him in a crushing silence, her eyes packed with raw fear, like she was desperately trying to predict what was about to happen to her next. The man pressed the girl for answers, desperate to figure out where the young boy had vanished to because his sudden disappearance had everyone on edge. Yuri snapped a brutal kick into the bandit, using the shock as a perfect distraction and bolting for the escape. The guard got blindsided and crashed hard to the floor, clutching his injured side and twisting in agony. But the young man snapped into action. He yanked out a knife and slashed hard into the man's leg. Then he didn't give the enemy a breath. He drove the knife in again, shoved it even deeper, and finished them for good. The boy lunged at the second attacker with reckless courage, ready to strike fast and carve his path to safety again. The second robber panicked, yanked a knife from his belt in a flash, and tried to fend off the enemy charging toward him. Yuri ended up way quicker, and in an instant, he landed a devastating punch. The bandit's weapon slipped right out of his weakened hands after that brutal blow landed. The young man caught his opponent slipping, burst out of the confusion with one sudden swing, and slammed him hard in the jaw. The impact was brutal. He crumpled to the floor, knocked out cold, and went completely unresponsive. Suddenly, the boy spotted another pursuer. Something moved just behind him, and he knew trouble was still right there. The bandit grinned, sure he'd crushed the mission and nailed it. Relief hit him like a wave, washing away every last ounce of stress. Then the man snapped to attention. Yuri was right in front of him, and the sheer speed of the enemy hit like a punch, screaming danger in this exact moment. The boy exploded into action, striking like lightning in the blink of an eye. With a brutal kick, he swung his foot and smashed the kidnapper in the head. Then the man crumpled, lost consciousness, and hit the floor hard. Carol inched out from behind the door, peering around like a hunter and scanning the room for any fresh danger lurking nearby. One of the bandits crumpled on the floor, twitching in brutal agony after Yuri's earlier beatdown left him reeling. The second one crumpled nearby in a deadly unconscious haze, completely lifeless and silent. Yuri stood tall in front of the third man, and the guy stayed stone still and silent, like he couldn't even find the strength to move. Carol stood there, spellbound, her eyes locked on the chaos, genuinely awed by how the young man faced the danger head-on, with sheer courage and smart, daring ingenuity. Suddenly, the fourth robber clamped a brutal grip around her waist, and she gasped and screamed, terrified to the bone. The moment the threat hit, the girl snapped into action, muscles locking up, eyes turning ice cold as she readied herself to strike back. She snapped into action and nailed the kidnapper in the leg right away. He curled into a tight ball as a brutal, sharp pain tore through him. While the man was clawing his way back to his senses, Carol was already loading up for the knockout shot, one last, brutal strike to end the fight for good. The girl instantly sized up the situation, drove a strike straight into the worst possible spot, and sent the attacker crashing down to his knees, clutching his injured side. The kidnapper gasped for breath, writhing in brutal pain, helpless like the world had flipped upside down. Carol leaned in, worried, and asked Yuri what he really thought about what she did then. Pressed, if he was shocked, she still found the nerve to stand up for herself in that moment. The young man gently pressed the family sword into the girl's hands. He was genuinely blown away by her courage and quick thinking, and he told her straight up that he respected her and felt proud of her for how she handled that critical moment. Yuri spotted that everything was still in its place, and not a coin was missing. Sure, the spot wasn't perfect, but as long as they moved things to a busier street, they'd be totally fine. The boy pressed her to bolt right now, because nobody was standing in their way anymore. The girl snapped into agreement on the spot, because she knew every second they stalled was dangerous, and she could feel they needed decisive action right now. The boys tiptoed up, eased the door open, and held their breath as they listened to every sound pouring in from outside. Once they were finally certain the danger was gone, they bolted without hesitation, fleeing that cursed place as fast as they could. The gang leader snapped into a stunned freeze, blinking hard like his eyes couldn't possibly be seeing this, then just stared, unable to move. Yuri stared at his boss with pure, burning hatred, ready to fight tooth and nail to protect himself and his friend until the very end. At the same time, he clutched the girl's hand so tight she couldn't stop for even a second. The young man steered every move with total confidence, pointed the way without hesitation, and carved out the safest, fastest escape route to freedom. The group's leader didn't pause for a second. He lunged after the ones sprinting away. He snarled like a monster and made his threat he wouldn't let them walk away, because he was going to rip back the stolen goods no matter what it cost him. The boys sprinted through the pitch-black alleys, dodging their pursuers as they darted between tight streets and the looming shadows of the buildings. Carol looked around, and it hit her like a punch-dirty street, crawling with homeless people in old worn-out clothes and abandoned houses that screamed the city's harsh truth. She was totally stunned. Like her brain couldn't catch up with where she'd landed. She was eaten alive by doubt. Were they really in the capital, or had life just yanked them somewhere totally unfamiliar? Yuri told her to stare harder at everything nearby, insisting you can't see views like that from any castle window. Yuri told me they ended up in the capital's dark corner. No one dares to look twice there. Just poverty, despair, and a dead-end feeling hanging in the air. Carol swallowed hard and admitted she never, ever pictured this city could be so brutal, so full of grime and the crushing pain of regular people. Out of nowhere, the leader's booming shout tore through the air, telling everyone the fugitives had finally been caught and cornered once more. He boldly declared with zero doubt that this yard was his and his alone. The man shot back with pure sarcasm, claiming the game of tag was already finished. He clung to his own demands and swore the boys wouldn't go anywhere until he got the promised reward, no matter what it took. Yuri bellowed at them to grab the money, then hucked the pouch of coins straight into the bandit's face. But the man snapped the bag open with a razor-sharp blade, and the coins exploded across the ground. Without a second thought, every passerby bolted to snatch the scattered coins, and just like that, all hell broke loose in a frantic rush of chaos. They sprinted straight toward the kidnapper leader, claws out, desperate to snatch the money before it vanished. Yuri leaned in and told Carolina they had to fling the bait even farther to pull the pursuer off their trail, and she nodded instantly, backing his brilliant plan without a second thought. The leader barked an order to retreat right now, and made it crystal clear he was just getting in the way, blocking the path with an unnecessary obstacle. Rage still burning, the man suddenly clocked something off, snapped to a halt, and stared into the distance like he'd just seen a ghost. Suddenly, it hit him. Those guys weren't on that dark street anymore. Rage flooded the leader's face as they snapped in indignation. They vanished without a trace. At last, they burst out onto the loud, packed street, swallowed by the chaos of the crowd. Carol staggered, gasping for breath after that brutal sprint from her pursuer, her heart hammering like it wanted to break out of her chest. Yuri genuinely believed that once they melted into the crowd, they'd finally be safe. But anxiety still wouldn't let go of him. The girl started scanning her surroundings with razor-sharp focus. She spotted that familiar city skyline, and her heart instantly knew exactly where she was. Cheery people wander the cozy streets, grinning wide as warm sunlight pours down and the whole city hums with good vibes. Here it is, the familiar capital that still clings to that magical atmosphere, holding tight to warm memories and beloved places that feel like they've become the city's very heartbeat. Carol couldn't wrap her head around it. How this kind of deep, evil darkness could be smuggled behind the capital's calm, carefree smile. The girl crumpled under the weight of her feelings, quietly sobbing as she finally let her pain and fear spill out. Yuri snapped to it the second his friend's mood shifted, and he turned to her with real concern. Then, in the blink of an eye, he took a deep breath, let it out slow, shoved his feelings aside, and locked on to what was coming next. Once the fear finally slid away, excitement ripped through him, and his body instantly betrayed him. With a blazing hunger he couldn't brush off, he pitched the idea of grabbing a bite because his stomach was growling like a warning bell, basically screaming that it was time to refuel, and Carol nearly dropped the whole moment, stunned that he'd make a casual food suggestion in the middle of all that tension. Carol couldn't wrap her head around how Yuri stayed so calm in the middle of danger. She thought it was downright unreal, because while they chased him, all he could think about was eating. But he admitted it was the first time in his life he'd ever been stuck in a mess like this. So it felt only natural to force himself to calm down and drown his nerves in food. The girl dug her fingers into her palms, fighting to leash the wild mix of nerves, excitement, and dread that kept crashing harder and harder into her chest. She admitted she felt immature just crying non-stop. But Yuri shot that down fast, reminding her she'd already fought back against the kidnapper. Carol figured she'd handled it pretty well until her husband snapped that she should have only given him one slap, because he swore he couldn't take another hit. Carol shot back that she never meant to strike him in the first place. She couldn't figure out why they kept talking and talking, until a voice suddenly snapped through the air and shouted her name, cutting her thoughts off mid-flight. Guards came charging in panic the moment the princess vanished, scrambling fast to find her and make sure she was okay. One of them gasped in shock and demanded to know how she'd gotten so filthy and what on earth she'd been through lately. Carol tried to make it sound simpler, but she admitted she'd gotten swept up while walking, got turned around, lost her balance, and then oops went down by accident. Another guard was on edge, convinced it was downright dangerous for a woman to be out there all alone, outside her home or dorm. The second guard shot back with total confidence that they'd come right back and that on the way they'd listen to the girl's explanation every step of the journey. The boy keeps badgering them to stay just a little longer. Yuri nervously asked if she could say goodbye, but the girl shot back with a confident no, insisting that anything spoken in here just wasn't allowed. Then the young man inched the antique out with trembling care, and the moment it surfaced, it screamed one thing. He was born for nobility, bred for an aristocratic life. He swaggered in and swore he was the heir of the powerful Hao family, then introduced himself as Yuri Hao. The guards went rigid with shock, staring at the boy like he'd just pulled off the impossible, not sure if he was telling the truth or spinning a lie. One of them was grinding through a tough problem in their head, hunting for the cleanest escape while counting every possible consequence of each choice. She bowed politely and told that lady, "I'm handling the carriage prep for your trip now. So go on, take a calm moment, and say goodbye to your dear person." Carol squirmed and admitted she'd had to lie just to protect herself, and Yuri shot back with total confidence, telling her, "Don't stress about it." The girl shot her hand out boldly toward the boy, daring him to react. She was sure she'd crushed him, so she apologized with all her heart while he shrugged it off and only cared about one thing. They were both still alive, and he wanted her at the academy ASAP. Then Carol rushed in, dropped into the roomy carriage, and settled in like she owned the place. Then, out of nowhere, she spun around and called out to Yuri. On that brutal day, the girl looked him in the eye and thanked the boy from the bottom of her heart for every bit of support and help he threw her way. Meanwhile, in the dormitory where the night is buzzing and trouble is about to spark, the second Yorko stepped inside. He got slammed with one crazy adventure after another so much that it totally wiped him out. Dora still hasn't come back, and the second neighbor hasn't budged either. While school starts tomorrow and the clock is ticking, he replayed Carol's words in his head. Stunned, had anyone ever thanked him with that kind of raw sincerity and heart-stopping emotion? It hit him like a flashback from the past. It all kicked off when Yuri was still a grad student. Then he found out someone beat him to his own idea. He was determined to land a top job with that permit. Then he found out someone else snatched it first. A few days of rest later, he stormed into the lab, but his computer was gone. A colleague swore it was an accident, that someone spilled water and fried it, yet Yuri instantly knew the truth. It hadn't broken at all, it had been stolen. Other employees got special permission under some laughable excuse, and then, boom, the whole plan locked into place. Sure, he couldn't fully rebuild his memories, but thank goodness part of the truth was saved on a flash drive. Yuri even hired a lawyer, dug up hard evidence, and slammed the lawsuit into court. And when the dust finally settled, he got compensation. But they fired him anyway. His girlfriend called him a filthy, awful insult. She figured his character was awful and he kept to himself, only ever showing up in his lab, couldn't run things right, and barely studied at all. The girl demanded they trash every single one of her personal belongings. Yuri said he finally had just enough cash to kick off a brand new, happy life. But once she said that, he snapped into action and kept them all for himself. The girl pressed for answers, but he brushed her off, none of her business. And then it was time to say goodbye. Yuri shot up out of nowhere, let out a breath of pure relief, and realized all his nightmares were just a horrible dream. Until a creepy voice cut through the silence and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Carol spotted him tossing and turning in his sleep like something terrifying and impossible was chasing him. The young man shot up from bed in a flash, his heart pounding like crazy, breath coming in hard bursts, and his eyes wide with pure terror. He couldn't figure out why she was even there. Carol pointed at the bed and said, "This is mine." Yuri burst into angry shouts, screaming that nobody warned them they'd end up as neighbors. This room was for boys only, while the girl just shrugged and decided he was acting exactly like everyone else. She told him, "If nightmares hit, answer me better." He admitted he'd actually dreamed she dumped him, and that he got fired too. Carol said, "Losing a job is rough," but the second she left, he even looked like he was breathing out in relief. She sized up that interrogator and called him the biggest scoundrel around. Yuri didn't get a single thing, and in that sudden storm of chaos, he felt utterly swallowed up and completely lost. Carol leaned in and said, "Listen, gender doesn't matter. If you only care about money and stuff, then you're nothing but a real scoundrel." She was convinced that people like that always end up betraying others, and that a real good person won't turn on you, no matter how their reputation gets crushed, unless they start becoming rotten themselves. That's the lesson her mother drilled into her. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Guys always talk about love, but when it comes down to it, they're really just sizing up looks. Carol told him to shake off that awful dream as fast as he could. Yuri couldn't shake the shock. How could dark, gloomy thoughts even crawl into someone that young? The young man fretted over her and urged they move her farther from them. But the girl shrugged it off. She insisted everything was fine and said there was no point joining the academy if she couldn't make friends with the knights she'd need later. Sure, she could have explained it better, but to her, it just didn't matter as much. Meanwhile, she nudged him to play an exciting game tonight because deep down, she knew just how strong he truly was. Carol teamed up with a teacher to put her skills to the test and figure out exactly how much she already knew. The girl clawed and fought tooth and nail against her mentor, pouring out every ounce of strength and grit, even with her opponent clearly holding the upper hand. But he wouldn't budge. He shoved her into the second group of students, then straight up called the next participant to prove their skills. Next up was Yuri, grinding hard and sharpening his best moves, ready to blow past a no-nonsense mentor's standards. He greeted the teacher politely, told him how happy he was to meet him. Then the teacher snapped straight into action and launched a duel on the spot to test if the new student was truly ready. The young man stormed straight into the fight, snapping into motion with lightning-fast reflexes, determined to face that seasoned opponent with pride. He snapped out of the way of those brutal swings and turned every attack aside like he'd seen it coming. But in the end, the teacher utterly crushed his abilities anyway. He jerked the boy down with a sudden shove, making it painfully obvious he'd just crushed him. The mentor beamed and praised the students' flawless training, saying they've truly earned every bit of respect. Then, he shoved the boy into the first group of tough students and shouted for the next contender to step up and prove what he could do. Yuri sucked in a deep breath, pride swelling because they recognized his power, but fear clawing at him for what was about to hit next. He started judging the kid's abilities on the spot. Carol's moves were smooth, and the second student had clearly leveled up his skills. The two of them decided to bulldoze straight through every problem with nothing but raw strength and make it undeniable that they had earned their place. For Mayuro, luck ran out. She got thrown into the fourth squad, packed with fresh recruits and the least prepared students. Yuri decided to swallow his nerves, stay cool, and link up with his friend. Right then, Doris stormed up and told him, "Don't get cocky. Just because you're ahead doesn't mean you've won," reminding him his team was legit strong and absolutely deserved respect. Eric figured he was spouting nonsense again, and that he'd set the whole thing up just to flex and steal the spotlight. He had zero clue what it meant or why anyone had to step in. That morning, the boy crammed through practical classes. Then after lunch came a math lecture. But with all those personal exceptions, his timetable didn't match anyone else's, and loneliness hit hard. Just when it felt unbearable, another boy rolled up and asked if he could sit beside him, and without hesitation, he said yes. The man said his name was Harold Garrel, and the other snapped back with Yuri. How then Garrel's face lit up with shock when he heard it. Harold figured he'd just bumped into someone from the legendary Haw family, he'd stumbled on a celebrity by accident. And Yorko nearly couldn't wrap his head around it, because hearing Harold for the first time felt wildly out of place to him. He said he'd been grinding in those classes for a whole year, prepping to take over the family business, and asked if the new guy had missed any lessons. Then the new guy fired back, asking if he was even a student, since nobody had ever seen him there. The boy told them to call him Harold, plain and simple, and admitted he was studying as a free listener. Yuri figured Harold was just a regular citizen, not some academy student, so when he realized Harold knew nothing about the auditing courses, he was completely thrown. Harold told him that at the academy, anyone can learn no matter their age, so the next guy finally got it. That's why the students were packed with adults in regular clothes, but he still couldn't figure out why that guy picked this field in the first place. He heard that the tuition here was way cheaper, and the teachers were far more seasoned. And since he came from a merchant family, he knew that if he couldn't master math, reading, and writing, his classmates would label him dull and without an education. He'd never stand shoulder to shoulder with the nobility. And if he ran into a bad teacher, that didn't make the teacher's knowledge wrong. Yura caught that immediately and agreed without hesitation. Once they grab their diploma, they'll be on par with the aristocrats in knowledge, and they can talk business with trusted partners confidently. No more misunderstandings. Uri finally asked his new friend what he does, and learned he's a sailor. He sails between cities and countries, trading as he travels. Harold used to trade mostly with the kingdom of Kirshner, but the war wrecked it and tore apart the very places he got his goods from, leaving him unable to move freely through his competitors' territory, which crushed his business. Erie nodded and said, "It's like grabbing control of a company on the brink of collapse. You don't know if it'll ever pay off, but the danger hits hard and non-stop." He got it crystal clear. In this world, there's no limited liability shield if a company tanks. The debts come straight out of personal assets. No exceptions. No mercy. And still, this place was a family business that had been running strong for decades. They weren't about to back down. And the guy already had dollar signs in his eyes about launching a new product. Then he realized it wouldn't work to just march up to the sellers and demand something new. And that's when it hit him. The boy blurted out a wild idea. Make Harold learn the Kara language and start trading with them face to face, because that could unlock brand new chances for the family business and lock them even stronger in the market. He knew the trade ban only clamped down on Kura itself. But that didn't stop his people from selling their goods to foreigners as soon as those foreigners stepped onto their land. During a war, countries shut the borders tight, no one in, no one out, because if you cross, you could get dropped straight into the chaos of the front lines. Still, some people won't back down and will negotiate with Harold no matter what it takes. Harold never even pictured something like this, but the offer lit a spark in him, so he went all in, took a leap into a brand new trading strategy, and bet his luck. Harold genuinely thanked him for the solid advice, then dug his heels in, determined to uncover what this new idea could unlock, praying that pirate attacks wouldn't ruin the mission. Seeing the fire in Harold's eyes, Yuri smiled and wished him real luck and full success in that daring leap. A few days later, Mayaro finally got it. Mr. Harold wasn't there by accident. He came to the Kara language lecture to unlock fresh trade connections and steer his business toward new partners. He kept urging him to drop the shyness and say what he really thought, and the young man finally got it, because even the name Harold Show alone could spark a wild amount of fear. He leaned in and asked, real careful, if Harold's trading house was the kind of place people actually trusted then. He got the nod. Reliable, respected, and backed by authority. My arrow tells me Harold's trading house is a solid, medium-sized business, But now rumors are roaring that it's about to shut down, crushed by the meddling of the mighty Marmoset family, one of the 7 great witch houses. Marmosets hunt down any traitor who won't cough up a bribe. And Yuri didn't hold back. He straight up called these family reps criminals, draining honest entrepreneurs dry. With families that powerful and dangerous looming nearby, it's no wonder Harold keeps his guard up and holds back. Harold leaned in, listening like his life depended on it, and then Mayer finally started talking, spilling the story of how he got blackmailed by a criminal gang himself. Yuri told me the big plan trading with the main group was still just a dream for now, then leaned in and asked if I truly believed it could work. My arrow struck the truth, and then warned me that trouble could blow up fast, especially when it comes to behavior. In the end, they had to brave the territory of Kura themselves to hunt for trading partners. But if they slaughtered locals even in self-defense, it would still count as piracy, and that kind of crime got you executed. Yuri couldn't stop wondering if what they were doing was truly illegal, because it felt like nothing more than a tiny private war, one side crossing another's borders just to grab what it wanted. My arrow figured that if Harold's skilled enough to snag rare goods they can't get back home, then the reward is going to be huge. Then he quietly tested whether the young merchant truly had the grit and drive to risk everything on that wild, complicated scheme, because it could pay off big. And get this, our academy even had a Kira language instructor, so students could dive straight into the Kira culture and traditions like never before. Turns out, she's a Kira by blood. She fled her homeland, then landed a lecturer job at the academy to teach everyone the culture and traditions of her people. The woman turned to the crowd, wished them a great day, told them she'd earned her teaching spot at the academy through a special favor from Her Highness, introduced herself as Savino, then before anything else declared she was going to talk about the shape of her ears. That's why students could instantly tell if a woman was Kura. She had those unmistakable, one-of-a-kind physical traits. She practically lit up the moment she met him. And Yuri suddenly understood this girl was the legendary special person everyone at the academy had been whispering about. Mayaro realized she was a hardcore believer, then remembered 3 years ago she'd been labeled a heretic, and that thought left him staring. He couldn't stop wondering what drove her to flee her homeland and come here, and his friend was so baffled he almost couldn't take it, because the moment he saw her ears, it hit him. Something about her just didn't add up. He heard a wild rumor. Modern Shans can't have children together. It made him itch with curiosity. Were their bodies truly that different? Even back in the days of the mighty Shan Empire, back when the Shans were trading with the whole world, nobody could even pin down what race they belonged to. Savina took a deep breath and officially kicked things off. She was starting the very first introductory lecture on the Tarano language, the official tongue of queer people. The teacher tells Yura that Tarani isn't always spoken in Kurov territory, but it's the official language across almost all of Europe. So, yeah, she says learning Tarani is the smartest move, and Yura immediately gets hooked by how intricate that language really is. The class only ran for a year, and the kid quickly realized that wasn't even close to enough to master a foreign language from zero. So, those courses didn't catch on, and students just didn't sign up. The teacher broke down the odd quirks of Terran like it was a code, and the young man suddenly got it. His own tongue, compared to Cyan, was like English versus Japanese, so the gap between them felt huge enough to throw up a full-on language barrier. At first, the boy figured Mayaro had made a terrible blunder choosing this language to study, not realizing how brutal it is to master, or how much deeper it runs with all the culture you only get through speaking. Harold looked totally carefree and rock solid, and Yuri figured he must have faced situations like this before. That's why his confidence never even wavered. Savina wrapped up her lecture with a spark of hope, promising that all year she and her students would build something together in hard work and unity. Yet Mayar couldn't shake the fear that he might not have the strength or patience to handle tasks this rough. To him, it sounded like the language of an octopus, utterly impossible to understand for ordinary folks, just like most other deep, complicated sciences. Yuri calmly told his friend, "Learning doesn't happen overnight, don't rush it," then urged him to breathe, relax, and actually enjoy every new bit of knowledge he picks up. Then he wheeled around to his friend and asked, "So how's it going with Mr. Gerald?" Like he actually cared, pushing for a real friendly chat. Harold straight up admitted he thinks he's cracked the code to set up trade with the residents of Kura. But it's going to take brutal, serious work, because the job turned out way messier than he ever expected. He decided to bring it up with the teacher at the next meeting so he could get real professional advice and support. And Yuri jumped in too, eager to understand everything and soak up as much as he could. A few days went by, and Savino got hooked on the trade problems the students had brought up about the Kura people. So he marched up to the guys with a bold plan to talk cooperation and what the future could look like. Two young guys slump on chairs in a cramped, library-like room, staring as a girl in a poncho places a kettle on the stove and warns, "It's dangerous," yet insists it's still possible. If they want to jump in, she tells them to pick the Republic of Albion, though she's never even been there herself. Two young guys stare at her like she's speaking a foreign language. Exhausted and totally lost, a tall young man sits up in his chair and tells you, straight up, that this island nation lies just off the continent, and then he lays out why it's totally worth visiting. Behind him, the scenery blooms to life and the nation's flag snaps and flutters in the wind. She strides in with a tray of tea and drops that she's heard all kinds of rumors about these people, yet somehow they're acting friendly toward Sean. Then the second guy, who's been quiet this whole time, suddenly reaches out for the cup. The girl snaps upright and blurts it her religion. Izedishin, theirs is Karluja, and their teachings don't draw a line anywhere for Chanas. Itis is a monotheistic religion, and one of the big pillars of Terran culture. And when the girl admits cruelly that most people still look down on shrines with prejudice, the young man quietly reflects. In his lessons, he spat hate for the Shans, swearing they were demons that wiped out the great kingdom of Shantilla. But the truth is, before all this, he'd never even known beliefs like that existed. Yuri asks if these two sects even have different sacred books, and she fires back. First off, nothing's wrong with the Shani in the scriptures from the start. Those texts just say the Shani are northern pagans with hairy ears. She adds that back then, no one even bothered to tell Kirovs and Shans apart. They were treated like the same people. And her final line hits the boys so hard, they're left staring, impressed. The young man can't grasp it at all. He clocks every stranger as an enemy and decides they've got to be wiped out. Long ago, the people of Edits banded together as the Crusaders, hell-bent on smashing the Shanzand. It didn't stop there. These same Crusaders tore into the kingdom of Kirshner, the very fortress that shielded them during the war 3 years ago. The declaration of war declares them the army of the sons of God born to unleash relentless attacks on the demons that defile their sacred land, so they have to sacrifice everything, even their lives, to purge the evil. God, in His mercy, will pour out His grace on them if they truly repent and humbly ask for forgiveness. The Crusaders fought tooth and nail against the kind of justice that breeds plunder and cruelty, and their uncle paid the ultimate price. He died in battle against those monsters. A young guy asks a girl, "So it really is the total opposite of what everyone believes?" And she nods. "Yeah, and it happens way too often, unfortunately." The girl drops her head with a heavy sigh, stares at the floor and whispers that, yeah, this is true blasphemy. These texts were forged 2,000 years ago, survived every storm of time, and were first written in an older tongue. Now we've got their translation into the Terran language. Because of massive translation blunders, real pagans got warped into demons. This language is brutally complex. Only priests can actually speak it fluently. The Catholic's official Holy Scripture is the King James Version. And on top of that, believers get shut out, while almost nobody can even read the original text. Just one person in 10,000. That's why, even when the translations get messed up, believers still can't check them against the original writings, because people keep twisting the teachings to match what they want. Back in medieval Europe, girls who knew the customs believed they belonged to God's own world, while anyone from elsewhere got labeled a foreigner or a non-believer, and that split bred prejudice and discrimination everywhere. A shy kid leans in and whispers, "Don't mind me. I don't want to interrupt." then blurts, "So where exactly is the Republic of Albion?" Right as he turns to the teacher and asks to borrow the board for a second, he's slamming chalk across the board, sketching out a full map like he's planning his next move. The girl and the second boy huddle over the boy, and the moment she spots the drawing, her face lights up. She praises him and declares he's made an awesome map. Down in the southern stretches of the Great Albion Islands, the Euphosian Confederation has claimed the coast, and they've been grinding through war for a while now, trying to drag their lost lands back under their flag. She jabs her finger at two tiny islands and declares, "Those are called Albion." The Carlogi sect, who split off before their teachings got twisted, doesn't label the Shoni as demons. People fear them because they're known pirates, and getting close is risky. But honestly, it's still safer than dealing with the Kumas, the Catholics. Catholics don't read the Holy Scriptures the same way everyone else does. They shape the meaning to fit their own aims. So it's more honest to call them a group than a separate faith, and that kind of distortion only showed up later, not in the first Catholic teachings. The young man blurts out which sect the teacher and Savino belong to, and the girl grins, presses her hand to her chest, and declares, "I'm from the School of Votashi." She tells us her faith grew from the early Catholic traditions, then got polished through research over time, and she even admits she once nearly died trying to convert people, which makes you wonder if her religion is the only thing still standing for her. The boy pushed himself to his feet, shut his eyes tight, and softly admitted, full of sympathy, that he hated seeing what happened to her. The teacher presses their hands together, crosses them over their chest, and starts talking about the state of things. Because when you're stuck trying not to fidget while weeks crawl by around others just like you, that obsessive idea suddenly feels totally pointless. She's haunted by one brutal truth. Real faith doesn't get granted by anyone. It has to rise from inside you. She says the whole point is simple believe in faith, because it's the real inner face of a person. The young men stare at her in shock, totally thrown off, like they can't wrap their heads around what she's talking about. Mr. Harrell asks her to tell him about the school, if she doesn't mind, and the boy blurts out, stunned, "Wait, when did you start caring about religion?" In that creepy mansion corridor, the dark drinks up every sound and every shred of silence while someone tiptoes along, setting the chess pieces down with razor-calm precision. Two people face off at a chessboard in a massive, dark, gloomy room, one staring in deep thought while the other suddenly gets hit by a brilliant idea. His mind is clearly miles away from the game now. He's digging up the faith that once flared inside him. Long ago, in a past life, he was just a humble researcher obsessed with water, living for one dream until someone ripped it all away and scattered those dreams to the wind. He didn't trust a soul, and he never once expected anyone to believe in him either. So he shut everyone out, went numb, and stayed sealed up inside his own world. But now, everything's changed. He's throwing his heart into love, and he's desperate to trust people again. If he makes his move now, he'll nudge the world's outcome just enough to maybe find the power to shield the people he loves. The second player keeps shouting, "Yuri!" But Yuri doesn't answer, trapped inside his own head and lost in his thoughts. He snaps back to reality and blurts, "Is it my turn?" The girl mission already done just nods, and you yank his king right off the board. The girl blurts out that he's insanely strong, and he smirks back, saying it's basically a 50-50 shot. Then she presses him, "So what are you even thinking?" Because it's obvious he isn't stepping into the game. The young man flashes a quick smile and says, "I'm fine." But you can tell his mind's racing. He's been thinking about what he's supposed to do at the academy. The girl perks up instantly, like she just struck gold, and the guy shrugs like, "I've got basically 0 points, but tons of free time." Then he tries to figure out how to fill it before he goes stir-crazy. Harold says chasing internships and education is fine, but it hits different when you dare to try something brand new, because he's got a business idea he's been mulling for years. He just doesn't have the money or tools to make it real yet. Right now, he can't launch his own business or even pitch a brand new product. He's slumped on a bench, hands clasped, staring off like he's already mentally checked out of the conversation in front of him. The girl suggests they talk about it tomorrow, saying it feels so much like him, and Yuri shoots back that he'll be more than happy to. Meanwhile, the girl who tricked him gets the win, and the boy stews in anger. Then another girl shows up and asks to play too, but he snaps. "I'm going to sleep." A young girl in a jacket and tie strides through a packed corridor, flashes a grin at every face, and gets greeted back over and over. She spots two smiling young people and just stops cold stunned, amazed, and totally captivated. She strides up to the girl with a sharp buzz cut and smiles. "Welcome to the Night Academy." And the new girl steps forward and says, "I'm Shamu." Carol tells her, "I'll take you to the dorm, just like my brother asked. You can count on me." Shamu looks completely spellbound. She keeps chanting her own name and thanking everyone over and over standing there, clutching a bag in her hands, rocking those goofy striped leggings, with her ears sticking out on both sides. On this bright sunny day, the gates fling wide for fresh guests, and in one of the halls, yesterday's chess battle is still raging on. Carol strides up to Yuri, who's already going full throttle, and asks why he didn't just run the game himself. Yuri grins and says he'd love to, but the guys can't step into the girls' dormitory. Then he leans in and asks Carol how everything turned out. The girl flashes a grin and says she's nothing like her cousin Sham. She's truly nice. And those words hit Yuri so hard that shame burned in his chest, turning satisfaction into bitter dissatisfaction. Carol finally introduces Shama to her roommate, Lily, who's sweet, kind, and always watching out for everyone. While the second player, the one teaming up with Yuri, tells Yuri straight up that he's lost. He also asks whether Yuri's seeing the princess, and even pushes the idea that Yuri should just leave so they can be together, leaving Yuri completely baffled. Then the second player shoots back, "So this isn't a date, right?" And Yuri answers, "Of course not." But their friends stunned, because everything screams real date, and still, Carol and Yuri double down, insisting they're not a couple. Meanwhile, they burst into a sun-drenched glade, and Yuri is gripping the reins while riding a giant eagle. Carol perched behind him in a special saddle, holding on tight as they soar. The young man gently strokes the eagle's beak and tells it straight to the point how honored he feels to carry the princess on his back. Then, he calls the bird Zoria, demands it stay obedient, and the eagle, trusting him completely, shuts its eyes. The girl says her seatbelt's locked in, and the boy snaps that she better watch out for the eagle. Its temper is wild and unpredictable. She yanks the leash, and the bird snaps upright, swivels its head, flaps hard, then rockets into the sky, leaving Yuri shrinking far below. A giant bird rockets through the sky, and Carol whips forward in the saddle, yanking the reins tight so she won't get thrown off its back. The young man plants his feet on the ground, eyes locked on a giant eagle tearing through the sky, and he insists everything's fine, they're flying straight. And even better, that little star still isn't acting like Carol. He watches them climb higher and higher, and he prays it doesn't stop now. While Carol and the eagle streak through the sky, Yuri decides to drop down and rest. This winter feels nothing like back home. The weather's perfect, and honestly, taking a quick nap sounds like no big deal. Suddenly, distant footsteps thunder closer, and the young girl rockets toward the boy at full speed. She shakes Yuri awake, yells that it's urgent while he's still fast asleep, and he cracks one eye open, staring at the stranger in pure shock. The girl drops to her knees, leans forward, and gasps for air, while the boy pushes himself up on his elbows, still totally clueless about what just happened. At last, once her voice returns, the girl jabs a finger at him and demands, "Have you seen my older sister?" The boy stares at her in total shock, like he's only just seeing her for real, then clocks that she's probably brand new. And, yep, she's blonde. He swears he doesn't even know who she is. He just spotted her. So there's no way he could have seen her sister, and the girl plants her hands on her hips and shoots back. "My hair says everything." Kiria Fulshartur is on the hunt for her older sister Carol, and she won't rest until she finds her. The boy smirks when he realizes this is Carol's sister, and then he practically gloats, saying it's insanely rare to meet sisters who look this much alike, like a real one-in-a-million miracle. He steps up and tells everyone he's Yuri Gu, the oldest son of the Go family, then throws out that Carol is his roommate, and yeah, they've been best friends for ages. He tells her that her sister is riding through the skies on an eagle now, and that's it. While the girl stares at him, curious yet quietly annoyed, and blurts out his family name again like it still bothers her. Suddenly, curiosity crouches down. Meanwhile, Yurko springs to his feet, and his eyes practically spill a whole storm of questions. Suddenly, the girl blurts out a crazy offer. "Let's be best friends." And right when something wild flickers in her eyes, her odd little gestures only leave Yuri more and more baffled. She cut him off mid-word, blurted that she wanted to date him if he couldn't say anything, and Yuri just stared shocked and totally lost, asking her why on earth she'd want that. Yuri gushes that it's a huge honor to call someone like him a friend, and the guy can't help but blink in surprise. He insists he'll keep things respectful because he's already fully satisfied with Carol. Then Yuri turns the heat up and asks straight out if he's dating her sister. Yuri, clearly rattled, fires back fast, saying there's no way he's meeting or marrying any of them. He's just not interested. Or she jerks upright, snorts, and barks at you to tell her sister she's been searching for her, because this is something huge she has to say. The girl stared at the boy like he'd lost his mind, then snapped, "Goodbye." Using his full name like it was a warning, she strides off, leaving the boy stuck there in that weird, awkward pose, staring in disbelief as his mind scrambles to figure out why she acted so damn strangely. He lifts his head and spots an eagle slicing through the sky, and it hits him. Maybe it wasn't the world at all, but his own mood that let him see everything like this. Late at night, Carol shows up in the same room to play chess, arms crossed tight across her chest, and snaps at Julia, asking if she has any idea where her sister is. The boy suddenly remembers he never told her where to find him, and Carol's already boiling with rage at his stupid slip-up. She leans in, raises her hand to his ear, and whispers, "So, are you in love with my sister?" Yuri shrugs and calls it total nonsense. He only talked to her once, the day she soared through the sky on an eagle, and then he throws in that her sister goes around telling everyone they're in love. With a glass clenched in his hand, the boy mutters that she's probably talking about her dream, and Carl fires back again, "I'm not in love with her." When the answer hits with a blunt no, he exhales like he's finally been saved, telling her she can stop worrying. The young man downs his bowl of soup and blurts out that he never imagined Kira would start spreading those rumors. She's not stupid, so why would she do something like that? Kira leans in and listens like a hawk as she takes a seat on the chair. With a tired sigh, she admits that even though Kira loves her deeply, he still can't help trying to beat her at everything. So yeah, she's furious. Her sister helped Shama, and Kira can't just stand there. She demands, "Why did you even go with her, and what is all this supposed to mean?" The girl shrieks at the top of her lungs that the administrator always lets everything slip, and she just can't wrap her head around how her older sister even helped that girl. Carol tells her to calm down, saying it's only her friend's cousin. She snapped at her sister and bragged, "I'm royalty, so don't you badmouth me in my absence." Carol clutched her head, struggling to put what happened into words. She was terrified her sister would hurt Shamu, and Yuri still beat himself up, calling himself a fool for even asking her for help. Out of nowhere, a hulking giant with a hard, stern stare barrels in behind them and snaps the boy to silence while they're talking to Carol. The boy blurts out that while he was sprinting, the young man's stomach cramped so hard he bolted straight into the women's restroom, tubily in his arms around and barking orders for everyone to shut it up. Yuri grabs the tray himself and insists, "Let me go. If I don't make it in time to eat, I'll just keep my girlfriend company." The girl says they should eat right now. The boy asks if she minds, and Carol practically lights up like, "I'm so in." Yuri steps forward, already knowing what he'll find there. They are, laughing and chatting like nothing in the world can touch them, carefree and happy. 4 years later, in a massive old house, Yuri sinks into the table and carefully inks his thoughts onto a page in gorgeous, spotless handwriting. Out of nowhere, Carol bursts into the room, calls out to the guy, and shoves a gorgeous letter at him, its wax seal gleaming, telling him it's a message from his mom. The boy gaps at the girl, and then, bam, she hooks a hand on her waist, shoves a letter into his hands, and tells him they've just turned 15. A carriage pulled by a team of horses screeched to a stop before towering, gorgeous columns, and beyond them, a thick forest swallowed the horizon. The coachman stayed locked in his seat, gripping the reins tight, while he patiently waited for the command to roll. Right then, a sharp knock rips through the silence, and Carol bursts into the doorway. She tells Yuri she's here for him and asks, straight up, whether he's got everything ready. A young guy snaps his tie into place and declares, with zero hesitation, I'm already done. The girl strides up, gives his shoulder a gentle tap, and tells him to chill. This isn't anything official, just a casual meet. Her mom wants to see him in person and thank him, so he's got to chill down, breathe, and talk to her calmly. But the guy's already a mess, confused and scared, because he never thought they'd drag him into such an old issue, and it looks like getting through to him is going to be rough. He fidgets with his tie, blurts that they're about to meet Her Majesty, and asks nervous as hell if showing up in academic clothes would be considered rude. In a letter from Her Majesty, it's announced that Yuri Hao must come to the palace for an audience, because there, he's waiting to receive his reward for helping create a smallpox vaccine. With memories from his past lighting the way, he cut off the infectious disease before it could ravage their lands. Then his father's lessons showed him exactly how to fight it, keeping the damage shockingly low. Already settled in the carriage, the girl blurts that she still can't wrap her head around the fact that Yuri actually follows etiquette rules. Then Yuri shrugs, saying it's only natural, because he's about to meet the queen herself. So of course he's worried about getting it right. Carol still can't wrap his head around the fact that he even pulled it off. And Yuri has zero clue what the queen's about to demand, so he dashes from task to task, sweating bullets to make sure nothing goes wrong. They land on Oho Island and stumble into a jaw-dropping luxury castle towering marble columns and giant floor-to-ceiling windows, staring back at them like a royal welcome. The moment he spots the queen, the young man drops to one knee, blurts out his thanks for the chance to meet her, and grins like his dreams just came true, while Carl lingers behind them, wearing a quiet, slightly sad, thoughtful look. The queen sits bolt straight in a stunning dress, hands neatly folded on her knees, and she gives the young man a warm but razor-sharp look like she's weighing every word. She flashes a bright smile, blurts out that she's thrilled to meet him too, and gestures for him to take a seat, because the queen looks shockingly just like Carol, right down to the way she watches him. The woman swears that rumors say Yuri is impeccably well-mannered, and the young man dips into a deep bow before taking his seat at the table. Carol slides in too. The boy smirks and says every rumor is true, and Carol frowns like she's not buying it. Then the maid barges in and drops the drinks. Right then, the boy addresses Carol with unshakable respect, calling her Your Royal Highness. While Carol's already seething, those words give her goosebumps, and the queen studies them with tender eyes, smiling as she declares, they're wonderful friends. Carol shoots a grateful nod at the maid as she sets the kettle down, then declares, I've got this from now on. The maid bows and slips out without a word, and Carol grabs the kettle, pouring scorching hot water into the waiting cups. The queen sips the tea, lights up, and praises her daughter for whipping up something truly wonderful, saying she's gotten way better at brewing. Then she admits she's finally calmed down and tells her she's ready to pick up the conversation again. She whirls to Yuri and tells him, because of your idea for how to fight smallpox, so many people are still alive. Then she sinks into a heartfelt thank you that sounds like pure gratitude. The boy admits he's been wrestling with this idea for ages, and he got the method from a shepherd, something that's so normal among them. It feels like they're just rediscovering an old, familiar truth. The queen thanks him right then and there, leans in, and asks what reward he wants, money or some kind of item. The queen praises Yuri, says he always thinks with clear logic and solid common sense, and somehow still lands on these mind-blowing ideas. He says he wants to get a patent, because if he invents anything later, he'll need it to guard his profits and lock down his rights so nobody can steal what's his. Say he invents a watch and sells it, boom. Big money. But if someone snatches his idea and makes a copy, that invention's value crashes fast. That's why nobody bothers to chase new ideas. So he wants a system that makes inventors get paid a cut from every sale. If you let property rights last forever, it'd feel unfair. So better lock them in for a 20 to 30-year term. Then the invention opens up for everyone, giving the whole country a chance to benefit. The queen leans in, stares into the room, and says this isn't like any normal patent at all. She wants to talk this decision through with everyone else. Convinced this system won't just help him, it'll help the other residents of the country too. Yuri shrugs it off and says he's got no complaints as long as they actually consider his opinion. Suddenly, Carol explodes in anger, flailing her arms like crazy. Yuri's still a schoolboy. Why are we even talking about money? And what happened to his chivalric duty? She tries to rattle him awake, preaching that their life training, science, should come first. But Yuri just stays cool, sips his tea, and fires back. Money's money, and you can never have enough of it. Not even at night. The queen cuts Carol off out of nowhere and snaps. Listen, Yuri, maybe you don't have to chase money like it's oxygen, but luxury isn't something everyone can just buy. Most people in this world have to work to stay alive. The queen never tells the girl to quit school. And that matters, because the boy is sharp. He studies harder than anyone in class, so Carol's arguments don't land here. And once people start earning money, the whole country gets richer. Tears welled in her eyes. Shame crushed her, and she couldn't hide how broken she felt. Yuri stared at her with pure pity, but stayed silent, because he knew the queen was speaking the truth. He tries to cool things down by telling her to just ignore it, but Carol blows up on him. She thinks he's mocking her so. Videos. In the dead quiet of the dorm at night, Yuri rubs the back of his head, replaying every single thing that just went down. He leans toward his friend and blurts, I just got into this business. And boom. Problems hit me immediately. I don't even want to touch it anymore. His friend just smiles and says, relax. That's normal. If you're going to trade, you'll have to deal with witches sooner or later. Right in the heart of the capital's money machine. Witches control everything, so if someone sells a one-of-a-kind product, they'll quickly churn out thousands of copies like clockwork. Worse, they poison anyone who dares block their grip, wreck everyone else's markets, and even swipe the goods for themselves, so nobody dares launch a new product because they all know it's a pointless fight. The boy says, if we start selling, they'll crush us like bugs, so it'll be calmer with a patent. And just as he finishes, a girl suddenly bursts through the doorway and calls him. She flashes a creepy grin, holds up the letter, and tells him it's from her mom. Inside the letter, a royal decree waited. Yuri's invention had just become the country's first patented breakthrough, and the young man erupted in pure joy. The girl shoves a pouch into his hands and tells him it's his reward. Then he rips it open and freezes, staring at a mountain of shiny gold coins. Inside, there are about 30,000 coins, and as the man digs through them, he hears 7 powerful witches already losing their minds because they can't figure out this whole patent system and can't believe they're being forced to pay for using the patents. Meanwhile, the girl jabs her finger at the bag and snaps that, yeah, it's not much, but this cash has to be used smart, or it all goes to waste. She's heading out, and Yuri's friend stares at the bag in shock, blurting that there's no way that's really enough money. They're rushing back to their trading game plan. Yuri snaps that it's time to find new employees, and the others spell out exactly what kind of people they're hunting. Because they don't just flip someone else's stuff, they have to hire people who can sell like crazy and then switch gears the moment the job demands something new. One friend says that when trouble hits, people usually beg the trade guild, but in the capital, every guild is under the thumb of 7 brutal witches, so Yuri's trying to trade there? They're not going to back it. The boy slumps with a tired sigh and grumbles that these 7 witches are back to mess with them again, so they won't be able to pull workers from the capital. Then another young man cuts in. Then, all he can think about is one name Kafonet. He used to live off a guild, where his family would always buy stuff. But one wrong move turned the witches against him, and they kicked him out. Then the two sides finally traded a few explosive words. Kafka snapped that he hated this rotten setup between witches and the Merchants Guild, and his friends swore they could trust him, while Yuri just stood there, thinking hard. Out of nowhere, the second guy gets super curious about what product he got a patent for, and the other guy starts spilling the details. He shakes the letter inches from the other guy's face and declares, loud and proud, that he's finally received a patent for a product that's basically the modern-day parchment. On that very same island, a young guy strolls down a street lined with abandoned houses, their windows nailed shut like they're hiding secrets. He greets the beggars, strides past the houses, slips through empty, abandoned streets, steps into a house, plants himself before the door, lets out a heavy sigh, and knocks. A faint sound crawls out from behind the door, and a young man slips in on tiptoes, scanning every corner like danger's breathing down his neck. Slumped on the moth-eaten sofa, he sprawled in every direction, palm over his eyes, while the room sat in shadow and an empty bottle rested on his chest. Total chaos explodes. Everywhere, empty bottles litter the place. Books are tossed across the floor, and stuff is sprawled on every surface, and then Yuri shouts that he came here on a friend's advice, introducing himself like, "Yeah, I'm here." The man snaps his eye open, mutters his name again, then groans like the world's ending. "So you've slipped me a minor girl, huh?" And half drunk, he spits that he's got no time to play games. It's barely noon, and this guy is already smashed. Yuri can't believe Mayaro would pull a lie like that. The man swears he even wrote that he's headed to the capital to sell fresh goods, but then he snaps and insists it's all useless. No matter what you try, the witches will come and steal everything. The Kef claims this is how everything is set up in the village, but the young man snaps back, calm as ever, and dives a hand into his bag. Then the drunk finally cracks an eye open, stares at Yuri as she tells him the decree came straight from the queen herself, and thrusts an envelope at him like proof in hand. The calf snatches the letter, devours every word, slips out of bed, and grins, still staring like it can't be real, like his eyes won't believe what's happening. Across from him, a young man watches, waiting for the reaction. He glares at the guy with bloodshot, cloudy eyes, scowling like he's offended, then rudely demands what this new product is. Yuri shoves his hand into his pocket, pulls out a tiny box, and then, bam, hands Kafu a small slip of paper from it. He tells them this pile is just sample waste paper, rough as it is. It's still a step up from parchment, and he's sure that with enough trial and error, they'll finally craft the real full-fledged product. Then he leans in, grabs a sheet, and demands to know what he's supposed to do. The boy insists he'll jump into making and selling the goods, like that's exactly what he's meant to do. Then Kaf asks, "But did you really carve out time for it in your schedule?" A young man says he's finally starting to get the tech needed to make paper, and the other guy shoots back, "All right, how am I paying you for all this work?" Yuri offers him a small but steady salary, then promises that if sales go through the roof, they'll talk about a raise. He lets out a heavy sigh and weighs the deal. He lifts his eyes to the guy, deadpan bored, and asks if he honestly thinks he can pull it off. If they can lock in steady production of this product, parchment could vanish from the market in just 10 years, and Kaf warns that the Parchment Makers Guild is run by one of the 7 witches, so they'll slam the brakes with obstacles at every turn. It's not just a simple spoke in the wheel anymore. Someone can threaten him, and even wreck his factories, because every new product that hits the scene shakes his entire market spot. Once the production's rolling, and they start chopping down those countless trees, paper gets made for half the price of parchment. So even if the witches are insanely powerful, they can't stop the fact that they'll still get pushed out of the market. The man just snorts, cracks open another bottle, takes a swig, then fires off that wild, absurd confidence and insists he won't believe he'll make it unless he gets proof. With zero proof in hand, Yuri slammed the whole thing as a failure and declared Mayaro was dead wrong. He stormed for the exit, swearing he'd hunt down another merchant, because even peasants chase luck, and he's daring anyone to prove you can get rich just by driving the witches out of the region. Big goals waiting for him up ahead. To pull this off, she needs a real partner, someone sharp, experienced, and brave enough to trade for real. But Koff? He's still terrified to take a risk, living off scraps and skulking behind someone else's shadow. How do you even label someone who's terrified to take risks when you don't know what's really going on in their head? Yuri was told that Kauf quit the guild purely out of hatred for this rotten system. But now it looks like Yuri might have totally misunderstood. The boy said his goodbye and bolted out, and the man slowly lowered the flask and glass in his grippes, head drooped with pure, exhausted weariness. A young guy trudged down the corridor when out of nowhere sound started creeping up right behind him. Right before he rounded the corner, the man grabbed his attention and demanded, "Whose tip-off did you get?" And he couldn't help but ask, "Who is that guy?" The boy told him this was his classmate, Mayato Godon V. Land. The man's world instantly flipped, like his brain refused to accept what he just heard. Suddenly, he blurted out an apology, confessed he was wrong, begged to be allowed to help, and even joked that he'd probably gotten downright dull with age. The fight kicks off deeper inside the sane, crumbling, decayed village. Yuri hauls a huge bag up the stairs, strides through the hallway, and raps hard on the door. Then he gives his name, and Kauf calls back that the door's wide open. No more shattered clutter. This time, it's all under control. A coughing woman sits on the sofa, rings of buckets around her, sleeves rolled up tight as she grips the supplies in her hands, telling you she's already prepped everything she needs to make paper. He yanked the piled fabric scraps apart, shredded them into smaller bits, and sorted everything by what it was made of. Yuri then leaned over the huge bowl and asked if it was really supposed to be that massive, only to hear back that, yup, that size was totally normal. The calf sprang off the couch and caught up to Yuri as he shrugged a huge bag off his shoulder, staring at the big basin of water and saying, "All right, time to start the experiments." He yanked a fascinating tool from his backpack, and the calf instantly leaned in, asking what it was, only to get told it was crafted by a master craftswoman. Today they're experimenting. And he starts off thinking he'll boil shredded wood and alkaline water to pull out fiber. But the moment plans shift, everything goes sideways. He really starts working his magic, tossing shredded fabric pieces into the water, then watching it all churn into a thick, ready-to-use mass. He yanks up his sleeves, tosses his jacket onto a chair, grabs a wild-looking device, and plunges it straight into the water. The man's face lights up with pure joy as the boy dives, splashing wildly, disappearing deeper and deeper into the water. The man breaks down how it works. When he uses the tool, that long fiber drifting in the water sinks, tangles up tight, weaves together, and thickens into one solid mass. He yanks her out of the water, hauls her onto the blanket, and she's still stunned while he asks if she's okay, confused, like he doesn't even know what just happened. Then the guy blurts that he's right-handed. That's why the right side came out thicker. And before anyone can process it, something else starts snapping into place. All that mattered now was surviving the water, letting the paper dry, and pushing through this desperate try, because they definitely weren't done. Kauf heard there'd be another shot and begged to be allowed in, and Yuri said yes without hesitation. A young man wipes his hands on a towel and stares as the other guy pushes through. Them stressing for nothing, because without alcohol the man's strength is right there, getting him back on his feet, and now the young man finally decides he can trust him. Suddenly, the calf snaps at Yuri to stop talking to him so informally, saying it feels weird for a boss to speak to a subordinate like that. He grins, wipes his hands clean, watches his subordinate struggle, and then snaps that he'll never let it go that way again. A month drifts by. Yuri strolls through the night academy halls like he owns the darkness, calm and unbothered, until a loud shout snaps the silence and someone grabs his shoulder. It's an old friend he hasn't seen in ages. The young man stares at his friend's furious expression, totally baffled, because he can't figure out why his friend is snapping like that. Since he traded with the folks of Kura, how long has it been? And why is teacher Issa so damn worried about them? One guy's ready to wait for souvenirs, while another can't stop wondering what's new with him. Years like, I'm selling a brand new product in the capital, and I'm building it right now. And the herald's blown away, demanding, so what is it? Then the boy shoves a sheet of paper into his hands, and Harold snaps his gaze to him, stunned. The young man grins and says the paper's called Ho, made from waste. This is only a sample, but he's dead sure a real, full-fledged product is coming soon. His friend can't stop thinking about how to make something like that, and Yuri fires back that he was just about to head to a brand new workshop so they can go together. He winks and tells her she's a little too far off right now. Then he smiles like nobody else because he's insanely proud of her. So two friends hop onto a giant eagle and blast over mountains and forests, racing straight toward their destination. They pull up to a tiny house swallowed by the thick forest, and Harold blurts out that he flew on a bird for the very first time, while Yuri chimes in that long ago there was a stable here, and you could clearly spot the water wheel pulling river water to feed the livestock. They need a ton of water to make paper, and lucky for them, this river sits in the upper reaches of Shibuyaku, pure, clear, and just perfect for the job. He warmly swings the door open, invites his buddy inside, and the friend leans in and suddenly blurts out, totally shocked. Inside the bar, it's wide open and spotless. There's a table in the middle, and along the walls barrels of water and buckets packed with all kinds of ingredients. But in the far corner, one man is buried in something downright unusual. Harris snaps his head around in shock, and Yuri blurts out a thank you, because it proves he loved it. Then out of nowhere, the boy gets called. Kef closes in with a paper sample and declares it's their best shot. Then Harold's whole body locks up as he suddenly spots this man, stunned beyond belief. Kef narrowed his eyes at the guy, watching as he introduced himself and pressed, "What are you doing here?" The other answered with his own name, then paused like he was thinking hard until their conversation flipped, and suddenly they were talking at nearly full volume. Yuri stepped up to them, dropped the bomb that Kauf is his business partner, and asked straight up whether they'd ever crossed paths. Tension crackled between the two men as Harold admitted they were business rivals and bragged that he'd tripped him up again and again. Then the other guy snapped back that he was only doing his job, and that Harold hadn't changed a bit, still too intrusive, still flirting with women like it was his favorite hobby. A full-on scuffle erupted between them, and the second accusation started flying. Their argument teetered right on the edge of becoming a real fight. She was seconds away from smashing the calf with her fists, but Yuri yanked her up by the collar and pulled her back before she could strike. He yanked his grip away, sent him tumbling with a sharp trip, and the room exploded with his scream as he hit the floor. He snatched him by the scruff again, yanked him close, and roared at his friend, forcing him to snap back to his senses. Yuri snapped into a serious expression and barked that she wouldn't let them cause chaos here. But her friend fought to break loose, yelling for someone to let her go and blaming Kauf for everything, still gripping it like a threat. The young man declared that no matter what they'd been before, this was his workshop now. For years, he gritted his teeth and saved every coin to pay the workers and raise a barn, then begged Lily to invent a brand new tool nobody had ever seen before, only for every last scrap of materials to drain him of a fortune. If they're really trying to tear everything down over some petty squabble, then Yuri snaps at them to get out right now. Finally, Harold snapped out of it, owned up to his mistake, and admitted defeat. Then he hurriedly apologized. The man even shot KF a message: this fight hits him too. So if KF wants to throw down, he should step out onto the street, and the two men traded tense looks before KF swallowed his pride and apologized. They chose to get back to work, and Yuri pushed them to drop the talk and study a sample, so the worker spread out on the huge table the finest sheet of paper he had. Yuri gently pressed the paper with a careful touch, while Kauf fidgeted and stared, desperate for his verdict, pushing him again and again. "Do you like it?" Until Yuri finally nodded, smiling like it was exactly right. He called it a great job, then proudly sold it without a shred of shame. And the worker couldn't help but feel thrilled. Yuri leaned in and said the surface was dead smooth, with the fabric pieces so faint they were basically invisible. Then he grilled Calf on how he even managed to level up the paper. He told me he rebuilt the whole paper pressing routine, using a rough wooden panel to squeeze the fibers flat, so he polished the top board smooth and sealed it with waterproof wax. Yuri said, "As soon as the profits roll in, I'm dragging Lily to upgrade the tools, especially with calf development in mind." Then he grinned and added, "After that, we'll hunt down fresh raw material suppliers, but for now, we're squeezing every last ounce out of what we already have." Peril watches their exchange and realizes Yuri's not messing around. He throws himself into the topic with pure, excited intensity. The young man shoots back. It's already obvious. Then right then and there, he reveals their plan to seize power and smash the Parchment Makers Guild. Surprised and arms outstretched, Harold demands if the witches will even tolerate this. Then Yuri flips the paper on the table and smirks, telling him not to worry because he's got a patent. He locks eyes with his shocked friend and the bewildered employee, then blurts it out once that paper hits mass production. They'll drop everything and start churning out the next product right away. Because he hasn't gotten a patent for his next invention yet, he refuses to spill the details. But he swears he's sitting on 2 more killer ideas, and his friend can't believe it. He talks to his employee and says, "If the paper production's enough, I'm usually fine with it." Then Bam Kafka cuts him off cold and spits. "No." He flashes a huge smile, hands him a towel, and says, "If the boss is ready to move, I'm ready to prove what I can do." They clapped fists together, and Yuri leaned in, telling him he was counting on him to deliver. Within a few months, a whole line snaked out of the stationery store for the sane eco-paper girls clinging to those sheets like treasures, pressing them close while they chatter non-stop, all fired up about something. It all kicks off in the north of the capital, right by the Witch's Forest, where a breathtaking mansion hides up in the clouds, ringed tight by dark, whispering woods. The girl strolls down the empty corridor, clutching a box of papers like it's something dangerous. She slips into the pitch-black room, lit only by the crackling fire in the fireplace, and the silence hits so hard it feels unreal. On the coffee table beside the armchair, parchment pages, pens, piles of money, and scrolls are scattered everywhere. And in the armchair, someone's sitting there making unsettling, strange sounds. The girl raps on the door, begs to be let in, and announces she's brought the product. Then from the chair, a hand shoots out, and she marches over and drops a sheet of paper straight into it. Long black claws stay hidden beneath the paper as a quiet, ominous voice murmurs his name. The girl leans in and tells you the truth: this paper is flying off the shelves in the capital stationery shops because it's way cheaper than parchment. And the craze is spreading fast. It's being sold by Yuri Go, the heir of the Go family. The witch keeps jabbing the paper as the girl explains, straight up, that the boy is the current whole family head's son and Mayaro's classmate. Then the woman snaps the paper into the fire like she's burning a secret. She lifts her fingers to her face and murmurs that, for what's coming at the royal palace, the entire family's head absolutely has to be invited too. The witch swings in and decides to teach him a lesson: no mercy, no excuses. Everything kicks off on a lonely island where the royal castle towers above the waves. A lively banquet is in full swing. People are stuffing themselves with turkey and pies, laughing, chatting, and dancing. Then out of nowhere, a stranger's hand clamps onto a guest's shoulder and demands his name. Luke whips around and finds a man in a black coat standing right in front of him. The stranger greets him like old times, says it's been forever. Then Luke's eyes widen when he realizes who it is: Gala, his longtime friend. Luke shoots the girl an apology, then heads back to his friend only for him to burst out, saying Luke's always tied up and never even makes time to grab a drink. Just as that complaint hits, tap tap, a stick scrapes the air, and a witch steps out of nowhere. She struts in a stunning long fur coat, gripping a staff in one hand and a fan in the other, while her assistant stands right behind her with a sack of paper ore. Then the witch turns to Luke Howe and speaks. The men drop into a deep bow to the witch and greet her with shining relief. Thank every star she's okay. Her name is Lady Luista. one of the 7 great witches and the fearless leader of the Goodenvira clan. Gala strides up to her old friend and pleads with him to forgive her, then tells him he'll have to leave them. Luke shoots back that he's just relieved he's alive and standing strong. With that, Gala walks away, and Luke steps toward the witch, bowing his head low. The witch swears she knows her grandson Mialo and her son Luca are sharing the same dorm. And when Luca agrees, he adds that his kid barely comes around, so they basically never talk. The witch snaps her fan open and hides her face behind it, murmuring that he probably doesn't know what his own son just spilled then. The father stares at her, shocked, and whispers, "What are you talking about?" The witch boasts that he's created a cheaper alternative to parchment paper, cashing in big from the sales, but the father just doesn't see anything wrong with it. Adding this could shatter the parchment market's stability. She claims it's way too much for a kid's pocket money, and warns that this won't calm down, because soon they won't be able to turn a blind eye anymore, like they're spellbound by it. Luke just stands there, totally baffled, trying to wrap his head around what he even heard. The witch snaps her head away and tells him, "I need to discuss this with my son." She tips her head to the right, eyes narrowed on Luke, and tells him it's totally possible he's playing with fire. Then the father gets it, sighs deep, and lets his gaze drift off like he's already bracing for impact. The story kicks off inside the Ho family villa. Yuri, fresh back from night academy, grabs a tight hug for a short woman wearing a headscarf. Tears blazing in her eyes, she rushes to him and whispers, "Welcome home." Mom stares at him and says he's grown a ton lately, but the boy just laughs back because at the academy, his classmates are so huge he barely even notices it. Meanwhile, Dad's already waiting for him in the living room, ready to talk. The living room gleams. Right in the middle sits a huge table, and beside it stretch shelves packed with books. Dead center, a man stands with his back to the entrance, and the moment he hears footsteps closing in from behind, the tension spikes. Yuri bursts in and announces he's back. Then Luke swivels toward him and cracks a joke like they haven't seen each other in a century. Yuri shrugs it off, saying he's been tied up, and as his father drops into his seat at the table, he says they need to talk. The father snaps that he heard his son burn through a ton of money, then demands, "Why didn't you tell your parents about it?" He blurts out an apology, swears he didn't mean to bother him, then admits this mess is something he kicked off on his own dime, and he's determined to handle it without dragging the family into it. The father lets out a heavy sigh and claims he's just a student, but Yuri fires back fast. He's already nailed 90% of the points, only has classes in the morning, and he's got 5 more years of school left. The father admits the son's right, then the mood flips. One big but comes crashing in. Before Luke can even speak, Yuri cuts him off and blurts that he still has no clue what to do with his free time, then asks if that's even against the law. He clocks that his father looks weird, like he's hiding something, so he asks, "Are you okay?" But his old man just goes silent, then murmurs, "Everything's fine." But then they slam the door and say no again, and suddenly everything stays messed up. Nothing turns out right. Yuri instantly suspects the witches warned his father, then demands to know what they said about his nasty reputation in trade or whatever else they cooked up. Then the father reveals he's just been invited to a royal castle reception, and the witches can't stop buzzing about it. Yuri admitted he tries to stay quiet about his name and business, but his father shrugged and said that for the Witcher family, it's still pretty easy to figure out what's going on. The boy told him, "I take my work seriously, but if it turns into a problem for the family, my father better tell me right away." Luke insisted everything was fine, told him to trust him, and said it wouldn't matter what he did as long as it wasn't something bad. But if he starts making enemies, he's got to live with the fallout. And remember this too, knights don't always stay posted to guard the capital. Even the father caught on his son can talk circles around Her Highness Carol. Then the witch's family basically warned him to keep his guard up with the kid. Yuri couldn't believe it. Even witches were whining about it too. Luke insisted he'd keep things friendly with Her Highness, since she's the future queen, but he warned he had to tread way more carefully, and then Yuri pressed him again, asking if she really was going to become queen. He also mentioned Princess Karia, but when his father heard she won't claim the throne, Yuri snapped back that he doesn't want his friend crowned queen, and his father couldn't believe why that was supposed to be such a bad thing. Yuri shot back that she'd invited him on the date herself, and the moment the father heard it, he sprang up from his chair, pure horror on his face. He learned she'd been bragging to the whole dorm that they were dating, claiming she was his fiancée, and it started to grind on his nerves. So he politely said no, but then Luke pressed him again, asking if he was really okay. Next, the whole chaos explodes in the Devil's Cave during the Shirakawa festival. Two young guys are trading gossip when one of them heads to his dorm, chats with a senior student about a brand new project, and boom, he clocks some totally ridiculous book getting sold all over it. The second one presses him for what kinds of books they are and demands to know if he's actually read what's inside. It's a heart-stopping love triangle between him, Mialo, and Dorobut. He can't bring himself to tell his father a single word. The Liberal Academy of Arts clings to old-school magazine writing, so he tracked down a legendary author to snag newspaper-ready material, but he never once thought it would turn into a BL novel. One day, someone penned a BL novel about him and his father, and it slammed straight into tragedy at the very end. The doodle basically banned romantic stories where the writer turns into the hero and somehow starts a relationship with a hot, popular guy. The author shattered that wall of silence by writing a novel where the main character was his own father, and then, boom, people around him laughed, mocked him, and turned the bullying up to full volume. So she set her sights on his father until he shut her down, and she couldn't take the rejection anymore. Her brother shoved him into a duel, and that's when everything detonated. He got expelled from school for murder. He was the second son in a famous family, smart, sharp, and full of promise until the murder shattered everything. And he finally realized the nightlife just wasn't his anymore. So he tied the knot with his mother, a gentle soul, just so he could take charge of a farm and start breeding living creatures. Yuri told me, "Don't tell your dad what's in that book. Don't poke his old wounds and drag those past problems back up again." The father stayed calm, said it was good to learn, then warned him to be careful with girls, because a woman's heart isn't something you can ever fully figure out. Suddenly, a tiny, skinny girl with a headscarf and braids pops into the doorway, clutches her hands together, and declares that their dish is already ready. Yuri snapped around, convinced he'd never seen her here before, and figured she must be a fresh maid. Then his father closed in, set a hand on her shoulder, and for a split second imagined it was Beria, Manon, Susui's younger sister. No, not just a sister, his cousin. He blurted in shock why she'd choose to become a maid, and his father told him it was her own idea. Then Beria bowed, beamed that she was thrilled to meet him, and Yuri, still a little stunned, shot back that he was just as happy to meet her. The father flashed a gentle smile and told her, "We'll talk later," then waved the girl away so he could speak freely for a bit while the maid bowed again, insisting it was totally fine because she was already about to step out. As soon as they were alone, the father's expression snapped, then he yanked his son by the shoulder with rough force. He narrowed his eyes and snapped in a weird, unsettling tone that it's downright awful when a relative becomes a servant in this house. Theo nodded right along with his father. He told Luke he'd heard Yuri was doing great and that the business was finally turning a profit. Then Yuri started scrambling to explain that they were still bleeding money, but they were ready to crank up production. And Luke cut in, "So you need help." The boy shot his father a sideways glare full of distrust, squinted hard, and finally, against his will, admitted he really did need help with this. Luca blared out that it was all settled, and that Bura was about to become his new colleague, leaving Yuri gaping in shock, with a storm of questions exploding in his head. With a steadier voice, the father went on, since his son didn't even argue that it was all for the family, and every single person was depending on him. After a bit, the young man and the girl finally reached Kaf's place, only to find him sprawled on the couch like always, half awake and casually greeting them, while Kaf shrugs that his proposal is anything but normal. He points out that the girl standing beside Yuri only deepens the mystery, And even though he still feels awkward facing his colleague, he keeps explaining what went down. He calls out her name and asks where she can plug into their team. And the girl dips her head, modest and ready. She can't wait for the chance to work with them. Calf can't help it. He blurts out, totally lost. Wait, what is the boss even asking me for? What does he want from me? He practically hammers it into him. Don't mix work with dating women, because it'll blow up in your face every time. But Yuri's fed up, and he cuts him off mid-sentence, not even letting the warning finish. He tells them Berea's his mom's cousin. She served as a maid for a spell. But trouble hit, so he brought her home. And then Calf, utterly worn out, drags out a tired sigh and asks, "So, where's she staying?" Yuri straight up says he thought about using a spare room here, but the place is too dangerous for a girl. Then Coffee cuts in instantly. No problem, we'll move. And it totally blows Yuri's mind. He openly admits he wants those juicy rumors about his solid earnings to spread, and he's been dreaming for ages about escaping to a safer place. He adds that if Yuri hires her, then Koffel will see it as his duty to look after her and teach her everything she needs to know. The young man slips his hand onto his sister's shoulder and grins, saying it's a wonderful coincidence. He takes a seat on the chair himself, lets out a heavy sigh, and admits that his father found out about the whole thing. But then he hesitates, realizing it might actually be a chance. He declares that from this day forward, they're officially going to be called the Ho Company. Out of nowhere, he names Kafu as president, and the girl who'd been standing quietly beside him barely even manages to congratulate him before the moment slips by. Koff lowered his head in a powerful bow, showing every ounce of his respect. The big one basically crowned himself chairman with full supervisory power, then told everyone to save the salary argument for later. The man beams and says he's thrilled to help, and the young guy fires back a heartfelt thank you. Yuri snaps that Calf's blowing everything way out of proportion. Then Calf grins and fires back that it's all about the mood, while the girl just smirks quietly from the side. Back at the witch's house, the air turned thick and silent like a trap. And there the boy stood in front of her chair, hands tucked behind his back, trembling with pure worry in every single inch of him. He turns to his grandmother and asks what she wants him to do, and she reminds him how she helped him get into the evening academy, then makes it crystal clear she isn't on the hook for his education. By the fireplace, on the coffee table, sits a letter the witch has demanded be delivered to the boy, because she wants the whole family to bring it to him, and she insists he absolutely must come to her for a talk. The witch stares him down, her gaze cuts like a blade, and tells him straight up, this isn't a request. It's an order. If her granddaughter so much as dislikes him, the witch yanks every bit of support and leaves him with no way to stay at the academy. Right in the middle of one of those lectures, everyone already planted at their desks. Yurko sits beside the students, and the moment he does, the poor boy gets slammed with doubts, because he can tell this letter spells nothing but trouble, and his friend is almost definitely about to get wrecked. In the end, he makes up his mind right there, no turning back. He tells them there's a letter meant for Yuri, and the moment he hears it, shock hits. Now he's determined to snatch it for himself. Right when the second one is almost about to hit the sheet, the boy snaps out of it, mutters that none of it matters, and then stuffs it away somewhere way out of reach. He insists he doesn't need it, and that only cranks Yuri's paranoia higher, because his obsession with that letter suddenly feels way too real. Suddenly, he blasts out loud in the hall that Arnold runs in this weird way, totally derailing the guy. Then, as he turns back, intrigued, Yuri snatches the letter right out of his hands. After he reads the letter, he snaps his head up and nods, because he instantly knows it's a disaster, and he's about to be crushed by something huge. Yuri skims the opening lines and learns the name Luida, the head of the Gudenvier family, one of the great witch clans, and Milo's grandmother. The boy gets invited to their home refuse, and they'll cut off all the money keeping Milo afloat. The young man snaps that this take-a-bite stunt is just a cheap move against his business, and the witch lays down conditions he can't refuse, so his friend dragged him here with this letter. even though he can't wrap his head around how Milo, who despises his family, could hand him a calm letter. When his future and his education are on the line, he can't bring himself to ignore it. The witch snarls that she'll kick the child out of the academy, then tightens her grip, manipulating her every step of the way until Yuri snaps, ready to step in. Because if his friend's trapped the same way, he'll take care of him no matter what. Milo sat there as pale as a blank canvas, totally stunned when his friend told him not to worry. Just leave everything to Yuri. The young man beams with pure gratitude and joy, then slams his palm down like he's sealing a promise. Night combat training still rages on young men in armor, clutch their spears and snap to every command barked by the big burly drillmaster. Yuri slips in from behind and, in a low voice, asks if anyone here trains. Train guards. He shoots back, yes, then tells her he'll head back to the main house tomorrow because they've tasked him with running their training. Yuri begged Soem to keep him company, then blurted that he wanted to see him in a butler's suit, not just as any ordinary warrior, leaving Soem absolutely stunned and lost for the rest of the night. The young man leaned in and swore he's going to fight at the Gudanvire estate, then demanded help right now. We hesitated for one heartbeat. Then he snapped his sword up fast, ready to shield the boy at the cost of his own life. The cart crept through the forest, inch by inch, like it didn't want to wake the shadows. And right there, she halted at the gates of the residence. Right then, a guard with his sword raised charged toward her, and he barked that this was Gudanvire's dwelling, then demanded what the travelers were hunting for here. The carriage curtain flew open, and Yuri blared that the master himself had personally invited him to the estate. Then he ordered everyone to confirm it on the spot and swing the gates wide. Minutes later, he was practically yelling at them to hurry up because he refused to keep the guests waiting. The door swung open, and there she was, a girl in a sharp black suit, the manager's chief assistant. She bowed gracefully and greeted the guests with perfect politeness. She flashed a warm wave and pointed the guests straight to their next stop. And right then, Yuri, dressed in a butler's suit, strode past her down the path she'd marked. The witch sat alone in the empty hall like she always did, staring at the vacant chairs, her fingers hovering near her lips as she sank into deep thought. Yuri and Soyem strode into the hall with total confidence, scanning every inch like they owned the place. The young man stared straight into the old witch's eyes, and under his breath he repeated her name one more time like a warning. Because this meeting didn't feel like it was going to end well. Luida pointed at the seat and told him to sit. Then Yuri, while handing his cloak to the maid, made it painfully clear he didn't respect her at all, because even if she hadn't called him, he'd have sat down anyway. The witch brushed off his sharp edge, spun toward the butler, and he hovered behind Yuri like he had no plan to sit down. The boy snapped at the witch to cut the act and spit out the real reason for the visit, insisting he had to get home before dinner. Yet all she did was grin like trouble and tease that they might not even walk out alive. Yuri said it's not worth your time to visit anyone who blackmails you using their own grandchildren. Yurita said poisoning the sun and air inside Ho's house was a downright reckless move. No matter how you slice it, the food they serve in that place is anything but tasty. With a sneer, the witch snapped whether the best solution was really just sitting down to eat with the grandchildren, and Yuri shot back that every dish hits different when you share it with your best friend. The witch stared like she couldn't believe what she was hearing as she talked about her best friend. But the guy was already fed up, so he cut in and demanded they get to the point. For the first time, a smile lit up her lips, and in that moment, she knew he'd already cracked every piece of the puzzle. The son spills his secrets, and the witch steps in, offering him protection if he'll choose her side in the battle between good and evil. She knows this might rub the great knight the wrong way, but once you're in the capital, you play by the city's rules and traditions. Yuri told himself that customs were just customs, not laws. He figured it was more convenient, and he didn't want everyone clocking his selfish habits, and he refuses to fork over a single coin to those bandits for protection. He won't play by customs like that. He leaned in and asked, "Tell me, how much do you want me to pay?" The witch grins and says, "Now that my grandson's fate hangs on you, I'm offering a full 20%. That money will shield his business, and it'll give his friend the push he needs to finish the academy, because she's convinced this is a deal that changes everything. But Yuroi showed up to guard Milo, and that witch has gone so far off the rails, there's nothing human left in her. The boy suddenly stopped her in her tracks, snapped that he was done with meaningless talk, and dropped a way better proposal. He sank into the armchair and calmly hooked one leg over the other like he owned the place. A young man slid her 30 sheets of his paper every month and grinned like it was pure generosity. The witch drove her sharp claws deep into the couch cushion. Her expression contorted as she snapped that this guy was absolutely not in his right mind. Louis de Gros, listen up, trusting this house too much can drag you into real, serious trouble fast if you're not careful. The young man propped his chin on his hand and declared he was just as confident in himself as he was in his strength. No doubts, not even a crack. Then the witch leaned in and snapped that his bold confidence would become a lesson for everyone. A nasty note slipped into her smile. Then she leaned back in the chair, grinned with delight, shut her eyes, and clapped her hands twice. She snapped that at their age, they never talked that rude. And back then, it was just the two of them, Yuri and the knight, exchanging tense looks. There weren't nearly enough of them to mouth off to the witch, so two bouncers burst in at the door. And Soham, still standing with his hands behind his back, just spun around. They were moving way too reckless, and the bandits could barely restrain themselves. Their fists were burning for a fight, poised to strike the second they got the chance. One of the biggest, most terrifying things of the moment barreled toward Suaima, screaming at the top of its lungs. Then Sue barely lifted a hand, swatting the danger aside in a blur. The bandit's fist shot through the air in a blur. Meanwhile, the knight's cold fist slammed into the first man's nose. So, he snatched him without breaking a sweat, yanked his arm in one violent twist, and in the blink of an eye, the first guy crumpled onto the ground. The knight barely glanced to the side, and in that instant the other guy plunged his hand into his chest and snatched a dagger. But I still dropped it in with a quick flick of my hand. In this hilarious kid's squabble, they swung at each other with whatever they could grab, right up to a vase stuffed with flowers. But she stared at it in shock, because she never ever expected someone to fire back like that. In just a few minutes, every thug on the scene crumpled to the floor, out cold and smeared with their own blood. The witch eyed them like they were beneath her. But Yuri, braced on his knees, snapped that she'd better not assume she could scare them with street thugs, because these weren't just any tough guys. They were on a whole different level. The Hal family isn't just famous. They're one of the top 5 military dynasties where war isn't a threat. It's the job they were born to do. That's why they're even stronger than witches way beyond them. Mira sat across from the chessboard with her hands folded, and it looked that way to him, like the whole moment was holding its breath. Suddenly, Princess Carol swept up to him with a chess set clutched in her hands and demanded to know why he was just sitting there all alone. She told me she wants to play chess with Yuri, but she hasn't seen him in ages, so she demanded to know if Milo has any idea where he's gone. The man blurted Yuri's name once more, and rage exploded across his face. Meanwhile, in the witch's living room, pure chaos, ripping through the air, Yuri stayed stone calm, sitting across from a witch who didn't flinch one bit. Leaning back in her chair, the witch smirked and said this boy had courage. He said he couldn't believe how calm she stayed in that chaos, and he admitted it honestly blew his mind. The witch snapped that the talks are over, and Yuri immediately swore he won't bargain with the bandits who dared to ruin his grandson's education. Milo's a genuinely good guy, and he knocks his job out of the park, so seeing him treated like this is just downright wrong. The witch nodded at the boy's grit, then shrugged it off. She didn't care how good he was, and they weren't about to pay a single coin for his education. The young man blurted out that it was them who got him into the academy, then snapped back. So tell me, how's it not selfish to act this way? If you can't graduate from the academy in this country, you're never counted as a real aristocrat, and in a witch family, women get the spotlight, so men can barely carve out a career here. That's why they didn't send him to the Knight Academy, because they didn't want him becoming an officer in the Royal Guard. After all, you don't just crush a nobleman's life because the world doesn't need him. She snapped her brows down in pure rage and hissed that she never gave him permission to be here, and he did it all on pure instinct. No one told him, no one pushed him. He just went for it. Meanwhile, Milo slid into the seat beside Carol and spilled every detail of what was happening. She sat there, staring off into space, and the thought that Yuri had gone to the witches wouldn't let her breathe. Then another question clawed at her. Why on earth was Milo's grandmother still paying for his education? Out of nowhere, she realized this had nothing to do with her, snapped an apology, and the boy just waved it off. Everything was fine. He said he still couldn't forgive his grandmother for what she did, then snapped that he never should have studied there in the first place. He conned his grandmother into sending him here. Carol's eyes lit up. If it didn't bother him, she wanted the entire story, from the very first moment to the very last. She leaned in and demanded to know why he was dying to get into the academy. To make you understand, he had to spill his whole life story back when his mom was still in school. She was already dating his dad. His mom hailed from a line of witches, while his dad was a nightbud. When they split, the woman still carried their first child in her womb. That's when Milo finally discovered the truth. His own mother had been lying to him the whole time. Everyone clocked it right away. Mother was tiny, small enough to stand out the moment she entered the room, and father took that as his calling. Finished school, and married her without wasting a second. But then disaster hit. The very first child was never born. This whole event spit in the face of both families. One of the 7 legendary witch family's top reps got pregnant while she was still cramming at the academy, and the whole place erupted into a scandal. After that, the father got stranded. His family ditched him, forcing him to quit his nightlife for good. The witch family didn't need him anymore, so he drifted through life, and their marriage slowly iced over. 15 years have already slammed by since that day. So, why did his mom suddenly give birth to him right then, out of nowhere? His mother acted like he didn't exist, so his father never left his side and drilled him on reading and writing. His grandmother and the rest of his family never believed those losers would ever manage to have a child, so they threw him away and left him to rot. Her father practically burst with joy when his first child was born, and he adored her with all his heart. But the second Milo's grandmother realized he had a special gift, she cut his father off for good and started grooming Milo to take the throne right on that same day. Milo kept going with his tale. He told us that when his parents headed to a dinner party, robbers suddenly ambushed their carriage, and it was so late that the pale moon could barely light the tight path through the dense forest. The attackers swarmed in, all armed with spears, and they surrounded the carriage like a trap. His father fought like a storm, fiercely defending his mother. Then, even with the enemy outnumbering him, he stood his ground, snapping back at every hit and fighting to stop them from pushing any further. He still fought back with everything he had, even with his body wrecked and his strength running on fumes, and he kept them at bay until the guards finally burst in and rushed to save the family. He took a brutal injury, and in that rough stretch, only his son could nurse him back to strength. One night, the worn-out father locked eyes with his boy and, in a calm whisper, poured out heartfelt wisdom the kid would carry in his heart for the rest of his life. He wore his title of knight like a crown, living by the belief that any real warrior must carry honor and dignity, because dying without even fighting for it would be a stain on the code and an insult to the noble path he'd chosen. With the words, "It's a pity, but I regret nothing," the father's eyes dimmed, his final breath left him, and the hand gripping his son slowly slackened. Those last minutes beside him crushed him, but they drove home one thing. Life and duty mattered more than anything. Milo was sure his father, who charged into a deadly fight with bandits, wasn't just saving his mother. He was clawing back his own honor every night. Because, for a real knight, duty rules everything. And if you won't protect it, you don't just fail the world, you start losing respect for yourself. After his father died, grief crushed him so hard he shut himself in his room and cut himself off from everyone, spiraling into pure despair. Then one night, his mother stumbled in drunk and dropped a few words that hit the teenager like a punch. She shrieked in pure hysteria, furious that everyone thought the boy was her husband's blood, because he wasn't. Then she confessed she'd been with other men, And the kid happened by accident, since her husband was totally infertile and couldn't father a child. Carol, right there for the whole conversation, stared with eyes stretched wide, her whole body trembling as her mother finally confessed. Milo trusted the man he called Dad with his whole heart, and then the truth shattered everything. He wasn't related at all. When his mother finally confessed, it flipped Milo's entire story of where he came from upside down and left him questioning every single piece of his family's past. But somehow, he's always been there, and the young man still calls him his father. Yet he can't ever forgive his mother for wrecking the bond between father and son, because that fury curdled into pure hatred, and he finally decided to spill the whole truth to his grandmother. Grandmother told her grandson, "It doesn't matter how you entered this world." Then she shook off his worries, stopped circling the past, stopped thinking about people who can't be here anymore, and pushed him to aim at tomorrow, build himself up, and earn his place as the proud next chapter of that legendary bloodline. Milo couldn't accept that his mom buried the truth about his birth and vanished from his father, his whole heart. Yet his grandmother just stayed cool, brushing off all his panic like those family secrets were nothing compared to the real goals waiting in life. After that, he couldn't stand the sight of his own family anymore, because they shoved personal ambition and status before real love and what family is supposed to mean. As the young man sank deeper into the real meaning of magic, his doubts multiplied with every new lesson, until the old teachings and the everyone knows beliefs he'd grown up with started crumbling out of his faith. By 10 years old, the boy had wiped his family's history off his mind like it didn't belong to him anymore. So he stopped chasing their stories, felt like a total stranger at every gathering, and threw himself into his own passions, determined to break free and choose his own future. This young man lived for one dream: walking in his beloved father's footsteps. After his dad's final wish, he forged documents, talked his family into sending him to an evening academy, and swallowed the fact that he'd actually wanted to chase an art school instead. And that's how, on exam day, this young guy ran into Yuri, future classmate. Future turning point. And what started as a casual hello snapped into something deeper fast. Yuri even came from the legendary Hal family, the name behind greatness. Milo was desperate to lean on Yuri's powerful family and dodge the witches hunting him. But Yuri turned out to be nothing like Milo feared. He stayed kind and attentive, never once using his power for himself. On the contrary, this young man actually loved studying, and it made him grin to talk with his classmates. But the moment he imagined leaving the academy, dread and panic crushed his chest. Outside it, though, he'd already found friends, mentors, and real goals that would shape his future. He couldn't even bring himself to burn that nasty letter from his grandmother, so he let Yuri go meet her. Carol thanked the young man with all her heart, because she knew he'd bared the truth with real courage, and she couldn't praise his honesty and openness enough. She begged to keep this life-changing secret locked between them, saying nothing to a single soul, like burying it deep in their hearts, because she was terrified that once the truth slipped out, the family would explode into arguments and crushing misunderstandings. The girl grabbed Milo's attention, told him to calm down, and said Yuri only sees him as a normal classmate. No secret agenda, no hidden motive, then pushed hard at his fears by reminding him that real friendship is built on trust and honest intentions, nothing sneaky. But Carol snapped into focus, really digging into the mess, determined to make every move with everyone's best interests at heart. Right after the brawl, Yuri caught up with the lady and met her face to face. Yuri was sure of this: if Milo chose to enroll in whatever school he wanted on his own, nobody had the right to step in and shove their rules on him, because freedom to decide matters most, especially when you're picking your future profession and life path. He also realized that if his friend really had those kind of abilities, he'd be the kingdom's perfect guardian, and acting cold just because he was a guy felt petty as hell. But suddenly, the woman burst into a loud, unstoppable laugh. Yuri totally couldn't see what was funny about all this, but Luisita shot back that she understood exactly why their conversation looked so weird. She didn't even dodge the truth: Milo had been a girl all along. Yuri's jaw dropped, then it all clicked. That's why his friend looked so worn out and fragile, and why Eris walked into the academy against her grandmother's wishes and got hit with that unfair, biased treatment. For Yuri, though, none of it mattered. He'd come only because the hostess asked him to, so he decided it was time to head home. Louisa saw Yuri coming back home and thought, good, at least he's being responsible. But she snapped right away that she wasn't going to keep funding his friend's education at the academy. And Yuri himself flat out said these words meant nothing to him at all. If she didn't want to keep studying, he promised he'd go to his father and push for Milo to be officially adopted, so she'd finally be free on both the money and legal sides, yanking her out from under that grandmother's thumb and out of the family's grip. The young man was sure that if it went that way, Milo would light up with happiness and pour out gratitude. Once the conversation ended, he wished the lady nothing but health and peace. Then he walked out of the office, leaving Louisa alone to wrestle with every argument she'd just heard. He trudged back to the Night Academy dorm and froze when he found his girlfriend standing dead still in the middle of the room. The girl swallowed her nerves and tried to explain, but the boy cut her off and snapped, "I'm back." That calm, gentle voice washed the tension away so fast, the whole moment turned warm and peaceful. Yuri told her not to worry, insisting the meeting went great. Then he swore right there that they'd stay together, just like always. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and every day after that, nothing was going to stop them from finishing their studies at the academy as friends. Milo clung to her nerves as she begged her friend for forgiveness, confessing eyes down that she was ashamed for all the trouble and worry her problems had caused. When Yuri finally showed up, Carol's face lit up, and she blurted that she'd been waiting all day to play chess with her friend only for Yuri to look a little crushed, admitting his mind couldn't focus because his stomach was growling non-stop from hunger. Milo decided he'd look after the guys, so he charged into the cafeteria to see if there were any plates left. She stepped into the roomy space and spotted a half-empty table dead center, piled with fresh rolls that looked way too tempting. She shot her friends an awkward apology and admitted that the dining room only had a humble plate left, bread with butter and salt. Nothing fancy. Carol brushed it off with a bright grin, saying that kind of simple meal was perfect and actually tasty. She smiled and reminded everyone of that old folk wisdom. Even the simplest food tastes like a miracle when you share it with the people you love, and the real joy hits the moment you eat together with the ones who matter most. Yuri took a careful bite of the bread, then lit up and exclaimed that it tasted unbelievably delicious. After a hearty dinner, Carol promised everyone they'd enjoy the evening playing chess. But Yuri hated it, because that game would keep him from resting and relaxing after his meeting with his mistress. Right in the middle of his factory shift, Yuri got hit with a sudden call. His cough had apparently pulled everyone's attention. They officially announced this experiment worked, and they forged a brand new paper-making raw material from specially processed animal skin, then kicked paper quality up a whole new level. Yuri was over the moon that his idea finally became real, and he couldn't believe the team's invention let them cut out the whole tedious mess of collecting lint from the fabric. Plus, they fixed the problem of low-quality raw materials, which cranked the factory's efficiency way up. The calf wrinkled his nose at the foul stench, frowned hard, and demanded to know what he was doing there. Yuri threw out an apology and said he only wanted to scrub the oil, but then admitted he never thought about what it could cost, and he didn't take safety into account at all. Calf stared at that strange, pitch-black liquid he'd never seen before and blurted, "What is this, and what's it used for?" The other guy leaned in and said, "If you process it right, this stuff turns into a universal material that can power tons of uses." The employee fired the question again. Was this substance actually on the materials list for launching the new business? He couldn't stop thinking about the fresh new product and the big rewards if that technical breakthrough really paid off. Yuri knew this substance had to be used to forge fresh books out of the storm, so he grabbed help from Lily, a senior academy student, who could craft special tools to handle that strange mixture together. In this world, every book was handwritten, and expert scribes churned out the copies, but Yuri flipped the script by using mimeography, stolen from another dimension, to blast out books in massive quantities. This paper is brewed from a special wax that refuses to soak up ink, so instead of printing, They carve the letters out with a metal brush, then roll ink over it like a stamp. And yeah, the young man thinks the whole thing is wild and pointless, but Lily somehow makes it click and proves her idea can work. Kelf swore that every tool she makes is top tier, and it's her skill that made it all possible. So she told the other person to show the specialist real gratitude, because that help mattered a ton. Yuri shot back that if this was about pay, he'd already handed over more than enough money to the master, so there shouldn't be any money troubles at all. Then Kaver snapped. No, I'm not talking about cash. He reminded her that Lily is still buried in studying and juggling tons of activities, while Yuri keeps swooping in with one request after another and steals her time. So Koff told her to step in every now and then and give Lily extra support to make up for all the effort and hours she's burning. Irie thanked him for the advice, and it hit him real strength means caring about other people's interests and duties, watching their work and limits, and treating them with respect, because that's how trust and teamwork grow into something solid. At the cafe, he genuinely thanked the girl who'd agreed to meet, then slid into the seat across from her at that little wooden table. Now his brain scrambled, hunting for the perfect words. Lily sat in a cozy armchair, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, lost in her thoughts like nothing else in the world mattered. Yuri genuinely thanked her for everything she'd done, then urged her to jump in without hesitation and dig into the treats he was offering. The young man grinned and told her he'd reserved a separate, cozy room in the cafe for their meeting, and Lily said she'd happily treat him to hot tea and classic sweets, until she hit him with one big problem. She froze, turned toward her boyfriend beside her, and stared like she was double-checking she'd picked the right road. She figured, in that exact moment, being alone would be smarter, so she tiptoed toward the guy and asked if he felt the same carefully, like one wrong word could ruin everything. Yuri caught her staring, blushed hard from embarrassment, then nodded. Yeah, it was a perfectly logical idea. Lily wore a small smile and straight up admitted it was just a joke after all. Shalom and I shared the same room, so what difference did it make? Then she laughed and said they'd spent the whole day chatting, tossing around math ideas, and stealing glances at the stars. That girl couldn't shake the need to know why she was even here, and when she guessed Yuri had cooked up some wild new invention, he sealed it, praising her sharp mind like it proved her theory. He kept dreaming that she'd pull off something special for him, and Shama then Lily smiled politely and told him to hold up for a bit. She said, with total confidence, that she can't afford to ignore her studies. She just wrapped up 4 tough summer courses, and with schoolwork already piling up, adding more assignments would wreck her grades and throw her performance off. Lily also revealed she built a printing press that'll crank out books and documents faster than ever, and Jerry nodded like, "You're truly irreplaceable," then added, "But you can always count on me when things get rough." Silence hit the room like a drop of ice. She snapped that if the Academy's golden boy got offended, she couldn't lift a finger, so she'd have to swallow his terms. And he was left staring, asking himself if he was really that famous everyone kept bragging about. Yuri didn't beat around the bush. He demanded a special star navigation device, and the two of them exchanged a look that screamed, "We have no idea what that even is." He told me that out on the open sea, where the horizon melts into the sky and direction vanishes, you can't just guess. You need a real method, and his fix was brilliant. Use the stars as living landmarks to pinpoint exactly where you are. Sailing ships ride the wind, so they can't just blast straight ahead, and out on endless open water with no landmarks, you can easily drift off course. Luckily, the stars and planets stay locked in their places, and with astronomy, you can chart exactly where to head. Once those calculations are turned into a nautical almanac, sailors won't have to wrestle with brain-melting math anymore. They'll just watch the stars and compare where they land in the sky to their exact position. Yuri handed Shama the job of building a super-detailed catalog of solar phenomena tied to time itself and the moon's Saiji phases, when the sun, earth, and moon line up perfectly. And Shama nodded right away, knowing this was serious work that demanded dead-accurate measurements. Lily figured the trouble wouldn't come from the metal telescope at all. It was built solid, but then reality hit. Crafting the glass lenses and mirrors demanded a whole separate workshop, packed with special tools and materials. The girl gasped at what Yuri handed her, and the boy, trying not to blush, said he'd noticed her vision issues, trouble reading tiny letters, and blurred things when they were far away. Then he admitted he'd been saving a surprise just for her. A merchant snagged these special glasses on a trip to a far-off country. The boy nodded and said those glasses fit her perfectly, making her eyes pop like never before. But he warned that everyone sees differently, so the lenses have to be made one person at a time, tailored to the exact quirks of each vision. Yuri told her to reach out to the glass factory and get them to craft lenses for her once they start making devices like that, because the workers there will help her nail the optics perfectly, one by one. Since choosing the right fit matters more than anything, Jim asked if there was anything for him, and his partner just smirked, promising, "Next time, I've got you." When Lily realized the gift was meant only for her, her heart lit up. She felt truly special. The girl figured the boy probably wouldn't notice the small stuff happening around him. Shem Worley demanded to know why Lily was still up, and Lily hurriedly apologized to her neighbor, explaining she'd just wrapped her final task and was about to crawl into bed. A dorm student begged her to fix a pocket watch, and the craftswoman always had hands full repairing gears and mechanisms non-stop. Watches were all the rage at school, so new clients kept showing up for repairs and maintenance. Sham realized she loved making things with her own hands, and Lily confessed that at first she only picked up handicrafts to earn cash for her studies and rent. The Amiya family are knights by birth, but they pay heavy taxes to the lords just to stay out of wars, living only by building watches for those same lords, because without them, they'd have no way to survive. And from childhood on, she's been forced to tinker with every gear and spring, so she knows how these machines work better than anyone. Her relative sends Lily to study, but the family can't scrape together tuition, so she shoulders every cost herself. And she can't even talk with the wealthy women flaunting pricey watches and treating status like a heartbeat. Ever since she teamed up with Yuri, money stopped stressing her for a bit. But that wasn't even the real prize for her. The best kind of happiness? Watching people actually smile and feel satisfied with what she makes. She lives for those sweet compliments, because every bit of positive feedback proves her hard work matters. Shan figured offering the girl a job at House might be worth the gamble, but the neighbor shut him down. She'd already been rejected, and warned that if her mother ever found out about the attempt to score a role at a company that big, rage would hit hard. The boy still remembered how the girl once grilled Yuri, "Why do you work yourself to death?" And Leah couldn't stop replaying that moment, determined to uncover what truly powers her friends. As Sham admitted the awful truth, his partner warned that the country might vanish soon. Yuri couldn't pin down whether it would hit in 5 years or sooner, but one thing was crystal clear to him. It was coming fast because he kept grinding, never coasting on old wins. Lily thought the kingdom's protection meant Kirshner would be safe now, but he snapped back that the damage was already done. 6 of the 9 Shan states were gone, and the whole situation was a full-on mess. The young man kept going, hammering home that the kingdom of Kirshner was crumbling, piled with thousands of wounded soldiers and refugees fleeing the war's wreckage, forcing everyone to face a brutal choice: fight back or give in, because the result of this battle would decide the fate of the whole continent. The young man insisted there's still hope if someone dares to spark real revolutionary change. But in this country, the conservatives hold all the power, and anyone trying to smash the old order and build something new is met with brutal, overwhelming obstacles. Earth thinks the real poison in this country is simple. The royal family barely has any power, and even if Carol finally becomes queen and fights for reforms, the conservative crowd will clamp down so hard that every move ends up crushing into nothing. Right now, every general beside him is a coward nobodies daring to pull off a coup. Even his own family back home is busy rebuilding the army, because after that campaign, the forces are wrecked and beaten, so they're nowhere near ready to make a bold move. The young man warned that with those witch supporters of the old order backing the corrupt elite, The country's about to crash into a brutal crisis if they keep clinging to power. Lily demanded to know the exact moves her partner had planned, because she needed his real strategy and his vision for what's next. And to her, just sitting around and waiting for things to magically change was totally unacceptable. Yuri made it clear they're stepping into a whole new stage of development, and the tool they built will drive that progress forward. Because when science and tech shift, society follows, and only fresh ideas with cutting-edge tools can keep up. After their homeland got smashed to dust, there was only one brutal path left: bow to the enemy and become their slave. Because running to some new land felt like a whole different nightmare. Between choosing to submit or risking the unknown, the battle in his heart raged like hell. Lily was sure Yuri was burning the midnight oil, doing everything in his power to make his family feel loved and safe. Even if this country crumbles, his mind is packed with enough knowledge to slip away to a place where discrimination doesn't exist. Yet he still grinds day after day, chasing the tools, hammering together a boat, and carving out a new home where he can guard his family and the people he loves. But Lily finally got it. If the cranes came swinging, Queen Carol wouldn't run or abandon her country, not for a second. Lu Kao, her dad, and even her school friend Dora would be ready to fight right alongside them. She's convinced Yuri would never ditch his family and run off into unknown lands if it came down to a choice. He'd stay right in his homeland and fight beside everyone who refused to leave. Lily's mind raced stay and square up to the threat, or run and risk it all by crossing the unknown. If she stays, she'll have to meet the enemy head-on and gamble her life and health. If she flees, she'll be forced to swallow the brutal ache of being torn away from her homeland and the people she loves. In the 7th-year dorm at Night Academy, the teacher tore open the news. The top student would represent their dorm at the Duke University tournament, and to choose the first opponent, she had everyone roll the dice. Milo grinned at her friend Yuri and swore she wouldn't drop a single point in the upcoming game. Yuri pumped her up like crazy and declared this was the perfect moment to light up the whole faculty with an unforgettable match. The judge raised the moment like a trophy and declared that the first move goes straight to Milo from Goodenville. The teacher thundered that a fresh, wild wave of the tournament was about to kick off with a special match. First, two best friends would go head-to-head, their skills and bond proving to everyone that real sportsmanship and respect can shine even in the heat of battle. Time dragged on until finally the day arrived. Yuri turned 16, and now it was his turn to step into the Night Academy's demonstration performances and the university's doubles tournament, a tradition everyone here swore by. Every year, the Knights Academy throws a massive tournament to crown the deadliest fighter among its students. And when the champions step up, they don't just win, they earn total respect and the title of the Academy's best knights. Every year, two universities clash: Legendary Academy of Knights versus Creative Academy of Arts, and the whole place goes electric as their reps battle in the art of Dookie, turning the arena into non-stop tension with a show the crowd can't look away from. Yuri handed over his spot as the Ninth Academy's representative to Dory, but he couldn't resist the Duke competition. Because when it came time to judge, they crowned him the best among this year's dorm residents, and in the final, he went toe-to-toe with Milo, a monster of talent himself. Dookie is a tabletop strategy game, sparked by ancient Chinese Shanxi, where your goal is simple but brutal. Smash the enemy's army by sending your pieces surging across the river that splits the board in two. On both sides, a king squares off against the royal eagle, and this bird of prey can vault over both allies and enemies alike to slam straight into the opponent's king. No clever shogi-style trap setups around the king, just direct, ruthless pressure. Yuri was plotting the perfect way to stage his defeat, so it would look like he'd fought fair and square. And he realized that even if he tried to pull some wild move to throw the match, it would scream suspicious and fake, instantly shocking everyone and turning trust into doubt, ruining any chance of a fair contest. The young man chose to move like he had glass bones, slow, careful, and perfectly controlled until his own situation collapsed bit by bit, all so it would look to everyone like pure opponent luck. Not the cold plan behind it, but damn, this mission was brutally hard, because one wrong move would have screamed suspect to everyone watching. Still, he clenched every ounce of willpower, made his move with razor-careful timing, and pushed for his plan to work, keeping his face steady like a real master. But just when everyone thought Yuri had this in the bag, Milo blew everyone away by snapping up and announcing she was done. And no one could believe it. Yuri had been leading strong with the upper hand, until Milo stepped up, officially told the judges and the crowd that she had no choice but to call it and surrender. The judge's voice hit like thunder as he declared the tournament winner. Yuriko, so shocked he could barely breathe, staring around like the world had just pulled off the biggest prank ever. Carol strode up to him and gushed that his game was insanely interesting and exciting, even admitting she herself had no clue what was going on, while her friends scoffed, swearing those compliments were fake and that Milo had only planned everything a step ahead. Milo nodded like the universe had played out perfectly. Yura won, and when that guy finally admitted his confession, he sounded shaken, like he'd lost control of everything. And Yura just squeezed his hand, soft but steady. She leaned in and told her friend she couldn't wait for the final at the Grand Castle, then demanded they make it to the decisive match and snatch a brilliant win right in front of the queen. Eric let out a heavy sigh, because Milo had caught his cold, distant attitude toward winning and then just gave up on it himself, even though he didn't care about it either. Still, the girl's move hit Eric hard, reminding him that real friendship and real responsibility are messy, complicated things. The young man figured out that if they picked a fight with the Academy of Arts, witches would show up for sure, and his friend is doing everything in her power to dodge it, probably because of a messy mess with her family. The students got the news tomorrow. The 2316th Dupes Academic Tournament kicks off right in the halls of Vaughn's Castle. The organizer roared for the whole academy to clap for the 16 lucky students chosen to represent the school at the tournament. Right then, Yuri's nerves spiked, so he leaned in and scanned everyone's faces, hunting for every flicker of reaction and mood. He clocked the tournament's strange order, men and women taking turns in the line, then saw the usual matchup kick off the first round. The Night Academy's famed fighters going head-to-head with the Academy of Arts and Sciences' creative heavy hitters, and right then, the young man snapped to attention because a brutal trial was waiting right ahead, and the tournament ran on Olympic rules. One was, and he was gone, eliminated for good. By the second round, everyone expected him to step up, and Yuri knew exactly what his role meant. He wasn't just showing up, he was representing the whole dormitory, so he had to go all in and stay razor-focused. And as for Yuri, he could barely wait to face brand-new opponents, because he was itching to test how strong he really was. Yuri Hao tore through the first 2 rounds with ease until the judge's grand announcement confirmed he'd finally reached the semifinals. And then everything hit him at once. He felt proud, but a little too satisfied, because so far he hadn't faced a real opponent who could actually bring the kind of competition worth remembering. The judge stepped up, snapped their attention to him, and declared the tournament's big moment had finally arrived. Now the second game block was slipping into the semifinals, and the tension skyrocketed as if it had weight. Everyone could feel the anticipation hanging in the air, because in just moments we'd find out which of the finalists would keep chasing the grand prize. Yuri Ho lunged onto the field to face Lalika Kurson, and the referee snapped the whistle the second the moment hit. Then the game kicked off. Lily was stunned by how fast her opponent clocked the situation. He sized it up in seconds and made his move. Then the boy told her his father drilled it into him early. Be a gentleman, respect girls, and never keep them waiting. Yuri nearly accepted that the duel was basically decided. Then the girl suddenly ripped up the script with a daring play, pushing her pawn straight through the front line and forcing the boy to sweat over one of his most important pieces. Rage burned in his soul as he realized this girl was leagues beyond every opponent he'd faced. Guys who usually just flinched and reacted like nothing could truly hit them, no matter how brutal the attack was. And then it hit him again. Milo wasn't the end of it, because she was still his toughest enemy. Lilica lifted her head with grace, locked eyes with Yuri, and admitted defeat in a soft, steady voice, dignified, unshaken. and with not a trace of bitterness or regret. She genuinely wished the winner luck in the final, and prayed he'd snatch the tournament's grand prize. Then, boom! The judge slammed his verdict and announced Yuri Koei as the semi-final winner. Right after that, an unseen voice shouted congratulations, basically roaring, "You did it!" A young man rushed up to Milo, nerves jangling, and blurted out whether she'd been watching the tournament the whole time, because he couldn't help thinking she'd been quietly cheering for the players, while most of the crowd didn't even realize. Milo swore she never left the tournament once, and made it clear she came just to watch him in the final. Her crowd-level support hit him like fuel, powering him to crush the match and live up to every single expectation. Carol closed the distance and shot Yuri a quick congratulations, praising how hard he'd pushed and never quit. Then Yuri froze when he realized she'd actually come to watch too, and that kind of friend support instantly supercharged his fighting spirit. At last, the time had arrived. Yuri stepped into view before the princess, the future queen, and she beckoned him closer. With every ounce of courage he had, he dropped to one knee, looked up respectfully, and thanked her from the bottom of his heart for putting her trust in him. The young man carefully cupped the princess's small hand in his big palm and brushed it with his lips, pouring out pure respect and thanks, while Carol stood off to the side, stunned and glued to the moment, caught in a swirl of emotions. Suddenly, a wave of shame crashed into her like thunder. Her cheeks flared, her heart started sprinting, and she just froze, staring at Yuri with eyes blown wide, mouth gone dry. She desperately wanted to hide or bolt from here, but her legs felt nailed to the cold marble floor. Even though she felt totally lost, she dug deep, whispered a quick, "Good luck" to him, then bolted out of the room while he just watched her go. Stunned, the young man snapped his head to Milo, desperate to know one thing. Did he mess up somewhere and ruin the image he'd made with the princess? His friend laughed, then assured him that Carol was only trying to quietly rest her hand on Yuri's shoulder to show support, but the guy's sudden, unexpected move threw her off completely, and she felt totally lost and uncomfortable. The boy went ice cold with confusion, fully realizing just how badly his careless move had hit in front of that important person. Then he scrambled to steady himself, mind racing with panic as guilt and doubt crashed over him, demanding to know what he had to do next. Tucked behind that huge wooden door, Carol let out a quiet laugh, convinced Yuri could be way too sensitive and way too picky about the rules of politeness. Cramped in the carriage, the friends burst into lively chatter, laughing, trading stories from past adventures and soaking up every second together. Milo clocked that Yuri's semi-final opponent today wasn't just any fighter. This guy was pure talent, one of the most lethal masters of his era, and his moves hit like lightning while his strategies blew everyone away with how deep and wildly creative they were. Yuri admitted that beating someone that strong isn't shocking at all. His power and experience make him feel almost unstoppable. But then he thought for a second and said even a monster like that still can match his friend's skill. The kid's face lit up when Milo praised him, and the girl leaned in, intrigued by how real it sounded, then carefully asked if he truly meant those words, or if Milo was just playing another trick to keep everyone smiling. To make it crystal clear, Milo pivoted the whole conversation and pitched tomorrow's final along with Yuri's next potential opponent. She leaned in and told her that her friend's future opponent came from one of the 7 witch families, the Lacrimanis clan. Yep, Lacrimanis. The young man stared into the distance, replaying every word in his head, calculating every fact like it mattered. Then he pictured how the next move could go, judging the enemy's style while measuring his own power. Yuri suddenly remembered this. Shira Lacrimanis is the granddaughter of the current head of a famous family, and her mom runs a powerful parchment guild. And yeah, people started whispering that this young sorceress had a truly wild streak. She once flung rotten fish straight onto the streets of Bor, right by the doors of the city's bookstores. Shira also has a nasty crew of hired troublemakers who go after small traders and deliberately ruin their sales, stalling them with cheap harassment and nasty provocations. Milo snapped Yuri back to reality. This final decides everything, and warned that his opponent could pull any dirty trick just to win. After all, the noble girl won't just quit and walk away, even with fear gnawing at her. She trusted his strength, fully sure he'd smash through every obstacle toward victory. Her support warmed his soul, and it lit a fire in him to prove her faith was never misplaced. Yuri swore, with all his heart, that he'd do whatever it took to end the tournament with dignity and make his friends proud. Then a fierce blaze of determination snapped into his eyes. He wasn't just chasing victory. He was burning to win that championship and put right the injustice the treacherous enemies had ripped apart. But before heading back to the dorm, this guy had to swing by a spot called How, because he was dying to talk to his coworkers about work before he called it a night. The young man swore this would be quick. Then Mila smiled and told him she'd wait in the carriage for as long as he needed. Yuri stormed up to the table where Telia sat, and beside it loomed a bottle of strong alcohol. The young man couldn't shake his worry over his friend, because Kaf had promised to quit drinking. Yet he just poured himself a drink and hadn't even taken a sip. Yuri's voice trembled as he blurted, "Tell me what happened. What made you go back to alcohol?" The Kaf bellowed at the top of his lungs, blaming the witches for every new disaster, snarling about the bloody notes he'd found on his workshop doors before. But this time, it hit even harder. The witches had poisoned the river they used for production by dumping ink liquid into it. You spotted a dark liquid that looked just like the crude oil Yuri processes, and your friend told you the workshop has a bunch of safety employees watching every step, but warned you this place can still turn dangerous fast. A brutal bunch of hostile witches was about to seize their workshop and steal their livelihood, and the Kaf turned straight to Yuri, panicking, demanding to know what they had to do to save their business and dodge the disaster coming from this fight. At last, the last day of the great tournament is here, and the whole academy team, students and teachers alike, scrambles into action, rushing to get everything ready. Chairs go up, the hall gets dressed up, and the place gets organized with the kind of precision only a tournament this huge deserves. The servants fussed over every chair for the royal family, draping them in fresh flowers, while the jury got special seats marked with symbolic hourglasses, because the whole point was to drive home that time and wisdom make or break a fair verdict. Yuri stared at his everyday clothes and froze, wondering if they could possibly pass for an event this official. He started freaking out over whether the Academy's outfit would even cut it for the award ceremony, and the stylist told him to go formal, but then warned him that his own clothes were already beat up and stained. And to top it off, he found out the guy across from him came from a seriously noble family. The man kept pressing, begging for permission to freshen up the young one, insisting his looks shape how the world treats him. Then, without a second thought, he hauled the kid onto a chair. Yuri's nerves shot through his body as he blurted out what the stylist was about to put in his hair. And the stylist just smiled kindly, told him not to worry, and promised he'd be careful. Then, with a steady calm, Yuri cracked open the jar of styling oil like he already knew this would turn out great. The young man hurriedly told the barber he was totally satisfied with his hair and begged him not to touch a thing until the student finally caved, agreeing to trim only the very ends. No matter what the client begged for, the master kept pushing and completely revamped Yuri's hairstyle until, with the right tools and care products, a plain cut turned into a sharp new look that practically begs people to stare. Irritation burned in his chest as his face looked nothing like before, and he practically snapped back to his normal life. Then he marched for the hall entrance while the servants swung open the massive oak doors like it was a grand ceremony. As Yuri pushed past the buzzing crowd of excited students, he finally clocked it. This was just a regular school competition. But the sheer joy in the air spilled into him fast, and his irritation started to melt away. The judge barked at him to step onto the podium with the finalists, but the second the young man spotted the queen seated on her throne, he dropped to his knees instantly, pouring out respect like it was burning in his chest. Before Yuri even opened his mouth, he faced the monarchy's top guns, Her Majesty the Queen, and her daughter, Princess Korea. His girlfriend, Princess Carol, sat right beside him, bursting into laughter like she knew a secret. He couldn't stop staring, baffled, wondering why she was laughing, and even more, what on earth was up with that wild, weird hairstyle. Fuming over what he'd been dealt, Yuri headed back to his spot. And before the quiet could settle, bam, the sharp voice of another top official cut through the air. And every head snapped toward him. The girl strode right up to the royal family and spoke straight to them, confident, poised and dazzling. Her flawless manners, beautiful words, and spotless presence, screaming that she'd been raised for nobility. Only then did Yuri snap to attention and realize Shura was right in front of him. Lacrimanis, the noble daughter with real power draped in pure luxury, and with a look so flashy it made Yuri half-joke to himself. Was she trying to seize the throne on the spot? Milo leaned in, whispered good luck, and met her friend's eyes with a steady, cheering smile. While Lily hovered nearby, nerves trembling, and asked timidly if Shem would back his friend in the tournament. Sham caught Lily's worried eyes and told her Yura would bulldoze through any trouble and walk out the winner. Then Lily smiled, modest as ever, and admitted she truly believes in Yura's strength and abilities. The judge's voice went stone cold as he declared the tournament's main event is seconds away, the final showdown in pair chess, built in 3 stages, where the champ is the one who snags 2 rounds in a row first. She bowed to Her Majesty the Queen and begged for permission to kick off the tournament. The Queen sat tall on her throne and declared, loud and fearless, that the tournament begins right now. Yuri couldn't believe it. The match was starting already. The pieces sat on the board, but who would strike first was still anyone's guess, until the referee stepped in, ran the draw, and handed the starting move to someone. The judge's voice dropped to a solemn hush and declared that Shura would go first. His move, Lacrimonis. When Yuri found out the judge made the call alone, no talks with the players, unis hit him hard, and the nerves spiraled fast as worry took over. Right after making her first move, she smirked like she'd just struck gold, thrilled that her deal with the judge worked out perfectly. The young man caught it instantly. She didn't win on skill. She flexed connections and money to stack the deck, yet even with that blatant unfairness hanging in the air, he stayed ice calm. That brooding boy snapped that his rival was a real witch one who feeds on evil and spins lies wherever she goes. Then watched the girl refuse to play fair and started setting traps and twisting everyone in the tournament. Yuri was so sure of himself. He trusted his experience and hard-earned skills to beat that crafty enemy. And after watching every move, he spotted the cracks in her plan and waited for the perfect moment to strike. A massive scoreboard blared the results of the first stage of the competition for everyone to see. With a heavy heart, Shira chewed her nail, then finally swallowed her pride and admitted defeat, while the judge bellowed the winner's name, Yuri Ho, the one who flipped the whole outcome and crushed it with total confidence. Now the young man finally got it. This was the reason he pushed into the next stage of the championship, and after a quick breather, the referee slammed the announcement that the next round was about to begin. Yuri was fired up to turn the next meeting into a full-blown spectacle, because inside his head, an ambitious plan was brewing to win hearts the hard way, not just on the technical side, but by hitting fans and critics straight in the emotions. Lily stepped in and said she was Yuri's friend, saying they were super close then. Milo jumped in too, claiming he knew her as well and pushing the point that they had to trust each other and back each other up, because their words instantly turned the whole room warm, united, and peaceful. Lily awkwardly confessed she wasn't exactly confident in shogi, then leaned in and offered to teach her new friend the basics, rules, and core techniques if they wanted. After the second round, the girl swore Yuri's focus dropped fast, but she couldn't tell if she was reading it right. Maybe he was just worn out, maybe he hadn't prepared, or maybe she'd gotten it wrong. The young man flat out admitted he lost this round, and the crowd went silent in shock. Milo was completely stunned, reeling from the words because he couldn't believe what he just heard, and the look on her face screamed heartbreak. She'd poured every bet into him. The judge bellowed the second round winner's name, and right after that, Shura Lacrimanis stepped in, urging everyone to grab a quick breather, sending the fighters to the waiting room to gear up for the third, deciding game. Milo wrestled with why her friend kept acting like that, why he let his opponent win. Then her hope flared. Maybe he'd claw his way out of this mess. prove that his weakness is only temporary, and soon get back to crushing victories again. She didn't hold back. She grilled him, asking if Yuri was just going to hand the victory to the opponent again and if he was truly throwing the match on purpose. The young man coolly admitted he was doing it on purpose, throwing away his winnings with full awareness. And the furious girl snapped, demanding to know why he was ditching easy wins and gambling his spot in the tournament. Yuri told me the Lacrimanus family controls a powerful parchment guild and feeds most of the kingdom with raw materials. So mess with them. And you're signing up for massive losses, meaning open conflict is a trap. And the smart move is to talk it out, bargain, and carve out a compromise. Milo stared at him hard, openly wondering if the witch's power and influence had him scared. She knew her friend had already slammed back against that vicious grandmother, so she didn't buy it as just money. The girl was certain the odds were even and that he could keep the fight going strong with experience and skill. Yuri basically told everyone the tournament is nothing to him. His eyes are locked on bigger goals. He even said she might call him a hero, but he doesn't want that label. He'd rather move for what he wants than play the hero for everyone else. Milo picked up on it from the start. The tournament wasn't the real priority for her, and every attempt she made to help her friend just fell flat, crushing her hopes and making her start seeing these events in a whole new way. The girl cringed at what she'd done, then flipped the script. She swore to change her path and throw all her energy behind the goals that actually mattered. Yuri leaned in, trying to get what his friend meant, and backed her up with warm, soul-lifting words. She always fed him solid advice and stood by him when things got rough, and he genuinely cherished her for it. Never once did her help annoy him. But deep down, he wasn't the guy she wanted. He finally understood she didn't want someone who just bends to her, copies her, and does everything exactly the way she demands. Yuri finally exhaled after Milo confirmed everything, but just as peace settled in, a voice he knew all too well cut through the moment. He spun around and saw his friend closing in, calling out his name. The maid stormed up to the guest and snapped that he couldn't set foot in this room, then demanded what he thought he was doing. But Kaf just shrugged it off. Then he sincerely thanked her for the warning and said he only slipped in to find Yuri. Spying his friend charging toward him, the young man blurted out in shock, "Why are you sprinting? What happened? And what news did you hear?" After catching his breath, the two friends finally started spilling everything that was unfolding outside the palace. Kaf knew this tournament moment would decide everything, but the shock he carried couldn't wait, so the talk had to happen now. Milo, hiding behind the wall unnoticed, caught a piece of it and went, "No time to lose," because action had to start immediately. Yuri locked eyes with his friends, told them he'd got it all, and ordered them to follow his instructions to the letter, no deviations. One of them nodded, then asked if Yuri was really okay. Yuri just stayed calm, saying everything was steady and fully under control. The whole tournament rode on this last match, and the crowd stopped breathing as if one move could shatter the world. Then the referee's voice cut through the noise. Third game. Winner decides everything. Both players locked in, eyes sharp and hands steady, ready to unleash every ounce of skill they had. The judge bellowed that Shuri would strike first. Lacrimanus snapped a signal, and the showdown ignited instantly. Both fighters locked up, hunting for the perfect opening while the crowd stared like every single move could decide the fate of the world. Lily was blindsided by the judge's decision because Yuri, her best friend, always makes the first move. So this crazy break from the usual order hit her like a wave of doubt and anxiety. She couldn't stand the silence, so she tore through a storm of wild what-if scenarios, trying to pin down why her friend had gone quiet. Her rival strode in with unstoppable confidence and kicked off the final battle, while Yuri locked in on every move, weighing his options and hunting for the perfect counter. She tiptoed up to him and asked if he was okay, panicking that something terrible had happened. Then he flashed her a calm smile and told her he was totally fine, with zero problems. The girl told Yuri to lock in on his business, a tiny store named How, because he's the one running it right now. Shura shot him a stern, teasing warning saying that very soon he'd be forced to deal with real trouble. where only fast thinking and an unconventional move would save him. She painted a clear picture for him. Imagine a fire ripping through his store, scorching the goods and wrecking the building, because a disaster like that doesn't just hurt, it costs a fortune. And he'd have to sink a massive amount of money just to claw his losses back. And if things spiraled further, his whole business could have crashed. So the young man tightened his frown, clocked how messy it really was, and stayed ice calm, because he knew the only way through was to keep a cool head and think everything through step by step. With their breath held tight, the crowd stared at every move on the board, desperate to see how this brutal showdown would slam into its ending, because the final clash felt unstoppable, chaotic, and impossible to predict, lighting up every emotion in the room. Carol couldn't settle her nerves as she wrestled with one brutal question. Was the danger real? And did Yuri's workshop truly burn? In her head, horrifying images of wreckage and loss kept spinning non-stop, and with every minute that ticked by without news, her dread for him and for everything he'd built only kept swelling. She instantly knew those suspicions were total nonsense, and she couldn't shake the question of why Shura would spin such lies, so she stared into it, hunting her real motives, because she had to uncover the truth and silence the doubt for good. The princess shot up in a jolt and screamed that the tournament was cursed, demanding everyone stop right now, and the queen stayed cool, urging her to look closer and figure out what was happening before she leapt to conclusions. Mom calmly pointed out that her daughter's interference just keeps her friend from locking in and building a winning strategy. Every request to stop playing, every distraction, chips away at focus, and that's why her chances of winning drop. She should back her up and trust the process instead of stepping in. He let out a bitter sigh, wrestling his nagging anxiety and crushing fatigue, while visions of a future hanging by a thread spiraled in his head. He told me he'd heard about that fire that tore through 4 buildings, and luckily nobody got hurt, so the damage stayed small. At least for now. Shura, clearly uneasy, immediately snapped. Is that for real? He never saw his opponent having the nerve to bring up something so personal at a public event, trying to smear him in front of everyone, and that hit him with a boiling surge of irritation and a heavy wave of disappointment all at once. Shura shot down the accusations in total disbelief, swearing she never said a word like that and that it was all Apernia's imagination. The Trollope thing down without a response, making it crystal clear she didn't want to keep talking. Yuri admitted there was no proof, then made it crystal clear he wasn't about to spill what happened. Everything stays sealed as a secret until the truth is finally nailed down. He honestly believed it was all her fault, her choices, her constant provoking, and he felt she'd burned away everyone's respect until they started seeing her as unreliable and as a rival. Yuri admitted that as she hadn't caught on, he'd intentionally thrown the second round just to hand her the championship. Then he tried to drag the fight out by rallying the local witches, but he refused to play nice with anyone who burned down the workshops. The young man shot his rival down with pure contempt, calling her a bad person who doesn't deserve gifts or privileges, and he made it crystal clear that wins, built on deceit and dirty tricks, don't mean anything. They only earn disdain. Rage flared up in Shura the moment she heard Yuri's rude words. She clamped her lips tight, her eyes snapping with hatred, bitterness, and pure despair. And it only got worse as she forced herself to bury what she was truly feeling. She swallowed her feelings, marched up to the judge, and begged for a fair ruling, while that guy hovered right behind the proceedings, bracing to defend his opinion and protect his own interests. Because inside that courtroom, the air was razor thin and everyone was hanging on the next word. Desperate for the verdict, the judge snapped at Yuri to watch his tongue and act right, then hit him with a punishment by cutting down the extra time he got to make his decisions. The young man wasn't the least bit scared of the punishment. He even smirked and asked if she truly believed the time limit would help her win, and Shura's glare burned with fury as she realized her tricks had completely failed. Yuri snapped at her provocation and flat out said he'd had enough. No more attacks, no more games. His voice rang hard and steady, and just like that, the crowd and judges locked in on him. The whole hall tightened in an instant, and every single eye snapped to the central stage. With a confident stride, He snapped that he'd seize every opening to crush his opponent, and if she failed, he said she'd look pathetic, cowardly, and cruel. The young man blared that no tricks or lies would spare her from the defeat that was coming, and a sickening premonition crashed over the girl. She knew the power gap was brutal, and all she could do was pray a miracle would actually show up. Shura stared at the board, totally lost about what Yura meant then, out of nowhere. Her pieces started getting wiped off the board one by one, and the opponent moved like they already knew the ending, slicing through her defense step by step until victory was right there. Sweat poured down her face as she clawed to save every chess piece and stay locked on her square. But her trembling fingers only made move after move, and each time it all backfired, dragging her closer and closer to crushing defeat. Shura was seconds from total defeat. He tried one last shot to stop Yuri, but time was up, and it didn't even feel worth swinging anymore. Yuri's pieces were locked into perfect, crushing positions, an immovable wall that guarded every key spot on the board. The girl froze solid with terror, like an invisible spear had pressed against her throat, ready to strike any second. A cold shiver ripped through her spine, her breath snagged, and panic flooded her head with despair and pure horror. In that instant, the world collapsed into a tiny cage, leaving her only helplessness and the dread of an end she couldn't avoid. She finally saw the writing on the wall, then stood her ground, admitted defeat, and faced it with a brave smile, and the crowd erupted in thunderous applause and joyful cheers, basically crowning the tournament's brand new star on the spot. Shura snapped that her behavior in the match crossed the line, and now she wanted to talk to her alone in a special room, because once she found out what happened, the consequences would be dealt with. One of the attendants flashed a polite smile and urged her to come with him to the meeting room everyone was heading to. The girl hesitated for a beat, then obeyed her companion anyway, because dodging that meeting was finally impossible. Yuri finally got at what he'd achieved, and with one deep, shaking breath, the anxiety poured out of him like a curse lifted, the weight on his shoulders gone, his muscles loosening, and calm settling back into his soul. Carol stormed up to him and snapped, "When are you finally going to act normal?" Because once again, he'd gone and kicked up a huge commotion. Yuri realized there was nothing he could do, because some disasters hit out of nowhere and spiral straight into chaos. He grabbed his friend's attention, forcing calm in his voice, telling him the past can't be rewritten, and the only way forward is how they choose their next move. She snapped at him for being a show-off, but then she swallowed her pride long enough to admit it, flaws and all. He really did win. Her tones still bristled with frustration, yet right under the anger, you could hear it. She was secretly proud of him. Carol absolutely loved the game. She leaned in and praised Yuri's skill and sharp strategy, then shook his hand hard and told him she's proud of what he pulled off, and knows he's only going to keep leveling up. Yuri theatrically dropped to one knee, cradled the princess's hand like it was priceless, and pressed a gentle kiss to her fingers. Joyous cheers exploded through the hall the moment it happened. Everyone was buzzing from what they'd just witnessed, and the applause hit so hard it swallowed every other sound, filling the whole auditorium. A young man snapped up from his seat, bolted straight into the street, and shoved past the roaring crowd and all the official greetings like they didn't matter. The second Yuri crossed into the palace, a voice he knew better than his own thoughts boomed his name from somewhere ahead. Milo shot a quick nod at the magnificent bird perched nearby, waiting like it knew its owner would arrive any second. Yuri snapped around to the girl and, with real sincerity, thanked her for saving him with her help right when he needed it. Milo froze for a second, like the words burning in his chest were finally about to spill out. She dipped into a respectful bow and murmured an apology so softly it barely cut the air. The girl admitted she never even considered the fallout, and she's truly haunted by the mistake she just made. Yuri wrapped his arms around his friend, soothed her with a tender voice, and told her she isn't guilty because everyone messes up, even if she really did something wrong. He swore he wouldn't be mad and he'd stand by her no matter what, because friendship is what matters most to him. A young man sprang onto the huge bird's back like it was nothing, clamping down hard on the thick saddle straps. Yuri broke into a warm smile and shot Milo a heartfelt thanks for the help. Then he straightened up, declared he was leaving for good, and walked away certain he'd made the right choice. The boys spun around, and there it was, a man sprinting straight at them, mouth gaping as he screamed, "Wait for her!" And his roar ripped across the square before the palace. Lily, panting like she just ran a mile, couldn't help grinning and asked Yuri if he was heading to his workshop. She nervously blurted out, "Can you take me with you to the workshop?" Lily added that her own works are kept in the studio too, and now she's desperate to see just how badly the fire wrecked them. The young man nodded like he fully got it, and right then they teamed up to check the damage and handle whatever needed to be done. Yuri barked that they had to move, then shoved Lilia to throw her coat on right now. They bolted straight to the workshop, racing to see what the flames wrecked, scrambling to figure out how bad it was and how they'd bring the place back. Because the fire had probably torn everything apart, leaving nothing but ashes and ruined wreckage. Milo stared as her friend slipped away, and a quiet ache hollowed her chest until their silhouettes vanished in the distance, and all that remained was dead silence and lonely emptiness. Workers erupted in shouts, yanking everyone back fast from the half-collapsed building because those shaky walls looked like they could give way any second. Debris from the walls dangled overhead like a ticking time bomb, ready to crush them at any second, so terror exploded. Panic swallowed everyone, and people bolted for their lives. The firefighter snapped a warning to his partner, putting out that fire was turning deadly fast, so they had to grab the most valuable gear. Then sprint out of the danger zone right now, before disaster finally closes in. The young man clocked Yuri arriving, and the moment he stepped in, they kicked off the inspection of the fire damage, because this was the make-or-break point that would decide what to do next and how to rebuild what the flames had destroyed. Lily stared with a tight chest as everything unfolded, because those beloved instruments she'd treasured for so long could be shattered or even vanish for good. And the thought of starting all over again crushed her. The girl shrieked with rage and charged straight at the witches who lit that deadly fire. And in her mind she cursed every single person who dared to touch what she swore deserved to be protected. CAF hurriedly apologized to Yuri, admitting they were genuinely sorry and mortified it took them so long to put the fire out, while Yuri stood there looking crushed and confused because all the losses and damage piled up while they dragged their feet. He let out a heavy sigh and finally admitted it. Turns out that workshop watermill was fully engulfed, burned to the core, and left almost nothing standing. And with it, every single tool they used for the job was wiped out too. Yuri made it crystal clear. The smashed buildings and ruined tools didn't matter as much as keeping the workers alive and safe. Lily admitted her colleagues were right, but it still crushed her to the core to lose the tools she built herself. Because if someone else's stuff had been damaged, she could have swallowed it. But losing what she made with her own hands hit way harder. Even with all the damage and losses, the moment she heard that not a single employee was hurt, relief hit like a wave, wiping away her fear, warming her heart, and giving her the push to keep going. Koff snapped his eyes up, just as his friend strode straight into the burned building with fearless confidence, and while the danger screamed all around, panic slammed into Koff. He burst out in loud, desperate shouts, begging him to stop and turn back. Suddenly, crack! The whole building groaned and the walls started buckling in seconds. Collapse was right around the corner, and when his friend realized Yuri was trapped inside, pure panic hit like a wave. Fear slammed into the friends, and they froze, no movement, just wide-eyed horror as it all unfolded. Their faces drained to bone white. Their hands started to shake, and their hearts pounded faster and faster while, wordless, they watched the structure sag and collapse inch by inevitable inch, silently praying for a miracle. Calf stood right in the middle of the chaos, screaming for Yuri with every last drop of strength, straining his ears for even a whisper back, his voice shaking with panic, sweat pouring down his face, and his eyes darting through the wreckage like they could will a sign into existence, because his whole body was locked up tight, waiting for one tiny sound that meant the boy was still alive. Suddenly, one friend spotted his companion emerging out of the smoke, and he carefully stepped forward while gripping a lost folder to his chest like it was life itself. his face and clothes smeared with soot. Kev couldn't wrap his head around why Yuri ditched the half-destroyed building and marched straight into danger, but his jaw dropped at how hard his friend was fighting through those stories, so he rushed out to sincerely apologize, because in the end, friendship hit harder than fear, and sticking together was the only way either of them survived, no matter what came next. The young man slowly extended the valuable folder to Lily, his fingers trembling from the pressure he'd been swallowing all day, and in her eyes, pure gratitude and wild admiration flared up. Yuri leaned in and said she built it just for them, her very first creation. Suki Gata. Lily's creations became the blueprint for the group's one-of-a-kind tools, and they stockpiled them for whatever disaster came next. Yet even with all that planning, the fire still devoured most of their supplies. Yuri finally exhaled with relief when he spotted that at least one copy of the device had made it through. Lily, choked by emotion, shoved Yuri hard in the chest, snapped that he was a fool, and screamed that she couldn't believe he'd risk his life over something so simple, because she just wanted to protect her husband and stop his reckless move before it turned into tragedy. Even with anger snapping in her chest, she couldn't deny how brave her friend was, because she knew saving the instrument she'd built with her own hands mattered more than anything. So she thanked him with a trembling heart, even while worry churned inside. CAF clapped Yuri on the shoulder with a grin, telling him that with the tool's prototype finally in hand, they'd jump right back into mass production. And the sting of old victories flooding back into his mind gave him real faith in what came next. A friend backed up Taurus's words and promised this soon, a brand new workshop will rise in a safe zone, guarded from enemies and spared from natural disasters, so creativity and hard work can finally thrive where evil can't get in. And they'll even build a totally new watermill. Lily tiptoed in and carefully asked to help restore the workshop, and the weight of responsibility hit her hard. She needed to jump in for the team and the bigger cause, because she knew everyone needed backup, and she was ready to give everything. The girl kept dreaming fiercely of becoming a real piece of the How company, rebuilding that workshop with her own hands and pushing the business forward, because she'd always wanted to step in, put her skills to work, and help forge something the whole company could be proud of. The guys snapped up Lilia's offer with big smiles, practically saying how thrilled they were to have her on the team, and the loud laughter that followed warmed everyone's hearts. Then they teased her, joking that she should stay with them forever. Yuri shot across the sky, riding high on a majestic royal eagle as its massive wings thundered wide and carved straight through the clouds, whipping up a roaring trail of wind, while the sun flashed across its feathers. The man stepped up to the workers and calmly told them the landing was seconds away, urging everyone to get ready, while a massive eagle wheeled and dropping its altitude inch by inch as it glided straight toward the ground. Soon, those massive claws slammed toward the ground, and the whole sky moment was basically right on the edge of complete chaos. Yuri yanked off his helmet, gulped in that fresh air, and felt his cheeks cool as relief hit like a wave. Fatigue slipped away. Pride and joy surged in, and now that he didn't have to lug the gear anymore, he could finally crash and rest. The young man spun toward his friend and promised, "I'll be right back," then left his loyal royal eagle, Stardust, to rest and recharge its strength. When they finally said their goodbyes, he grabbed his friend's hand and thanked him for every bit of support and help, because they both knew their roads would split for a while, yet their friendship would stay unbreakable, even with the distance and all the tough stuff. 6 months have slammed by since the Duke's tournament burned the old workshop to the ground. Now a fresh workshop stands on the Goff family's land, and it's got nothing to do with the witches. After a deep inspection, Yuri set off to the nearby port in the city of Swami. Harold turned this city into a roaring trading hub with the Republic of Albion, and at first it exploded with growth from non-stop deals with other cities. Shipbuilding and all kinds of crafts thrived here. Now that cultist Lily finally got a real body, Yuri bolted for the port city of Swami, hunting down a ship that could survive a brutal voyage across the open ocean. A young man stumbled on a person sprawled motionless on the stone pier, and when he leaned in, he caught the stranger's faint mumbling, so weak and tired It practically rang in his bones. The stranger murmured spell-like words in a weird tongue, barely audible. What crawled up from the sea sended back. What rose out of the mountains, sended back where it belongs. Timmy let out a heavy sigh and warned me, if I didn't want to lose my way to Joe for the place he claimed he came from, I'd better listen. Yuri claimed this was an ancient horror language, carved in a special obtuse script, and from the man's accent and the way he talked, there was no doubt. He wasn't from the Quran tribe. He snatched a knife in one sharp move, fixed the stranger with a hard stare, and demanded to know exactly who he was and why he'd shown up. Because that gleaming blade in the sunlight said one thing loud and clear. This wasn't a joke. The young man froze when he realized it was Harold himself standing right in front of him, asking to check out his messy, disheveled look. So he stared back, studied him up close, and demanded to know what Harold wanted, and why this crazy surprise had him so curious. Gerald admitted it had been ages since they last saw each other, and now that they finally stood face to face again, an awkward silence hit them both, until they realized they were just as happy as ever that their bond was back. Yuri shot him a worried look on the dock, seeing him sprawled there, exhausted and totally lost, then asked why he was lying like that. The friend snapped back, telling him not to jump to conclusions or spill a word, because the truth was way messier than it looks at first. Peril kept begging, "Leave me alone. I just need to rest and sort out my thoughts." But his friend, scared for him, still talked him into going, swearing they'd stick by him and help every step. The company ducked into a cozy bar by the port, and Yuri declared it was the one night to toss every problem aside and drink in peace. No second thoughts. And he even volunteered to pay for every single round. Gerald leaned into the counter and ordered a steaming mug of fragrant sake, plus some dried meat, and the friendly waitress snapped into action, agreeing on the spot just then. A young guy nearby chimed in and offered to take the bill and put it in his name. Yuri snapped, straight up asking his friend what happened to him and why life had turned him into this wreck. Seeing the exhaustion and hopelessness burning in his eyes, Yuri had to know what broke him and made him change so drastically. Harold stopped dead for a second, then spilled the wild truth behind the last few months' brutal trials, non-stop trouble, and laid out exactly why the guy who used to be all energy and strength became someone totally different, changing every part of his personality and behavior. The young man choked back tears and screamed his story. His boat was violently bucking. The woods split with a brutal crack, and suddenly everyone was hurling into the open sea. Yuri's mind raced, as the truth hit. This meant the ship had sunk, the crew had mutinied, and they were getting tossed overboard like trash. He finally got it. Sailing the sea without celestial navigation was a reckless death wish. By the time the supplies ran dry, the crew snapped and started hunting blame, tossing both the captain and the navigator overboard. Now he couldn't stop wondering how anyone even survived. His companion broke the truth. They got flung into the water too, along with a spear, and that's exactly what kept them alive. Yuri is convinced that if Geralt's still alive, the old man they buried must have truly known where that land is, and that their boat, which couldn't even reach the shore, may still be out there drifting like a ghost ship, loaded with weapons. He was sure a trial like this deserved a real reward, then half-jokingly told Harold to go find a girl. He even laid out who he was, Notushin, and said, by their customs, it was absolutely forbidden to use women just for entertainment. He didn't sugarcoat it. He dumped every last coin into boat gear, and now he was left with nothing. No way to restart, and no one backing him up. Trapped, he felt his confidence crumble, and the thought of total failure scared the life out of him. Yuri couldn't help but admire how fiercely he clung to his faith's principles. Then, just as that thought hit, the waitress rushed back to the table and apologized to the guests with a polite bow for the long wait. The young man insisted that tonight was for dinner, drinks, and wiping the slate clean. No more problems. But if Harold refused, he'd just grab the food anyway. Harold snapped back at once, screaming that it was his, and nobody gets to toss it out or take it without his say-so. Gerald, drained to the bone from exhaustion and booze, slumped onto the table and crashed into a deep sleep, an ending that felt way off, but somehow opened the door to repair relationships and reminded everyone why they have to stand by each other. The waitress came by to grab the dishes and, right on cue, realized the client had nodded off. With careful, respectful care, she tipped Yuri off, her voice dripping with sympathy and total understanding. Yuri bowed and apologized to the girl, then explained he'd have to leave Harold here until morning because the poor guy looked wiped out. Yuri didn't want to yank his friend from the one peaceful rest he could finally get. Suddenly, the young man yanked a knife from under his clothes, and the waitress instantly froze, her fear written all over her face. The room tightened, brutal tension. Yuri told his girlfriend nothing bad would happen, then confessed the real truth. He just wanted her to look amazing. When he asked her to grab a broom and a dustpan, it sounded weird, but the employee instantly clocked what he was doing. The young man and the waitress burst into happy smiles as they stared at the results of all their hard work. The employee leaned in with worry and asked if everything was okay, but Yuri shook his head and said not to stress, then grinned and teased that Harold's new haircut suited him perfectly. He snapped, decided to handle it himself, and struck a deal with the waitress to check in at dawn to see if his friend was really okay. When she heard what he needed, she agreed. In the morning, Yuri grinned when he spotted Harold rocking a wildly funny hairstyle. Somehow it fit him perfectly, while Harold rubbed his head, staring around like, "Wait, how did my hair flip into this overnight?" He snarled a grim warning: anyone who messes with his look will regret it. The moment he spots the culprit, this young man vows to tear him apart. Zero mercy. Yuri rushed to calm his rattled friend, insisting it was all an accident, just a wild chain of absurd coincidences and pure chance, turning disaster into a laugh, because the friend was totally fine, alive and unharmed, and that meant the real nightmare was already over. The young man genuinely wanted his friend to crush every goal, and he'd give him full credit for it, until he suddenly stopped him and demanded his attention for just a moment. Harold demanded that Yuri lend him money, and Yuri nearly choked in shock, reminding him he was buried in cost too, because he was one step away from buying a new ship, and that request just left Harold's plan sounding completely impossible since Yuri had already earmarked his cash for crucial future buys. He also wanted a stash of cash just in case the ship went down and he couldn't lend a hand. But his partner bulldozed past that idea, pushing them to sail together instead, bragging that he'd been to Albio Island loads of times and knew the place inside and out. Yuri leaned in and peppered his friend with a question. What skills make him the kind of experienced, trustworthy assistant they can count on? Yuri held his patience tight, waiting for a real, detailed answer because he wanted to know exactly how competent this future teammate could be. That kid didn't trust the sailor at the helm. He was drunk out of his mind and couldn't be trusted to steer. The next ship, though, was packed with modern tech, so now its position on the open sea can be pinpointed with precision. A cutting-edge tech has been built so royal families can vanish the second the country starts going up in flames. But if he's given even a sip to spill that secret, it all collapses. Then the Kerr people will snap it up fast and start planting terror in the very lands they just fled from. Harold had already sailed through tons of routes and knew the sea like the back of his hand. But when it came time to choose, he admitted straight up that he wasn't ready to bring this person aboard yet. The young man got it. If he wanted to make it, he couldn't afford to leak a single thing. So he laid down the confidentiality rules to his whole team and demanded they follow them to the letter, because that's the only way to keep everyone safe and the secret locked up tight. Yuri swore he'd crush anyone who spilled his secret to outsiders, his eyes burning with pure, unshakable resolve. And then he snapped his attention to Harold, asking straight up if he was willing to stay quiet and tell nobody. Right before the trip to the capital, the young man suddenly stepped in for his friend and handed him some silver, proving he still cared and respected him, even with all the differences between them. Finally, he pushed Harold to picture exactly what kind of life he wanted next, because the moment Harold chose this road, his future career and his happiness would be set in stone. A few days later, the whole scene shifted to the dormitory for the 7th-year students at the Night Academy. Yuri got word that Harold, some guy named Harold, was waiting by the dorm entrance, and he insisted on meeting him. Yuri heard the news and snapped that he'd be out soon. But he couldn't shake the feeling why was his friend hunting him down here. He braced himself for whatever came next, ready to listen close and make the right call. A boy stepped onto the porch and asked, polite, as can be, how he could help. And Harold tipped his cap, calmly apologized for how he acted that night, then flat out declared he joined Yuri's team as a sailor. Yuri shot his friend a tired glance and then spotted a strange boy hovering nearby, staring at the entrance like he had secrets. So he demanded who the kid was and why he was tied to Harold's request to join the service. Gerald brought in a 16-year-old kid named Hora Benjamin Sumhel. He'd already proven he was a real navigator, even though Gory Benjamin was still young. My friend wrapped up the intro by saying he'd already gotten the nod and a glowing recommendation from a companion who'd passed away and who everyone trusted completely. Yuri agreed to bring Harold and Hori on the expedition, but he made it crystal clear. At first, nobody's trusting these newcomers. They'll have to earn their spot the hard way, proving their skills and showing real dedication until they're finally respected as part of the team by the captain. The young man stared them down, then demanded the strongest promise, swear it on the memory of the teacher. He signed with that oath. Everyone locked in their word, and finally felt the weight of real responsibility. Ise warmly greeted Yuri and Harold, thanking them for coming, and before the chat could settle, a third man, Hora Beniem, stepped in with a modest smile and said he was thrilled to finally meet the new colleague. The teacher ushered the guests into the room and kept the conversation hush-hush, closer and more private than she realized just how hard Harold had hit her attention, only for him to cut it off right away and demand they drop the subject. The woman flashed a small smile and told him he looked extra attractive and friendly today. Then the compliment hit, and the young man's face heated up as he instinctively tried to cover his embarrassment. Issa heard the guests had finally shown up for a huge vow exchange ceremony meant to lock in everyone's promise and truth on this journey, and the whole thing demanded total focus and zero rule-breaking. In Aetusian culture, a sacred rite is a big, heart-stopping religious ceremony rituals, where oaths are everywhere, but this time a priest never leaves the ceremony, watching the agreement as a witness, not for the gods, just to make sure it's real. The teacher leaned in and told Harold that breaking the vow was the same as offending God, and this wasn't something you could mess around with. Then she stared him down, eyes locked on his, waiting for him to finally get just how serious it was. The young man nodded and made it clear he understood just how heavy and how important that oath really was. Then Issa watched the guest's face closely and urged her to lay out the duties in full so the candidates knew exactly what they were signing up for. Yuri leaned in and asked if he should spill every single detail to the teacher, even if it cost him everything. The woman made it crystal clear, if you don't give total honesty, the ritual can't be done right. And she likened it to confession, where priests guard every secret of sin, even when it clashes with the church's own rules. Yuri and Harold locked eyes and instantly knew the teacher was right, no more dodging the truth, because hiding anything could wreck the ritual. They took a breath, steadied their minds, and decided to follow her advice, trusting her hard-earned experience. Essa thanked the students for telling the truth and opening up, then promised them she'd carefully checked every promise they made, and she made it crystal clear that the road they choose matters more than anything. The woman snapped to action, deciding the ritual had to start right now. She yanked open the nightstand drawer and pulled out a crystal-clear glass cup she'd been saving for the ritual, and the lamp's soft flicker danced across its smooth surface, making its purity and meaning hit like a warning. The woman poured crisp, clean water into the glass, and it barely caught a silver shimmer as it settled. With everything finally set, Issa spun toward Geralt and demanded he be the first to drink the holy water. Then she held out the glass with a grave, shaking promise, telling him that one sip meant he was stepping up to carry every oath. The young man grabbed the glass with both hands, breathed in hard, and chugged every last drop in one gulp, no hesitation. Then Aisa declared that once the lips are consecrated, lies can't survive, so Patella Harold, the name he was given at birth, stepped up solemnly and swore he'd speak nothing but the truth. And the young man promised right back that he'd keep that vow. Garo kicked things off by swearing he'd never betray Master Yuri Hao, keep the secret safe, and carry out his duties using those methods only there then. Once he stepped away, never use them again too, and he was asked whether he confirmed all of it in front of the head of the Order of Isi Kosolinki Vichita. Breaking that vow isn't just betrayal. It's a lie you tell yourself, a rejection of God's love, and it's treated like a grave moral crime that earns punishment both in this world and beyond. Because if people break this oath, they don't just slip up, they risk trashing their name and losing all respect in society. Harold snapped to the truth of what this moment demanded, swallowed the oath without blinking, and threw himself at the Lord's feet, promising he'd follow every rule and every standard of conduct, no matter what. Icy leaned in, listened to the young man with total calm, and then nodded, saying every word was carried straight to heaven, where God himself gave the thumbs up. She burst out, "Hallelujah," eyes shining, heart soaring as the ritual filled her with real, soul-deep satisfaction. Ella le dio o ser un agradecimiento sincero por cada paso que dio con esa disciplina brutal durante la preparación y la ejecución del ritual, un halago rarísimo, que dejó clarísimo que era un profesional de verdad y que lo estaba tomando con seriedad total. A woman closed in on Mr. Gerald, begging him to remember the oath's weight, then dropping a chilling warning. If he slipped on his duties, the fallout wouldn't be small. The punishment she hinted at made it crystal clear. These rules weren't optional, and the consequences would hit hard if he broke them. Yuri, hungry for what happens when you break the oath, shot a straight question. What kind of punishments are waiting for anyone who violates it? She swore that if she ever broke this oath, death would claim her, then her words hit like a hammer. Everyone around her went rigid with terror, because suddenly they understood they'd just sealed the worst vow imaginable. For a heartbeat, the whole room fell into an awful, breath-stopping silence. Yuri demanded to know what she meant, and the woman finally confessed the little trick if Harold broke his promise. She'd be forced to live in the forest for a whole month, surviving on water and meditating every day, and that vow is basically a strong guarantee that the students will stay obedient under their mentor's watch. Issa confirmed this kind of practice was mandatory right now, and the young man, who knew the brutal history of the Kosarik school, couldn't believe those harsh rules were still in force today. She told me the Kosarik school reps don't get hit anymore. They just pay money instead. But she still clings to the old rules, sure they're the only way to forge real inner discipline and responsibility in her students. Harold flatly refused the demand, snapping that they had no right to shove the manager into trouble, then urged them to drop the old agreements and start fresh, talking new terms for how they'd cooperate. But before he could finish, the teacher's stern voice snapped through the room and shut him down because the teacher had clocked the breach of order. She was dead sure of one thing. Once you make a promise, you don't obsess over what happens if you break it. You decide, then you lock in your choice and stand by your word no matter what. Issa shot him a stern stare and demanded to know if he'd gone to the ceremony, just so he could break his promises later, and her voice dripped with pure disgust as she made it crystal clear that this kind of betrayal was unforgivable and could earn him the harshest punishment. Harold shot down the accusations with unshakable confidence, swearing his sincerity and sticking to every promise while Yuri watched, realizing that even a teacher can feel cornered when you treat them like they don't matter. After hearing him out, Issa shrugged it off. This whole situation didn't matter anymore. She understood where he was coming from and agreed, but she laid down one brutal condition. He couldn't tell anyone that he refused to join the ritual. Harold finally got how serious that teacher's demands were, so he swore he'd take every comment to heart and he wouldn't blurt his opinions out anymore. Bursting out of that brutal, intense ritual, the guys finally exhaled. Escaping the cramped building felt like breaking free of the cage, and the cool, fresh air washed the tension off their shoulders until it all melted away. Errol never saw it coming. Yuri was dragging Lady Isu into the chaos, and now he's stuck right in the middle. forced to join a brutal, complex ritual for the first time, obeying ancient traditions and making life-or-death decisions on the spot. Yuri couldn't wrap his head around why they wouldn't just do it. He told them straight that, without the right knowledge, the oath was empty, because knowing how to navigate was the whole backbone of a safe voyage. And without that skill, the expedition was cooked from the start. Harold burst into the conversation, shot down his friend with total confidence, and insisted that if he ever made a promise, he'd have to keep it, because he sees himself as responsible to the bone. Yuri practically lit up hearing his partner speak with such confidence, openly showing he trusts him, because he knows he's got him. He was also pinning everything on Hori, the third guy in their little crew, because his skills and experience were exactly what they needed to pull off the job. Yuri pushed the guys to learn modern navigation and the latest tech, and when they realized it could massively boost their odds for the journey ahead, they jumped at the chance. A month later, he rented a ship in Swami after Harold's advice, then realized the deal was only a stopgap, so he threw his chips into buying his own ship in the Republic of Albion, famous for its cutting-edge shipbuilding tech. Yuri burst out that once he got back, he'd square everything up, with his friend clearing every detail, calling out the real mistakes, and owning what he did because he cares about doing things right. Harold latched onto the captain's words and swore he wouldn't come back until he could master every single instrument perfectly, because he took his craft and his responsibilities way too seriously to do anything less. The ship cracked its white sails wide and surged straight into the salty wind, chasing whatever wild adventures waited next. At last, the weight is over. The friendly crew springs into action and sails into the open sea. Yuri stood there, staring into the distance. And then it hit him. He hadn't seen anything like this in ages, because it was exactly what his grandfather used to do. An old man spoke slow and deadly serious. "I'm an economist, and I know almost nothing about this," he said. Then he smirked, shifting to physics. "See, there's a principle of uncertainty. You can't pin down every last detail of particles, so getting a perfectly exact picture of the world is just straight up impossible." He lays it out like a truth bomb. If even the tiniest subatomic speck can't be pinpointed perfectly, then you can't analyze matter with flawless accuracy. Same deal in economics. Grandfather poured his heart into a model that nails how humans move, grow, and shape society with jaw-dropping accuracy. Every economy runs on one tiny truth. The person, but each of us is a one of one, totally different from everyone else. The man pushed forward and said that to truly track a massive crowd, you've got to study every person one by one. Then he swung to Yuri and asked, "Do you think you can actually pull that off?" He finally realized that living so many years with this elderly woman still didn't unlock every secret about her, and that meant, no matter what, you can't truly know another person all the way. Grandfather demanded that he toss away what he'd just been given, then muttered that he'd never, ever figured out his own wife. So now he can't fathom how anyone could possibly understand a world packed with 8 billion people. The man finally snapped. He'd ruined it as a scientist, chasing an answer that would stay locked forever, out of reach even for the brightest minds. And those were the very last words Yuri ever heard from him. Then, like his grandmother before him, he met death. The young man jolted with the memory. He hadn't seen his grandfather in a dream for what felt like ages. She stared him down, then demanded, right there, face to face, what he really meant when he brought up his grandfather. The boy snapped his eyes wide open just as their faces came dangerously close, and a charged hush filled the air, half nerves, half curiosity, waiting to explode. Yuri snapped out of nowhere with a thunderous shout, pouring raw feeling straight out of his chest as his cry ricocheted through the air, spilling pure excitement and sharp anxiety all over the place. He admitted that Korea popping out of nowhere sent pure terror through him. The boy finally clocked it. She'd been trailing him in silence for ages, and he snapped, begging her to stay back and not crowd him. Karia told her that she'd been watching him for almost 30 minutes, and Yuri nearly froze. She was royal blood, so why waste time on something like that? Then the girl shrugged and admitted she was bored, just waiting for the perfect moment to finally ask him out. The young man couldn't believe how carefree the princess was, so he blurted, asking what strange thing she'd done while he was asleep. But the girl snapped back that nothing like that happened, because she definitely wasn't foolish enough to pull anything. Yuri threw out a quick apology, then snapped that he had zero time to chat. He had to eat and get right back to work. Kurt suggested they grab food together, since she and her sister lived in the same dorm and she couldn't wrap her head around why he wouldn't join her. The girl fumed that Yuri was wasting all his time with his sister, but Yuri admitted the harsh truth: he couldn't take her along without permission. The young man bolted off the field, shouting as he ran that they'd see each other again. Karia told him to wait, and Yuri had to admit his grandfather was right. Figuring out what others felt was harder than he ever expected. In the port city of Suomi, they pushed trade like it was a battle, opening fresh routes and rolling out the welcome mat for merchants from everywhere. While ship after ship docked each day, packed with goods that fed the local market and fueled the region's rise,